the late Liki was the Secretary General. The first time I got charged in court, Mr. Speaker, was around that time, the year 2002, when I was alleged to have, and Mporo Apori, who is also my friend, we are very close, and we were charged with the offense that time. I think that the charge was defective of trying, because we had learned prayers, and it was construed that we were praying for the death of the president then. So we were charged for incitement. The matters went to court. We were lucky that we couldn't afford a legal fees to pay lawyers, and I thank Muturi and Muite, because these are the people that came to our rescue. We were acquitted. That is when I realized how important it was to have good friends. From there, Mr. Speaker, when we got interested.
Finish up in 2 minutes. You've already done your 10.
I got interested in running for parliamentary position, and I first of all ran under Safina ticket. I lost. The next election I ran on Found People. I lost, and then in the year 2007 I ran on a Kano ticket, and I was elected as member of parliament for Igembe South, and from that time I have been a member of parliament for 3 terms consecutively until last election, when I decided to run as governor for Meru, and lost to the current governor. And Mr. Speaker, thereafter, in the wisdom of the current president, who I thank, decided to nominate me as candidate, as nominee for the position of CS Agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I am here before this honorable committee, ready to answer any question that may arise.
Excellent. Thank you, Honorable Linturi. We'll now open the floor to members to ask you questions. We advise that we'll take them in batches of 4, and then you can answer them, and we go to another batch of 4. We allow members to seek clarifications where you are not clear, and even those who have asked when there's something burning, we give them an opportunity for a second bite. I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Good morning and congratulations, Honorable Linturi, on your nomination as Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. As you know, that is a docket that is the people of Western Gishu County are immensely interested. As you know, agriculture is the largest sector of the Kenyan economy and the first pillar of the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. I'm sure you also know that agriculture has the highest employment multiplier effect. And this is a question that was asked of me to ask you by my 25-year-old son, who is a farmer. He says the average age of the farmers in Kenya is 65, yet the highest unemployed people are the young people. So the question is, what are your plans to ensure that farming becomes profitable and that the farmers are assured of predictable income so that you can capture these young people who are unemployed? The other question is, how do you plan to assist the creation of jobs within the agriculture sector to address the high level of unemployment in the country which afflicts the youth? Thank you.
The Honorable Majority Leader Ichung'wa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Kimani Shongwa, MP Kikuyu. Honorable Linturi, as the Deputy Speaker has indicated, and I'm sure you're aware that agriculture forms one of the core pillars, is actually the first pillar in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. And you're aware, I'm sure you know that it is one of the sectors that has the highest employment multiplier effect, and probably that's why the Honorable Shole is asking what plans you have to ensure that agriculture becomes profitable and creates jobs for millions of Kenyans who have no jobs. But also I would want to hear what are your plans, if approved as Minister for Agriculture, to dismantle the monopolistic cartels that have made agriculture not profitable to the majority of farmers, and especially in the dairy sector. I would want to hear what plans you have to make sure that you dismantle those monopolistic cartels to make sure that our dairy farmers are able to earn a decent living out of their agricultural endeavors. To Honorable Linturi, you have said you were arrested by a chief at a very young age to be taken to school. And as fate would be, up to very recently, we've seen you being arrested. And I heard you also arrested during the Kanu days and charged with incitement to violence. Maybe Mr. Speaker would need to declare interest, because Honorable Linturi, we have worked together in UDA and in the campaigns. And I may be privy to information that contributed to his arrest. I don't know whether Honorable Linturi, you would find it proper, because there is already the affidavit that has been filed by Transparency International that touches on a very serious crime. And I do know the circumstances, because you had shared with me and a group of us prior to your arrest the circumstances around the issues that have been raised there. Maybe it would be only proper that you share that information with the committee on the circumstances that led to your arrest, whether you are the villain or the victim, and clarify that issue. To Honorable Linturi, I see that you have attached a degree.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Chair. We are also listening very keenly to the majority leader's questions, but he's not coming out clearly. We would also like to get the benefit of what exactly he's asking. So when you're talking about a situation, maybe you can give us which situation, because the nominee has been arrested severally, not once or twice.
So, which arrest are you referring to, the Honorable Chungwa? The first one was really not an arrest by the chief. The chief abducted him and took him to school. I think it's just a question of using the wrong language. He was captured by the chief while looking after cattle and taken to school. Isn't that so? That's what you meant?
Yes.
Yes. But the rest are arrests by different agencies.
I think definitely, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Mbuyu should be aware, of course, that the first one, I think, it is his description of arrest, and he has explained the second one. And the Honorable Speaker also did indicate that the Honorable Linturi has had some run-ins with DCI Kinoti. And that is the incident that I'm referring to, because he did share with me, or a group of us, at the time we were being tormented by the former regime. In fact, Honorable Speaker, is that just that we were sharing information that had come to our attention, that a number of us were targeted for arrests and kidnappings and those sort of things. And the Honorable Linturi happened to share with us an incident that had happened to him And that was long before his arrest, and that's why I'm asking, because it's information that he knows, and that's what I was asking. Maybe it would help in the issue that has been petitioned on by Transparency International. Lastly, Honorable Linturi, you have attached a degree from the University of Nairobi for a Bachelor of Laws that you graduated in December, 21st day of December in the year 2018. And I also know that at the time, I think you indicated you wanted to run for governor. The same DCI Kinoti had attempted to either investigate or charge you on some degree certificate that he said was fake. Could it be this degree certificate that you have put here in the file? Maybe you can also clarify whether this is a degree that was under investigations by DCI Kinoti. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Linturi and I served in the 11th Parliament in the National Assembly, so we know each other. Mr. Honorable Linturi, you know, as public officers, indeed as state officers, your life becomes a matter of public interest. And I will pick it up from where the Honorable Inchungwa has left. Because I've looked at your CV, which is in the file, and it shows that you clearly have only one degree, which is Bachelor of Laws, second-class honors, upper division attained in 2018 from the University of Nairobi. And yet again, it is in public domain. As a public officer, you know, we're under scrutiny. That at some point there you had an issue with the University of Nairobi concerning some degree. Indeed, the university went ahead to, I think, they register you or strike your name out of the roll of graduates on account of some forgeries or alleged forgeries. In fact, the matter was taken up by the EACC. I don't know what became of the investigations. So, just to be clear, so that this can be rested once and for all. Do you have only one degree from the University of Nairobi, which is a Bachelor of Law? Did you present some other degree to the University of Nairobi for admission to this course? Did you ever get a Bachelor of Commerce degree from an Indian university? These were subjects of speculation at the time of the investigations. Two is that on the 28th of April 2021 you were arrested by the DCI. 28th April 2021 or thereabout. You were arrested by the DCI for allegedly using forged signatures to secure some Kenya shillings 530 million loan. What became of this matter? Because I never heard of it again thereafter. Then, when the then or the current, if it may be true, CS for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, when he appeared before a Senate committee, if I may recall, he made some very disturbing allegations against you, which again is in public domain. That as director of Articon Limited, alongside one Emily Wantai, you forged company documents to facilitate the borrowing of another Kenya's personal loan of Kenya shillings 100 million without the consent of another shareholder or co-shareholder going by the name Kipchumba Ngetich, who was subsequently again fired from the company for refusing to play ball. Those are the words of Dr. Matiang'i. I'm just paraphrasing him. You may want to shed some light on this, even as you seek to be approved to occupy this very high office. Finally, and the Honorable Chungwa has touched on it, the affidavit by one Sheila Masindi, who is the executive director of Transparency International, drawn on the 14th of October 2022. It is also against this thing very disturbing issues. One, she of course alleges that you were arrested and charged with the offense of attempted rape on the 30th of January 2021. She goes ahead to say that the matter was eventually dropped. Okay? But the charge raised, those are her words, the charge raised serious issues on your integrity. Kindly comment, make a comment on the same. Thanks.
I think those are sufficiently weighty, quite a mouthful. I would allow you to answer those three before we take some more. Starting with the Deputy Speaker, but you can choose to start from the tail end or the top.
Let me, Mr. Speaker, start from the bottom up. So I'll start by answering Mheshimiwa Wandai. And Mr. Speaker, when in my opening remarks, there is an issue that and raised on sub judice, and I will do my best to answer so that I do not touch on the issues that are before court for determination. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether this document is with you, and I want to answer the issue, the matter on the affidavit of burial, on the withdrawal or the issue of the attempted rape that he's talking about. And that is indeed the issue that Mheshimiwa Ichung'wa was trying or sharing, because even before this happened, and shared with my very close friends. Mr. Speaker, I'm an open book. In fact, those that write and say I've litany of cases is an understatement. As I sit here, I have 35 cases in court as I am sitting here. 35. And these 35...
For civil nature or criminal nature?
They are civil, Mr. Speaker. I have no criminal case in any court in this country. And I'm saying the only criminal case that I had in court is a case between the Republic and I, where the complainant was buried. And it's, I think, since everybody knows the kind of band relationship that I had with the NDCI, and my political persuasion that, or the political position I've taken in the last general election, or since the handshake, Mr. Speaker, I was the complainant. I was the complainant in this case because this was a case of abduction, Mr. Speaker, and it's a case where people wanted to extort money from me, and I will share the affidavit by burial herself, where she's saying that she has reconciled her conscience and she has reflected on the facts and the circumstances relating to this complaint, and she has decided on her own volition to withdraw. Mr. Speaker, the DCI himself decided that Mithika must be turned into a victim. It is just last week when the DCI officers came to my office and even brought me the cash bill and the money that they had recovered from the abductors, because immediately I was abducted and I was released after giving 200,000 shillings and they were asking for 1 million shillings. I reported the matter at Nanyuki DCI offices. The record is there, Mr. Speaker. And I remember I was with you. I don't know whether I shared, Mr. Speaker, when we were there. In Diani, Mr. Speaker, when we were at the Senate committee in Diani in last year, but one, where I was asking whether I would get permission to go to Nanyuki to record a statement to this effect so that these abductors would have been taken to court.
I missed the Diani meeting.
2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, the Committee of National Security, we had a meeting in Diani. That is the time.
The committee with you, but
yes.
I was not in Diani.
Yeah?
I was a member of the committee with you, I agree, but I was not in Diani.
Yeah, that's where we were. I'm saying the time we were in Diani as a committee. Yes, okay. I was sharing it with the committee, our chairman.
Yes.
So this is the time when I was required in Nanyuki to do a statement for them to appear before court. Because I was traumatized, immediately they were arrested. And since I didn't make, it is the DCI himself who ordered the file be transferred from Nanyuki to Nairobi, instructed the DCI then Mr. Muridi. And when this matter came here, people were, other officers were picked, were asked to do different statements. My statements were torn, and they fixed me, framed me as a victim, and that's how I ended up in court. This affidavit from Beru and Oduor, when she decided to withdraw, has given a condition, and because he was cross-examined by the magistrate, and I've put the ruling from the magistrate here, Mr. Speaker, and which I will be willing to share, that her condition was that the person, I was required to withdraw the extortion complaint I had launched against her and the friends at the Nanyuki. That is what happened, Mr. Speaker. I was framed. The idea was to embarrass me, to demean me.
Making reference to the affidavit, just who is the deponent of that affidavit?
He is a complainant, Beryl Onduor.
Beryl?
Beryl Onduor.
Oduor.
Yes.
Beryl Oduor.
Yes, it's called Beryl Akothi Owondo, sorry. Beryl Akothi.
Mr. Speaker, can we get copies of that
Can you share
document?
it with
Yes.
And even as, I don't know, as he continues.
So next.
Yes.
Yeah, as he continues, maybe to just clarify clearly where the charges have been dropped within the meaning of Article 157, Article, I think, 8. Or there's simply an application to withdraw or to have them dropped.
Mr. Speaker, the application to withdraw this matter was done by the complainant herself. So an affidavit, and as you know, or you are aware, that the DPP must agree to the withdrawal, sent a letter to the DPP, attached an affidavit to the DPP, and the DPP went to court to seek concurrence from the court on whether the matter should be withdrawn or not. That happened, and Akoth Beru testified before a magistrate. She was cross-examined, and the magistrate and nothing else other than to assent to a request to withdraw the matter. The ruling from the magistrate is attached to the affidavit of Beryl and Dora. I did not initiate. The only thing that was of a requirement from them was that I was required to withdraw the extortion complaint that I found with the DCI in Nanyuki. That's how the matter was drawn. It was not the DPP who decided to do it, but it was moved by the complainant to withdraw the matter.
And did you withdraw also your complaint then?
To date,
on extortion?
To date, Mr. Chairman, I have not. I have not withdrawn, but I can also tell this committee, I have fought so many cases and I don't think I have the energy. I want to frame my mind, given the opportunity, to work for this country. I must also let it go. I must forget the pain, the persecution that I've gone through, and I have left to the conscience of all my persecutors and gone to deal with them, because there are many, as I will continue trying to explain, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you also raised...
Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to ask what you just asked, whether he has withdrawn. But maybe in relation to that, have you been able to establish, other than the complainant in that case, because there are also men who are involved, whether these particular people who are involved were DCI officers? Because why I said I was privy to information, Honorable Speaker, is because I had the same sort of incident with the Honorable Linturi when criminals poisoned people in Kikuyu, and DCI Kinoti did exactly the same thing he did with this case. Turned around the case, recalled the file from Kikuyu when we adduced evidence to the Kikuyu DCI offices that indeed the people who are involved in poisoning of people in Kikuyu were DCI officers. And I'm asking that because would you be aware whether the other men may have been DCI officers?
Mr. Speaker, probably I may want to pursue that once there is the overhaul of the DCI's office, the overhaul of the staff at the DCI offices.
No, the question is very simple. Were DCI officers involved in what you are calling a frame-up? If they were, yes. If they were not, no.
Mr. Speaker, I may want to imagine that they must have been, because calling for a file for an offense that took place in Nanyuki, bringing it to Nairobi, assigning it to other officers, and then turning me to a victim when I was the complainant, then it cannot...
Turning into the villain, the accused, not the victim.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happened, Mr. Speaker. And if I may proceed, because
Mr. Speaker, even as it continues again,
yes,
maybe because now so many issues have been raised and the names have been dropped, is it possible for Honorable Linturi to just explain to us how the abduction took place? Very, very brief.
I'm going forward, Honorable Linturi. I did advise you, only answer questions as they are asked. You'll be very safe that way.
Mr. Speaker, I think this happened a long time ago, and some things are not very good to remember, because they remind you of those bad memories. Probably when you suffer an abduction is when you may be able to really think, and why it's also even necessary to take people through counseling. It is not an easy thing, and especially when the hand of government agencies is involved. Mr. Speaker, let me answer the issue of the 530 million loan that he's talking about.
He alleged two things.
Yes.
You forged documents to get 530 million, then you forged other documents to get 100 million. So if you can answer those, it will help.
Mr. Speaker, I also invite you to a document that I will share that I will share with you and judgment that was given by Justice Ongud Judge in petition number E068 of 2021. And I need to remind or to inform this committee, which thanks I also give to the Second Senate. I think it is the Second Senate of the Republic of Kenya, because one of the things that I was arrested for, the allegations I was being arrested for when we were to vote for the BBI, are these allegations that Wandai is raising. Mr. Speaker, the matter that Wandai has raised is subject to an High Court matter E138. There are several rulings on this particular issue by Justice Okwani. I will be sharing.
That is the 500 or the 100?
They are all combined. They are
combined?
Yeah, they are combined.
Oh.
They are combined, Mr. Speaker. And you remember when I was in my opening remarks, I wanted some clarity on the issue of sub judice, because they are before court. Certain rulings in particular, which I think will be important, on that particular area of the forgery. The judge has properly pronounced herself on this matter and have been exonerated. But the other issues relating to the net worth of this company and whatever it is are still before court. And
so only make reference to the matter that has been concluded by the court. The others remain contested between you and your accusers.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is not true, Mr. Speaker, that I did any forgeries. And in fact, this was also a situation where the DCI was ending the complainant, the person is referring to take away my investment in this particular company. And Mr. Speaker, when I got arrested, I went to court through a constitutional petition and to stop the prosecution, my prosecution on that matter, without the DCI and the DPP properly putting into context my complaint in this matter, because even in this case, Mr. Speaker, I was the complainant because my company had been taken away by fraudsters. And in the course of investigations and the DCI and other agents and found a way to deal with me, then I was also turned again to be the villain. Mr. Speaker, on the last page of this judgment, which I also am going to share, on paragraph 119, because the DCI had completely refused to investigate my complaints in the wisdom of Justice H.I. Uhuru, and directed as follows. Having found that the second respondent did not fully act or investigate the petitioner's complaint launched with him, I direct him to act on the same and forward his findings to the first respondent within 19 days. During the 19 days, the first and second respondents shall not charge or arrest the petitioners. Save for the above, then I find no merit in this allegation. Mr. Speaker, I want to share, because this document, and goes to that, is to, I'm bringing this to demonstrate and to show that even when people read or questions are raised, Mr. Speaker, the criminal justice system was somehow not willing to listen to my complaints and I am just waiting for the appropriate time. So I'll give this one.
Yes,
to share with the committee.
Chairman, I'm seated next to the nominee. I'm requesting that so that we don't go into a serious health crisis, tell him to breathe normal. He looks nervous. Tell him just to say, I'm hearing a lot of...
Linturi, are you nervous?
No, I am not. I am not, Mr. Speaker.
You are not nervous.
I'm not. How would I be nervous? These are my colleagues. We've been around together for a long time.
Can you, clerk, get the document and the reference, make copies and circulate? Go on, Linturi. You know we are almost halfway your time, and we are still skirting around two issues.
So you can verify.
No, tunafika hapo. Okay.
Make progress, Honorable Linturi. Honorable, and I put it to you that you forged documents to obtain two loans, 500 million, 100 million. Your retort is that you didn't, and you have given a document to buttress that, right?
Yes, I have.
Go to the next issue.
I'm trying to get another ruling from Justice Okwani, where
on the same issue?
On the same issue.
Okay.
Because this was a constitutional petition that stopped my arrest, and the finding of the judge was this did not investigate this matter. The other one is where the judge has clearly pronounced herself on the issues of the forgeries that he's alleging, was talking about.
So did the court say you forged or you didn't?
I did not.
Okay.
Yes.
Just give the ruling. Just give the documents. The clerks will run through and assist the members so that we make progress.
Can I ask...
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, you know, you've got 90 minutes. You've spent 40 minutes explaining all sorts of cases. Just say, I was not charged on this one, this is the decision, and here is the judgment. And then we'll be able to look at it when we have when we retreat. And also, Honorable, through the Speaker, if he's guilty of anything, it will catch up with him even if he's minister. So I think for now, let him explain to us. Let's focus on, I want you to tell me what you're going to do as Minister of Agriculture. I want to know if you're qualified to be Minister of Agriculture. I want to know that you're going to transform the agriculture industry in Kenya. That's more urgent. The other items are before other competent institutions.
Chairman. Chairman.
Yes.
Ikaria. I totally agree with Deputy Speaker and your vice chair of this committee. If we continue like this, and as you had alluded to that when you started speaking, is that almost half the time is gone. And what we really want is to know, much as this is part of what we are supposed to be looking into through this committee, but I think it is also important that we also consider on other matters, as Sholei has indicated, so that we can be able to see the suitability of the candidate, or mostly on matters to do with agriculture. As I also agree that what is going on is also part of what we are, but at least, as she says, this is the case, this was a judgment, pass it without stories again, because it's going to really give us.
Ferdinand.
Thank you.
Linturi is a friend of mine. I want to declare that. But given that chair, and he has confessed himself publicly that he has over 35 cases, and is tired of these cases. We are looking for somebody who is free, and that means that Linturi, you may not have the time and the energy, because they'll keep on coming up to do what we want you to do. Tell us how you're going to, with the 35 cases, you know, it's too much. And you have said yourself, you want to get rid of this, so can
Order, honorable members, I don't want it to be a free for all. Because we have had a very good sequential process of interrogating nominees. Honorable Linturi, what you need to do, this is not a trial court.
Right.
We are not going to establish whether you attempted to rape or not, whether it has been withdrawn or not, whether you are framed or not. The question was put to you by the Honorable Wandai on the rape charges. You have given us documents of withdrawal. This committee will not inquire into exactly what happened. We have a court document. He asked you if you forged documents to secure 2 loans. You have said you didn't. And you have given us documents. Move on to other questions that were asked of you so that we can make progress.
To the university issue, then we can...
Then you asked about the university, and you are supposed to have uttered a degree from India. You have put only 1 degree from the University of Nairobi. And he alleged that you had running arguments with the same university about the same degree. Yeah, if you can answer that, then we can move on to other questions that the Deputy Speaker asked you, and give other members an opportunity also to...
Speaker, I didn't want to disrupt the proceedings. But
yes.
I want to pick from where you said, let us advise our colleague, Honorable Linturi is our colleague, that we are not in court, Honorable Speaker, where you can produce all those details and volumes. Maybe it's gotten used to that 35 cases and court. This is just a vetting process. Just bullet, and we proceed.
To the extent that they touch on his integrity, he is at liberty and is obliged to furnish us with documentation that you look at. But as to his innocence or otherwise, there's another agency that can deal with that. We can make inferences on these issues at the end, but we have no capacity to say whether he's guilty of this or not.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dawood.
If you allow me to comment, I think we are probably taking the nominee a little too far. If we ask him a question, he replies, let him give us those documents after the sitting, give it to the clerks. But in a matter of 35 cases, Honorable Wanyonyi is talking about, that is neither here, neither there. He just mentioned it.
It is actually the nominee himself who has walked too far.
He has just said that.
Yes.
That is an
and I had told him that to restrict your answers to the questions as they are being asked. And you'll see we'll move very smoothly. So if you finished with Honorable Wandai, talk about the degrees, come to Honorable Sholei, then I give another batch of colleagues to raise issues. We have about 20 of us, each one itching to ask you something. You know, agriculture is the bedrock of every lively activity of every individual in this country. Those who don't farm still eat what farmers farm.
Sure. Can I interject?
Yes.
I was wondering, because we already have 1 degree and we can see it here, and we have other important matters. We can allow to tackle the other questions, and then he'll give that other document later.
No, the question was asked, he has to answer it.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me answer this question. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you a document which you'll be able to peruse as asked. And the issue that was an issue with the University of Nairobi. And when my studies were discontinued, were that I was doing my Masters of Law. It is not the undergraduate course I was doing. And I had been admitted to pursue a Masters of Law. And Mr. Speaker, I was registered that time.
Let me make it very easy for you.
Yes.
Honorable Linturi.
Yes.
Do you have any dispute with the University of Nairobi that is alive over your LLB degree?
None, Mr. Speaker.
End of story.
That is it. Number two, have you ever uttered anywhere a degree from India?
No, Mr.
Do you have a degree from India?
And Mr. Speaker, yes, and the documents are here to support that. This matter has been canvassed in court in 2 cases, in 3 cases actually, in 2017. Their own documents here. And India. I will not be able to mention on that because the same matter again has been raised. The hearing for this case is on 4th of November.
Issues around your Indian degree.
Yes.
Hold on. Issues around your Indian degree are in court.
Yes.
Is that the reason why you did not attach that disputed Indian degree?
That is not really, Mr. Speaker. It's also because the documents that I attached are the documents I'm able to access. One of the issues where I raised...
That's exactly what I'm asking you. That you attached the Kenyan degree from the University of Nairobi because it has no issues.
It doesn't have issues.
The matter rests there. Answer other questions.
Speaker, how does it rest, really? When he has said that he has got an Indian degree, the certificate must be with him. The degree certificate must be with him somewhere.
He says,
yes,
if I got him right, he has an Indian degree. It has issues around it. The issues are in court. They are active and therefore sub judice. And we are not here to inquire into his degrees. In any case, the possession of a degree is not a requirement for him to be a minister. But if he has a disputed degree and the degree is found invalid, it goes down to his integrity. Yes.
Yes.
But
that's the only issue that is available to you to pursue.
That's what I'm pursuing actually. The issue of integrity.
Question, a very clear question, and I want a very clear answer so that we make progress.
Yes. The issue is, we wanted the Honorable Linturi to confirm if he ever held a degree from an Indian university. He has said yes. And I'm asking, can we see a copy of that degree certificate? I am being told we can't see it because the matter is in court. That's what I'm finding very difficult, yes.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I also explained the circumstances in which I find myself and why even other certificates are not there. There is also a court order here that bars me from accessing my own house, where on documents...
Mr. Speaker, I give up.
Yeah, it is here. That's why I said that in many cases, Mr. Speaker. And if I may read, this training the respondent...
Hold on, let him respond. So,
Mr. Speaker, even as I sit here, there are documents, my titles, my logbooks, my everything I can't access because there is a bar.
Honorable Linturi, there is an article written by Lord Denning called "The Witness Who Talked Too Much." If you have an Indian degree, say yes. If you don't have it here, say you don't. The reason you don't have it, you are barred from accessing your premises where it is. We leave it there.
Yeah, I don't have it here.
Yes.
Yes.
You are just volunteering and helpful information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me go to Shirley's question.
Answer the questions by the deputy
Yes,
speaker.
that's what I want to get to.
Yes.
And, but this document is important for you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Let me get to the
Honorable Speaker, I'm beginning to think that the candidate is actually avoiding to explain to us how you're going to transform the agriculture industry in Kenya.
Let me get there.
Because you're spending way too much time on the other questions that are not even relevant to this particular docket.
But Mr.
Speaker,
I had asked a point of
going to Mbos Sholei's question that the 25-year-old boy asked. I want to agree with her that agriculture, Mr. Speaker, contributes to almost 60% of our GDP. And to transform this country, we require to seriously invest in agriculture. To change this country and to make sure that each one of us as Kenyans is comfortable, we need to re-engineer our ways in how we conduct ourselves in the field of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, and when I speak about agriculture, is in horticulture, in apiculture, in livestock and everything else. So, Mr. Speaker, first of all, what I want to do, considering that agriculture is an evolved function, agriculture, where I will sit, if approved by you as a minister, will basically more deal with the issue of policy. Crop husbandry is in the domain of our county governments. The first thing I want to do is to have a serious sitting with the governors, and possibly, because I believe in teamwork, I believe in building proper networks, I have also a meeting with their CEC's agriculture to see how together we can be able to transform agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I know we have a problem in this country. I know the youth can easily be employed if we were to do our agriculture right and correctly. And I'm happy both Sholei's children is really interested in doing agriculture. But if you were to speak to very many young men and women, and whose mindset I am willing and ready to engage to change, is that some of them have taken agriculture as a form of punishment. Many of them are afraid of that, and many of them, because of failure for a guaranteed way of trying to assess what incomes or what you can be able to predictably be able to assess from a crop, have made it very difficult for many of our children to engage in it. So I want to pursue possibilities of how we will be able to encourage our young people and everybody else to get into the farms and do it. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite, including all the members of parliament here, we cannot be crying of lack of food when we are not doing it by ourselves. Before we get out there to cry, there is famine. What is it that we are doing as leaders from the family level to feed ourselves first of all? I want to ask, to call for a candid, robust discussion on how each one of us can be able to feed himself and run away from the reliance of going to markets to buy food when you are not sure where that food has come from.
The question she asked you, the Honorable Linturi, is that what are your plans to ensure that farming becomes more profitable and farmers are assured of a predictable income?
Mr. Speaker.
Then combine that with a question from Ichungwa that your docket is the highest in employment multiplier effect. What are you going to do to ensure that agriculture becomes a major job creation engagement? Ichungwa, that was your question, right?
Yes.
Yes. And how you'll dismantle milk cartels in the sector. Take a minute to answer those three questions.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we now have to see on how we can hand value to our agricultural products. Those that are doing, for example, dairy, we must know how we can be able to engage them from their own farms, from an area where probably you can be able to bring in farmers to pull together. See, for example, collect enough milk, see how we can have processors that can be able to hand value to our milk so that we're able to produce other other, I want to say, other products from processed milk. That way we will be able to add value. Farmers may be able to get good return from their investments in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if we were to be able to seriously subsidize on farm inputs, fertilizer, since we will be able to bring the cost of production of our food crop, our food from whatever cost it is, because government would have taken some bit of cost by providing subsidies. That we may be able to to encourage the farmer to create and see more value from his produce, from whatever he does on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that if we were to make sure that there is good return, and if we were really to ensure that once a farmer is able to predict what price he may be able to get from the market, then we'll be able to encourage. I want to, Mr. Speaker, to adopt the technology so that I can be able to link markets. And from a platform, when we are sitting by application of e-technology, one can be able to check and know if I'm doing carrots and I'm in Meru or I'm in Washingishu, what is the going price of a kilo of carrots in Kisumu, in Nairobi, and whichever other market. So that way, one may be able to take his produce on how, or to any market that will give him the highest return. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to discuss with the county governments to implement the warehouse receipt system. The warehouse receipt system, Mr. Speaker, if implemented, we will be able to hold our food and our produce and be able to sell when markets or the prices of food are good enough for return of investment. Ichungwa raised a question on how we will be able to deal with the cartels in the ministry, and we intend to dismantle them. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I will invite, I want to ensure that when I get to the ministry with your approval, God willing, then I want to have a Kenya farmers database. The Kenya farmers database will be able to show me or tell me how many farmers do you have that are doing milk, that are doing cabbage, that are doing maize, or whatever type of a crop that there is. And that way, even when we get to making subsidies to the farmer, then we can with precision say which farmer is going to benefit from what subsidy, whether it's seed, whether it's fertilizer, and that we also would require an e-voucher system so that in partnership with our National Cereals and Produce Board or agrovets, we can be able to make sure that person that really benefits from the subsidies that we'll be giving as government are the really people that require that particular support. To increase productivity, Mr. Speaker, and for value, we also may have to go an extra mile to educate our farmers on what best crop grows where. And with that kind of data, then we will be able to maximize on productivity and avail information to our farmers so that you do not plant barley in an area that requires you to plant rice. Or if you just wake up in Meru and decide how to plant maize here, yet Meru cannot do very well in that particular ecological zone. So getting information to farmers will be critical. Moving along with them will be very important, and customer education and training will be very critical if we really have to produce maximally and farmers get a really value of their produce. Mr. Speaker, to deal with cartels, as Ichungu has said, these cartels are the same, are the cartels that when you give subsidies of fertilizer, they wait for the fertilizer, buy it, store, repack, and then sell those at the exorbitant prices. We will require, Mr. Speaker, to really map out or be able to get the numbers that are supposed to benefit from these subsidies, and this I intend to use an e-platform where we will have a record of all the farmers that we are talking about, so that the final beneficiaries of our subsidies, our knowledge of the information that we want to disseminate as a ministry, then go to the right people.
Thank you. I'll take 5. So note them and answer them. And this time, let's be conscious with time. And members, 1 question each. Junet, Owen Bayer, Robert Mbui, Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Murugara. Everybody will have a chance.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I wanted to ask the nominee, when he was giving the story of his life, how he went through, whether he has ever been to a seminary. Whether you have been enrolled to a seminary one time. But more importantly, what plan do you have to the collapsed sugar industry? Like Moroni, Chemeil, Sony, Mumias, Nzoia companies. How do you intend to revive them?
Thank you, Speaker. The President, in his wisdom, has separated the Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation. But we also know that statistics show that train-fed agriculture has failed this country, and irrigation is the way to go to spur agriculture. But as it stands now, if approved by this committee, you'll be Minister for Agriculture, but the docket for irrigation, for which you will depend on largely to produce food, is in another ministry. How do you intend to sync that so that your hands are not tied? Given that the President in his speech said that we intend to increase irrigation to 1.4 million in 3 years. How would you reconcile that? Will your hands be tied such that you will not produce food because you'll say irrigation is not in your hands? And also you find that there are some high productive areas in this country that have not been looked at positively by the previous regimes. Farming in coconut, in cashew nut, in Biksa at the coast has not been given the due attention that it is supposed to have, and areas like coast have not been helping in growing the GDP in this country, and yet there's high potential in those areas. Look at these 2 questions, nominee. How do you work in the Ministry of Agriculture to support this country to grow the GDP in agriculture? Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. You know, Kenya is grappling with the drought, and a lot of Kenyans are going hungry now. So this is an extremely important docket, because the person who holds that docket has to deal with the issue of food security and ensure that Kenyans don't starve to death. Now, I want to, and you know, Chair, the issue of integrity is also critical in helping us determine the suitability of a candidate to any office. Now, in the 11th Parliament that I served with the Honourable nominee here, while he was serving as MP for Igembe South, the nominee presented a petition to members of Parliament to sign for him so that he could remove the then CS for devolution on the scandal that was rocking this country of about 1.9 billion of NYS. And members of Parliament did sign that petition. Mr. Speaker, I was one of them because he convinced me, and there were really weighty issues. But on the day that this petition was to be read on the floor of the House, the nominee did not show up, and did not show up for quite a while after that. And when he resurfaced, that issue seemed to have been put under the carpet. Maybe because we do not want a CS that might also abandon farmers. Maybe he can tell us why he abandoned members of Parliament.
Ferdinand.
I'm laughing kidogo because I was also in that parliament, but I didn't know those details. Mheshimiwa, you talked about the warehouse receipts, and I think you don't understand the concept. I want to give you the light on the warehousing receipts. Is where the farmer takes the goods to the warehouse and is given a title deed for whatever quantity equivalent to the value that you have taken. Then from there you can use a title deed to do business, to do other business. That concept actually, I am one of those that worked on it from India. So my question is, and you seem to know something about it, what are you going to do to increase, to open up more warehouse and receipt outlets in the country to be able to do business, so that the people can be able to take their goods to the warehouse, get the receipts, and do business? Thank you.
Wakili.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, drought is ravaging the country. And the reason why Kenyans are suffering is due to the fact that we do not have a good policy on food security. Matters food are governed by the Agriculture and the Food Act, which vests execution in the Agriculture and the Food Authority. We've been told recently, especially by your predecessor, that the ministry contemplates repealing the Agriculture and the Food Act and also abolish the authority so that it can deal with individual crops instead of dealing with crops lumped together for purposes of production, marketing, and distribution. In your own estimation, is that a good idea for the country, and is it going to serve us more positively, or we are digging ourselves into a grave as far as food is concerned?
Thank you. You can answer those five.
Thank you, Chairman. Mheshimiwa Junet, I asked about the revival of the sugar industry, and I think that's a good question coming from him because it comes from that side. Mr. Speaker, I think the sugar industry plays or employs very many people, and is a source of employment for young people and others that work from that particular end. And when I interacted with the sugar companies when I was the chairman of public investment, most of these sugar companies were making losses. I think it is the time, Mr. Speaker, I think we really require a serious discussion, because the investment of government in a number of these sugar industries is huge. We've had bailouts by government to these sugar companies a number of times, and we are required to check on whether there is real return on the money that government invests in them, and then open a candid, robust discussion with all stakeholders in trying to understand how best we can revive the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker and Chairman, I would ask Junet to become part of this discussion, because you may understand this area better, but I am told over here that there has been discussions on how to privatize these companies for maximum productivity and for profitability. If that is the direction we may end up going, then Mr. Speaker, and since all stakeholders will be involved, and if we are to go that way, of course, Parliament will be involved, then at the personal level, I wouldn't have any problem, because I will not be there to dictate are only guiding the process, and it will be all inclusive, all consultative, so that we have one common ground on how we need to revive this important sector in our economy. Mr. Speaker, I think when asked how I will be able to produce food when the irrigation docket is not in my domain, and I want to say that government works collectively. I am sure, and we cannot succeed without water, want to grow food without water. And anybody that cared to listen to my boss's speech yesterday during the Mashujaa celebrations, he has offered or inviting people to partner to come up with around 100 dams that will be able to assist us in providing water for irrigation. I want and I believe that because cabinet decisions are collective, I will personally be able to speak to my sister Alice Wame, because she is in that particular docket, and because we must all deliver as government on how we can break those perceived barriers, if any, so that at least together we can be able to grow food, together we can build the synergy and ensure that our country is food secure, because our reliance on food, our rain-fed agriculture, Mr. Speaker, is not anything that we can really rely on. An interesting question was also raised by my good friend Mheshimiwa on my integrity, or whether I will run away and leave the farmers alone. Mr. Speaker, even as we discuss that issue, I think for those that have been bunge with me, because I think we've served the longest, you have served the longest in the House, and I think I'm the second longest serving. I think my record also speaks for itself in view of the committees that I chaired and the recommendations I've done as a committee, which went to the extent of indicting ministers when we sat in the same house as ministers, and the latest being my investigation committee that I chaired, investigating the possible loss of money from the Ministry of Education by the acquisition of the Ruaraka land that where the country lost 1.5 billion. I don't waver. I am incorruptible. You can only persuade me, Mr. Speaker. So to get to the withdrawal of this particular matter, because that matter, Mr. Speaker, it is true and a lot of support in the House. And Mr. Speaker, those that were in that parliament, when all this happened, I came to the chamber and rose on a point of order and a personal statement, and I documented every step that took place, what went on, who called who, where that letter was signed from, and that matter isn't. Unless if you allow, Mr. Speaker, I can mention. You know, Mr. Speaker, this country, you allow me to explain the circumstances.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, for those that have never known, you see, when a gun is put on your head, and you understand when you have a CEO who is almost a terrorist, then there are many people that cannot withstand the pressure, the intimidation, and the threats that exist. I can tell you the letter to withdraw was signed.
To withdraw the motion?
Yes. Was drafted by one J. Muturi. The letter I was asked to sign, Njomo called, Speaker Muturi was called from somewhere. He was along, I think in Kilimani, was told, go back to the house, there is a letter is being brought to withdraw that motion. Jomo Gichaka, our past 8 o'clock, delivered the letter to the then Speaker, J. Muturi. Those are the circumstances that I found myself in, and you know.
You signed the letter?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, that's it.
Honorable
And the President
Speaker,
was there then. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the situation, that is the condition. And that is from that time when my relationship and him went sour. Because that thing has really tormented me. I've spoken about it, but members continue asking. They may not have known, just like all these others who are all organized and planned by his agencies. Lastly, Mr. Speaker.
The question from Ferdinand and Murugara.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the warehouse system, receipt system was passed. It's a law that is in this country. It's supposed to be implemented by the county government. It is the county government that is supposed to license warehouses. And I think that we will not succeed if we do not work very closely with the county governments, and deliberately and intentionally work very closely with the governors. I even want to, I will be proposing laws to even operationalize this more, Mr. Speaker, because I believe food security cannot be a function of the national government alone. If crop husbandry is in the hands of the governors must participate in ensuring that Kenya is food secure. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage and I want to propose to the governors when we sit down, and by use of this system, because this system, unless my understanding is different from yours, is where the licensed warehouse will be able to mop up the produce in those particular areas. And because I am even told this system is a serious support from some donors and other financial institutions, where if you have a problem, you may be able to be paid up to a certain percentage of the value of your crop. That way, you address your immediate financial needs, as when then the men and women in charge of houses are looking for good prices for that produce. This way, if we were to, the county governments were to do it professionally and organized in a good manner, then we will be able to ensure that in whatever part of this country, at least the amount of food held in our stores or in our houses are clearly known. And this, Mr. Speaker, you can also encourage commodity exchange through these warehouses, so that if, for example, you do not have money, you have tomatoes, the other one has cabbages, and that's what you want, you can always agree on how to deal with it. So I want to ensure in the participation of governors, I also create county food reserves, so that the county food reserves will be able, from when there is need for immediate address in terms of our food solutions that we may have within the counties, then the counties can be able to come in and support it. So I want to assure you, Mr. Wanyonyi, we'll get a framework on how we can do it. In any case, just like I'm saying, this cannot be done without legislation. We will be getting back to you. We will be asking you to kindly support us in this particular matter.
Mr. Chairman. No, I wanted to make a clarification.
Yes.
If you allow me to.
Yes.
This, let me tell you that as I'm talking, this parliament sent some people to South Africa. We saw how it's operating. The Ministry of Agriculture, for our case, will have a department, and already have a department, dealing with the warehousing system. In fact, as I'm talking, the outgoing minister opened a warehousing system in Kitale, which I witnessed, and I think 2 other places. So just tell us that if you are given the opportunity, you will be able to come up. You will be able to enforce the already established system so that can be able to move, as you are saying. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am willing and ready, if approved, to engage. And those systems that are functional.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want to disturb. I wanted to wait for him to finish. But when Wanyonyi did, I thought maybe at this point I need to clarify that on the question I had asked, and this has to go on record, Chair, that on the day that this petition was to be presented to Parliament, it was not withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. It was on the order paper. But what happened is that the nominee did not show up. So that is a report that was in the House. That is what is unanswered. It was called out, and he wasn't there to move it. So I wanted that to be clear so that, for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I am not trying to defend myself, but he knows at what time, in most cases, the under papers are out. I've seen the Speaker was called very late in the night, and the letter was taken to him. So I was not in charge of the Secretariat of Parliament or how that got it there, but that is the truth. And I can always also go back to check the answer and what I recorded that particular time.
Point of order, Chair.
Speaker Murugara.
Yes, Mishi.
Point of order, Chair. Honorable Chair. Does that insinuate that the nominee is weak and cannot withstand political pressure?
If Nje Muturi can bully you to sign a letter.
Not by
Chair,
Mr. Speaker.
Maybe Chair, not to interrupt Linturi, but may I also make disclosure that it is in actual fact myself who got the Honorable Linturi to Jacaranda Hotel, if he remembers. And the circumstances then, if you know the kind of president we were dealing with, when Linturi tells you when you have a gun over your head, you really have no choices to make. And it is indeed true that letter was typed by Nje Muturi in the business center of Jacaranda Hotel. And I was then the vice chair of the Public Investments Committee, and I was directed by none other than President Uhuru Kenyatta to ship the Honorable Linturi out of this country in a trip that we were going to Turkey that weekend.
So you connived into undermining Linturi's integrity?
We did not connive, Honorable Speaker. And that's what I'm saying. It may not be a reflection of the Honorable Linturi.
Anyway, let's go on with other issues.
Or strength.
I'll now give the floor to Murugara. We have 6 minutes of your allotted time.
Mr. Murugara asked whether I have intentions of disbanding AFA. Yeah, so just like I've said before, AFA is a creature of an act of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, a minister or a cabinet secretary has no power to amend or to do any other form of changes to any act of parliament. Parliament must be involved. I have not gotten there yet. I have not personally interacted with institutions that fall under AFA, and I will not be fair to say whether AFA is living to its mandate or not. But in your wisdom, if it's the wisdom of this committee that you recommend me serve in that docket, then one of the first things I'll be doing is to engage AFA and other stakeholders to understand really how we can either transform that institution, whether it's living up to its mandate. But just like when I was trying to inquire, I know it has some bit of challenges because I'm told it has no bond. Maybe probably it has remained dysfunctional either for strategically or for any other reason, I do not know. But I will try to inquire and see how best we can be able to address the issues that touch on the mandate of AFA, and I will be involving the members of parliament kindly.
Posing Daud Mishi Koech Amisi.
Thank you, Speaker.
Question each. We have 4 minutes.
Speaker, from where I come from, it is argued that you don't milk a stone, you only milk a cow. And I want to be on record, Speaker, because we are not making, Chair, because we are not making any determination now, so that it's known by the time we are going to make our determination that the nominee is trying to use court to gag the committee from getting issues of integrity on him, Speaker. That is very critical. And to exit my question therefore for him is, there 70% of this country is arid and semi-arid, or thereabout. And in those areas, they keep animals, cows, camels, goats, and so on. When it comes to the Ministry of Agriculture, it's about crops most of the time. Should you get an opportunity, Honorable Linturi, what new thing will you bring to this 70% people living in 70% of our country in terms of recognizing cows, camels, goats as assets, as investment, so that, Honorable Chair, they can be collateral. Somebody can go to bank and get some assistance. We are keeping things which don't help us, Honorable Chair, until when they are sold or they are slaughtered. So what will Honorable Linturi bring that is new, that will give hope to this 70% of the people living in this country? I thank you.
Daud. Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Mithika. And I thank the President for nominating you. My question is, you stood for election as a governor, as you have already said, and you got more than about 190,000 votes, and that was good. You had a manifesto as a governor, and there is a manifesto of Kenya Kwanza. Could you probably tell us the cross-cutting issues between your manifesto and Kenya Kwanza, and if there were variances in your manifesto and Kenya Kwanza? You have said you will work with the governors. Will you work with our governor, Meru governor, in doing whatever you're going to be doing if you are put in this place? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just before my question, I just want to add on what the nominee has just answered, Honorable Junet's question in terms of reviving the sugarcane industry. I also want to add that you also need to put in your plans the issue of cashew nuts, bixa, and coconut industry, so that it just don't remain as a rhetoric during campaigns, but a real action to be done to ensure that we have this kind of industry. And my question would be, during Mashujaa Day yesterday, His Excellency the President has talked about putting up a fertilizer plant, East Africa Community Fertilizer Plant. Also talked a lot on subsidies on crops and even farming equipment. But more so, we have had little in terms of livestock and fish farming. What plans do you have as KK government to ensure that we also integrate these other two sectors in terms of agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you. Coach?
I will be very quick. Honorable Linturi, drought is ravaging this country. More than 4 million Kenyans are staring at starvation. Crops are perishing. Livestock is dying. What is your plan in future to cushion farmers from such drought? And number two, what is the KK plan to make sure that we do not necessarily have to, in future, just stare at farmers lose animals and crops? So what will be the plan to cushion farmers on such?
Do I, Speaker, do I
Chair,
answer?
I think I was to ask another.
Those are 5.
No, they are not 5. I gave to 5 members: Posing, Daud, Mishi, Koech, now Amisi.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. You know, once a German architect once said that the details are the devil is in the details. And when you are asked chronologically to indicate the education records and the employment records, of course, it needs to have time to each one of the events. But there seems to be a gap between the time you finished Igembe Boys Secondary and becoming a director of 5 companies. Due to an attachment, internship, worked in any one of our firms around before becoming a director. And you know, the hustlers are also watching how to learn from public officers how to reach where they are. So we could also see the proper chronological occurrence of your education up to the working. And the 5 companies, are they active? Then how will you manage the docket of agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy, while you are still a director of 5 huge companies? Thank you.
You can quickly answer those 5.
Mr. Speaker, first let me answer a question raised by Kwasi, and I want to put it clearly that I don't use a course to ngag a committee. When you look at when those orders were issued, Chair.
That was just a side comment. Answer the real questions.
I want to ensure that I have a livestock master plan to take care of the pocots, to take care of the pastoralists, be able to identify how many goats, how many cows, how many chicken that we have, Mr. Speaker. And you realize Kenya, I think is importing meat, yet we have the 3rd largest ant in Africa. I am going, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that progressively we will be able to see how we can manage our arable land, and so that we are able, because the problem that we have majorly with the pastoralists is pasture. I want to introduce something I want to call saline agriculture, where we will be able to tap the waters, probably like in Turkana, because water is saline, and be able to grow pasture and grass can grow there. There is no land that cannot be able to be utilized to support our livestock, because that is the major problem that you have in feeding the livestock. It's sure for them to have value, and because abattoirs and just like I said, the issues to do with livestock are also with the county governments. I know there are those feedlots that we can be able, in conjunction with the 21 harried areas governors, to see how we can organize the livestock sector so that they have pasture, water for their cows. But I know, and this answer will have to come from them because they are pastoralists, how we'll be able to keep the animals together, because even when these pastoralists or animals are moving from one place to another, there is a lot of loss of weight and minerals, and that is why you realize their livestock are not able to feed or to fetch so much money. So I will be engaging you. I'm not a pastoralist. I'm willing to listen, come up with ideas, and everybody else, because that's my duty, to address the problems that Kenyans have through consultation and advice. So I'm open-minded. My policy is open. Mr. Speaker, the question Rahim asked whether I will implement my manifesto. My manifesto ended when I lost the position of governor in Meru. But I want to tell you that manifesto borrowed seriously from the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, because we are in those consultative meetings, and I wanted to align my thoughts and ideas along the Kenya Kwanza plan to address the problems of our people in Meru, because I would not have done it alone without consultation, without working closely with the national government. So whatever we talked about and whatever is in the Kenya Kwanza government manifesto is what going to plan. That's the campaign I'm going to lead to espouse on government policy and agenda for us to be able to serve this country and in a manner that is so inclusive. Mr. Koech, you talked about drought ravaging the country. It is true that there is drought, but allow me to say that we have, and people are almost losing lives because of lack of food. We'll have immediate, medium-term and long-term plans on how to can deal with this situation. And one of the things that I think and the government has already started doing is the provision of relief fund to those people that are quite vulnerable. It may not, I would not want it to be a thing that we must really be happy about. Let it be, food relief must be a last resort. And irrigation, just like the president said yesterday, is something we'll have to ensure that any irrigatable land that is available for farming, then we put it into agriculture. I want to persuade the government or the cabinet to also be able to come to agree, because we have so many pieces of land that are owned by government. You realize it's a shame when you find the prison service is buying food or money is allocated to buy food, yet there are a lot of labor force and the very big tracts of land lying without any agricultural activity. So I'll be pleading for government to find it or to give a directive or a policy on how we can utilize government land institutions that have big land for use for agriculture. Our universities, those research institutions, how we can apply those pieces of land for agriculture and even for training, knowledge transfer to our young people who want to do agriculture. Then of course, agroforestry will be very important. Then how and to engage everyone else to deal with the effects of climate change. I will have to talk with my counterpart in the Ministry of Education, so that we also revive again the 4K clubs in our schools. I don't know how they ended up dying because as our children grow up, then they're able to know, to adopt an idea that we must start sending ourselves from the school and be able to appreciate how important agriculture is. Mr. Amisi, you asked about the flow. That was completely deliberate, because the documents that I've given out here, because people that are alleging, I don't want to give them an opportunity to prove, give them opportunity to prove their case. It is their business to prove what they are saying. So by so doing and understanding the powers of this committee and the correctness of the information that you give them, because it's also binding, I didn't want to assist them prove their own case. And just like I think both said, if there is anything that is not correct, it's a matter of time. But I want to say that whatever I am giving out here is true to the best of my knowledge.
Honorable members, we have so far done, just hold your cards, we've done 2 hours and 5 minutes with this nominee. Can we agree to an addition of 15 minutes, then we close? Yes. So I'll give all the remaining honorable members 1 question each. Naisula 1, go to Gikaria 1, Mole 1, Raso 1, Shuria 1, Mary 1, Mukami 1, in that order.
Honorable Speaker, my question was not answered.
Honorable Linturi,
yes.
Mama Mishi asked this question. You have talked about sugar. What about other crops like bixa, like coconut, like cashew nuts? What are you going to do about them? Note that and start with it after taking the other questions.
I answered.
Yeah, like that.
Naisula, 1 question each, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Linturi, you know, governments are there to serve the needs of Kenyans and actually prioritize. And these needs are not static. They change, you know. Now we have drought, then we are hopeful that we'll get the rains. And so it's not static. And right now, the biggest problems Kenyans are having, apart from the economy, is just having food on their table. And so when they ask for unga to be 70 shillings, people just want food. And that is the problem right now. But from what we have heard recently is that the government has subsidized fertilizer, which is very good. You're saying you're going to subsidize for production. But for consumption, we want food now. We know as we wait for the crops to grow, for the fertilizer to get to the farmers, what measures will you put in place to see, now that you have removed the subsidy on the maize or on the flour, but what will people eat as we wait for the crops to grow?
Gikaria, then
thank you.
Then Russell.
Well, Linturi, I know you are friends, and my question, just like Mishi has indicated, as you address other crops, can you please also address about pyrethrum, potatoes, and milk? Because these are key things within our region, and particularly the milk has really dropped. And lastly, though I'm not a fan of Wajakoya, but he came up with an idea that this country, about this Bangi issue, I'm not his supporter, but is it something that can be considered for purposes of medicinal value and getting foreign exchange, not for consumption? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Mithika, you still owe me my signature of that day and you disappeared. My question is, agriculture is devolved to the county government. And when I and you were growing up, we used to have agricultural extension officers who were a very good link between the farmer and the government. I've heard you say that you want to have a database of all the farmers in Kenya. How you'll do that, you have not given us the details. And I want to hear your comment on genetically modified crops, that is the GMO, in the basis of whereby we know most of the GMO seeds, they don't regenerate. You cannot harvest a GMO seed and go and replant again. And the effect they have to the society and especially to the farmers. How are you going to sustain farmers with a program of seeds? Because I can foresee your government under the government of today is agitating very much about GMO, whereby we lose the indigenous seeds we have in this country, the original maize, the original beans, the original ndengu, and the rest. What are your thoughts on that? And if you can detail your plan, and especially on the agricultural extension officers vis-a-vis is a devolved government function.
Russell. Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Linturi, agriculture to GDP contributes 24% and employs 60% of the Kenyan workforce. So when you say that agriculture is devolved, it is devolved, then I see you are likely to run away from the main issues that affect the Kenyan. But that is not a debate. I don't want an answer. But my main question is 90% of meat consumed in Kenya comes from the arid and semi-arid land where the pastoralists live. You have not talked about the livestock. And I foresee if this committee is going to approve your nomination, you are likely to talk about miraa, tea, coffee, pyrethrum, and other crops that is grown in less than 10% of the Kenyan landmass. Tell us, what do you have in mind in terms of bringing livestock to be one of the main GDP contributors for Kenya? Thank you, Chair.
Shuria.
Thank you, Chair, and I echo my colleague here. I hope you'll come up with a good plan for the livestock marketing and livestock production. And my question is, what is your take about the Galana Kulalu project? Thank you.
Chair, with your permission, I have 3 concerns, and I'll be very brief. The first one is a question that I've been requested to ask. The warehousing receipt system. Chair, I'll be very brief and very fast.
If you convey an outsider's question, you surrender your own.
Okay, it's related to what I wanted to ask, so I'll just combine. The warehousing receipt system has been put in the Ministry of Trade under Executive Order number 1 of 2022 by the President. Whereas the Act and the regulations was done by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was meant specifically for crops and livestock. So how does that misplacement sit with you? And because it's related to what I wanted to ask on, Mr. Speaker, currently the government is using National Serious Produce Board warehouses to store the fertilizer, the subsidized fertilizer. So my concern, because we represent farmers from the rural areas who need to access this fertilizer, what plans do you have in terms of distribution, ease access, and short distances? Because you'll find this depot is in one center within a county that is so wide, and it has got several sub-counties, because that is contributing to corruption that is still being experienced because of the long distance and what have you. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, the issue of segregation, because now GMO is going to be commercialized in the country. Kenyans are concerned. What are you going to do to ensure there's that distinction in terms of, if I'm going to the supermarket and I want to buy a non-GMO product, are you going to have plans to ensure that there's that segregation, while at the same time ensuring there is safety, and how you're going to counter the risk? I think I'll leave it there. The other one, my colleague has. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Mukami.
Congratulations to our nominee.
Thank you.
Honorable Linturi, I want to ask you one question regarding the grantee minimum return. Considering it's not very popular in a free market, I would like to hear how you are going to do about that.
You can quickly answer those questions, starting with what was left of Mishi Mbogo, and then Naisula down to Kami.
Mr. Speaker, if it may have escaped Mishi, when I was discussing about the livestock, on how we will be able to bring them together to add value, I also mentioned that I will be and we will not achieve adding value to them without us working together. So if it's for coconut and other nuts that can produce edible oils, because there are many that are there. So I'll be open so that we understand how it can be done. What costing? In any case, I think there is commitment from government to add value, so that we can, within the value agricultural value chain, we can be able to get more. So because there is that goodwill, it's not something that we'll be starting. It's something that I will be following up with all the stakeholders so that we work together. And Aishula asked how on what our immediate plan to provide food. I think I said earlier from the beginning that if people are dying today and they want food, the fastest way to ensure that they have food is relief food. You give them the relief food because that is what they require for now, as we organize ourselves to address the issue of lack of food in the medium term and the long term.
Chair, mine was on the price of unga, because the relief one had been answered.
The price of unga Mr. Speaker, who also, I don't think will also come down immediately because unless government is willing and ready to continue with the subsidy to bring down the cost of unga. This is a matter that will be discussed, and once discussions are on, we will be alive to the fact that we really have to do something so that our people can be able to eat. And let me also take this opportunity to answer the question that was also raised by Mule, because that revolves around provision of food when he brought about the issue of GMO. If you look at what informed the lift of ban of GMO, is that problem of lack of food. And we'll have to make choices, Mr. Speaker, and ask ourselves whether we need to let our people die or adopt GMO. I have not seen anywhere there's been any scientifically published in any journal where GMO has been sent to really be harmful to human beings. Mr. Speaker, I want to
point of clarification, Mr. Speaker, to the nominee, and they need to probably do more research. There is a great scientist in France who has done extensive research on GMO, reports done, and why the government of the day of the late Honorable Mwai Kibaki banned GMO was based on scientific proof of how dangerous the GMOs can be. And the worst part of it is, Honorable Nominee, the seeds cannot regenerate. You cannot replant a GMO seed, and that's scientific.
I wish you gave me time to continue answering this question, because the research on document that's popularly referred to was later pulled down, or was the scientists sent, and this is the information that I have, because even in this country, our biosafety and the biotechnology experts that we have, and people must really be able to understand exactly what GMO is all about. GMO, from my layman's understanding, is the transfer of genetic material, and the truth being that, and if our main problem is food, and I'm sure our government cannot be that careless to allow food that is harmful to our people. I want to be asking, Mr. Speaker, the experts, those that support, those that do not support the use of this GMO food, to really to have a discussion on us to agree on how we move forward. But as far as I am concerned, we must choose between what is a lesser evil. We travel quite often. You can go to America, you can go to wherever. What we eat is GMO. Yeah, so we wait for our people to die, or we give them GMO food? And for your information, Mr. Mule, you are a product of GMO. Yeah, when you look at the history of evolution of man, from Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, and now where we are today, it's genetic transfer that has taken place between human beings to where we are today. So when you graft trees or mango, or lime and the orange, you fuse them together, produce something else different. That is genetic transfer. So let us not...
Point of order, Chair. I doubt whether I'm a product of GMO. I'm a product of my parents.
Sorry. Chair, I think, Chair, the direction we are taking is not being beneficial to the country, because the issues the Honorable Mule is raising on GMO are really not factual. And it is indeed true that the scientist is referring to the French scientist, because I was in the Agriculture Committee in the 11th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, and that scientific information has since been repudiated by other scientists. And therefore, when we are on national TV and we want to make the country believe that GMO is harmful, that there is this science, that the Honorable Mule is not availing to this committee and the country, I think we are not being beneficial. True, Honorable Speaker, if I can finish.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
If I can finish, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is also...
Mr. Speaker.
He is not finished. Okay. Mule, hold your horses.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that protection, because I was saying we should not use this process, Honorable Speaker, of vetting to try and play to the gallery in terms of demonizing what is otherwise government policy. The Honorable Linturi is not yet Minister for Agriculture, and as members of Parliament we will have the opportunity to interrogate through the relevant committees the issue of GMO. And there is no government policy today that is saying there is no Kenyan farmer or any Kenyan who will be forced by government to either consume or plant GMO food. It is a choice you make. And it is indeed true in America. When you travel to America, you walk into a shop, you have the choice of either buying what is organic or GMO. And I want to believe that will be the policy of government.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Jeanette.
Chairman, I wanted also to bring to your attention that first I want to tell my leader, the majority leader, that he is the majority leader. He is not going to become the Minister for Agriculture for the next 5 years. The man who has a chance of becoming is the nominee ahead of us, if he is approved. I think he's competent enough to answer those questions. Secondly, Chair, the issue of GMO is a government policy. It was approved at the last cabinet meeting of the government. So it is important to interrogate the nominee very well on a government policy that he's going to implement, because he's the implementing authority as the Minister of Agriculture. So, Chair, it's in our place as a committee to know from him, as the man who's going to sell the seeds of the GMO to Kenyans, whether those seeds are safe, what scientists are saying, and what is his thought to make sure that the people who want to eat organic food, and the people who want to eat the GMO, eat GMO food.
Mine was just a point of information, Madam Chair, that the theory of evolution of man, as propagated by Charles Darwin, had nothing to do with the genetic engineering.
We don't even need to go there. He had no scientific basis for saying that, so we don't need to go into that. Yes. But continue responding to the questions as raised. You had reached Raso.
Mr. Speaker, let me also hand up that...
And avoid Honorable Linturi making an substantiated scientific statements.
Yeah, let me also hand up, and...
Because for sure, Mule is not a product of GMO.
I don't want to take that trajectory, Mr. Speaker, but let me end and say that the Ministry of Agriculture and Government, you know, there are certain institutions that have different mandates. Kenya Seed Company, Mr. Speaker, has the mandate to scale up or multiply seeds that are used by our farmers, and there will be that opportunity. There is opportunity for government to grow enough or to germinate enough seed for use by enough seed for use by our farmers. Mr. Speaker, if our immediate problem is really food, and of course government will be guided by best practices from other jurisdictions that manage or that consume or use GMO, won't be guided by one of the organization guidelines. Mr. Speaker, will also be, I think, be able to take decisions and say, for example, if this is GMO, we can label the maize that you buy or the food that you buy from our supermarket, so that when you go to your own supermarkets, you are able to identify whether you want GMO or not, or choose to die of hunger and not taking GMO. So because that is a really big problem that we must really address, and address it candidly. I was asked about I think is Raso about livestock. Livestock, Mr. Speaker, is an area that has really requires serious support as far as I am concerned, and I mentioned also that we'll be consulting with the farmers and the county governors, especially from the 21 semi-arid areas, on how we can be able to ensure maximum productivity and reap most for our farmers through livestock. We'll be proposing, since counties have wounding areas, they used to be called wounding areas for livestock, whether they can see how we can be able to establish food laws so that those animals that really, for us to gain more, can be fed from there and you wait, and then you have maximum that you can gain, because you have an institution like KMC that will be able to take up your livestock for commercial. We also have probably proposed off-take programs so that when there is drought a time like now, and ask government to also to keep a reserve, just like we are providing for food, strategic food reserves. We can also be able to persuade the government to provide for Akite that will be able to buy livestock during those drought, those very handy times, for purposes of making sure our farmers do not lose their livestock. There is also a livestock insurance program which you can also really bring in, so that in the event of loss of our animals, then the farmers really do not lose. But all this will happen, Mr. Speaker, if I have that opportunity to discuss with the people that are technical in the ministry, that will advise me, and then we'll be able to appear before you as members and the leaders of this country, because you are the people that are exercising raw power from the public in terms and agreeing on how we want really to our country to move forward. Mr. Speaker, I was asked something to do with the Ngalana Kulalo project, and from I think where I sit, the whole idea was from this was to provide proper infrastructure for investors to come in and do agriculture. But Mr. Speaker, this project, in my view, is good, something we really need to see how to revive it, because the whole project was condemned because from the first season, because the production that came out of the 10,000 acres was not able to meet the cost of investment, and people thought that was a scandal. There is no way you can have such huge investment and expect to reap benefits in the first season. So, Mr. Speaker, to address the future problems of our country, we must face this dragon end-on, and I think we will not shy away from dealing or improving infrastructure on Galala Kulalu, so that we can have investors to farm. Mr. Speaker, I think Mase talked about misplacement of roads in the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Agriculture, and on I didn't get properly, but was it Kenya Land?
It is about the warehousing receipt system.
Correct.
There is an order that has taken that to the Ministry of Trade, yet it was established by the Ministry of Agriculture for crops and livestock products. So that misplacement, how are you going to deal with it?
Mr. Speaker, you know, when I have made sure that our farmers have produced enough food, and in consultation, working together with all the other stakeholders, the other part in terms of how that food gets to its market, I think, is an aspect of trade. Where there will be need for us to consult with my brother Moses Kuria in addressing this problem, I will be willing and ready to engage. Where the farmers probably will feel that one or two things are not clear, are not right, we won't be open to discussions. And more often, that's what we find. Even when you legislate and pass law, there are those rooms where when you find there is some bit of lacuna, the intentions of the law was not properly, is not being achieved, then we'll always be coming back for amendments. So when it is tried, and for example, if it doesn't work, then you know the president has power to transfer functions from one ministry to another. So I remain hopeful that in whatever department or ministry and government institution or mandate is given, then being bound by the collective rule of government, then we'll be able to sort the problems of our Kenyan people together. Okami, I said GMR is not popular. Mr. Speaker, you know, we can also, when things are done differently, and the forces of demand and supply are left to fix prices in a normal market, then that would be the most ideal situation. Mugami, I think we can still achieve this if, for example, we were to ensure as government we are able to bring down the cost of inputs to a great level. If we can be able to maximize productivity on our small pieces of land, we can be able still to have the forces of demand and supply fix the prices of our produce. And I also want to tell the Kenyan people that are listening, the supply of fertilizer is not a quick fix problem of what we're having. We are trying to support farmers to apply that fertilizer to the source that need fertilizer. And that's something that we've not really discussed seriously about, because whenever government gives us subsidies on fertilizer, everybody goes running to pick fertilizer, even for soils that do not need fertilizer. So as a ministry, I want to ensure that we provide necessary information, we'll be able to test our soils and advise our farmers, and probably come up with a new platform where farmers will be able to know what fertilizer to use in what particular soil with certain pH. That way we will be able to achieve more productivity. And there are farms that have lined fallow for a long time, may require not fertilizer, and when that education is properly given to farmers, then we'll be able to succeed. It will also be necessary and important for people, our farmers, to know, and for the ministry and other county governments to know, fertilizer must be given at the right time, so that you do not give fertilizer once farmers have planted, or give CAN for top dressing when the rains are gone. So the timely giving of inputs or seeds, which must also be matched by a way we are able to forecast and be able to monitor weather patterns, will be able to help us increase productivity. And in that way, Mr. Speaker, I think we'll be all able to get the food on our table.
Thank you, Honorable Linturi. And now,
Chair, there is a clarification. There is a question regarding
members. Look at the clock.
It's okay, Chair. We just need to do this for the purpose of this vetting. I asked Honorable Linturi regarding agricultural extension officers vis-a-vis the devolved function of agriculture in the county government. And I believe you need to give us the clear policy the ministry will come up with, whether we are going to have agricultural officers commission.
Including my Parethram thing.
And Chair,
the Parethram.
Chair, you can answer them together. I asked about taking farm inputs, specifically the fertilizer, closer to the farmer in the rural village. What policy is government going to put in place to ensure there is a depot in every sub-county, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Chair, can I add on something?
Wow.
Honorable Linturi, I think we should also encourage our farmers to start using manure, what we used to do when we were young. Instead of using fertilizer, we do organic.
Chair, clarification also on the one issue. Chair, it will be very absurd if the nominee lives here without saying anything about fish also. Say something about fish. Please, fish.
that question, but he never answered.
Mr. Speaker,
You have 2 minutes to attend to all those issues.
Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Mheshimiwa.
And you've got it.
Yes, agricultural extension officers.
Taking subsidized fertilizer and seeds closer to the farmers.
Yes.
And then pyrethrum.
Pyrethrum and fish.
Mr. Speaker.
And the use of manure as opposed to petrochemical-based fertilizers.
Number one, that's a very good proposal from Mukami, and farmers must listen. If you keep more livestock, whether it's poultry, cows, goats, that will be the best excellent manure to use for our crops because they are safe, better than even the fertilizer we are talking about. Number two, agricultural extension officers, that's where we need to go. People require education. We need to educate our farmers on what we need to do. Mr. Speaker, when I was running as governor, in fact, there is no single meeting I didn't go talking about why it is important to employ extension officers. Even when I sit with the governors, I want to persuade them to have agricultural extension officers because these extension officers can be given performance matrices on how much food should be produced in a certain particular piece of land on by how many farmers to increase productivity so that we are food secure. So I agree, I support it 100%, and I am sure this can be done. It is achievable and will not succeed easily. We do not tap. I also want to tell you that I think somewhere, and why we are feeling this problem, is that the Ministry of Agriculture stopped employing these agricultural extension officers some time ago. I think like almost 10 years ago, they've not been employing. And even you look at the staff at the ministry, they are quite old. So we will be coming to you so that at least you can also allocate some budget for us to be able to start recruiting members to that, so that, extension officers to be able to beef up our education and training capacities to the farmers. Mr. Speaker, Emase talked about what we intend to do to ensure that fertilizer and seeds are taken closer to the people. Let me also commit that Kenya Seed Company, NDC, whose farms are used for multiplication of seeds, we are going to discuss so that they can be able to produce more and whatever support is required. Fertilizer and getting closer to the people, Mr. Speaker, we'll have either to get it done. You know, we have national cereals and produce boards, but they are not all over. This is one of the areas where we can be able to keep our fertilizer. But I think it's not because of the system that we want to use to avoid abuse and the cartels. Probably we will have to go to sit in and discuss with the agrovets on how we can be able to manage those stocks so that they can also be our owning area, our owning stores for the farmers that we want is to support this kind of a program. But Mase, you know, if we were to continue putting up more national cereals and produce bonds for purposes of getting very close to the location or to either the sub-location level requires huge resources. So we'll have to see how to balance our priorities because it is important that is done, or how we can partner with the county governments to ensure once fertilizer or seeds are delivered to the nearest depot of National Cereals and Produce Board, then they're able to support in the transfer or in the delivery chain so that farmers can be able to get their fertilizer at the nearest points possible. Any other question?
Pyrethrum and fish.
Mr. Speaker, I think fish is another serious economic activity in this country. And Juliet, I won't tell you, Mary is producing more fish than Kisumu or your area now. We are in it. We are doing a lot of fish, and fish is transforming people. I will be talking fish farming. I will be talking to my counterpart, Muvuria, who is now in charge of the blue economy docket, where that one is, and see how to support farmers. One is the production of fingerlings, so that as we encourage our farmers to keep fish ponds, then we also have the right species that can be able to do best in trying to support our food chain, because fish is food just like any other. And the other, pyrethrum, you spoke about pyrethrum. But Gekaria spoke about pyrethrum. I think there are areas in this country where pyrethrum grows. And pyrethrum, I think, is raw material of pesticides that we require for, we buy a lot of pesticide to preserve our seeds and our food. And I think time has come when we really have to sit down and see how to empower farmers, take back them to the farmers to do pyrethrum, because is a plant, is a crop that is so beneficial to our economy. I am inviting you, Mheshimiwa Gikaria, to share more thoughts and ideas on how this can be done, because just like I said before, that we are going to map out the country to have crops and data on where we have crops growing best in whatever county, so that in terms of disseminating information, then it's part of the thing that we need to be telling our farmers, so that they don't do a try and error thing. And I'm sure this is available. It is possible.
Thank you, Honorable Linturi. I'll give you 3 minutes to make your closing wish.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this committee for giving me an hearing, and I
have given you 2.5 hours. All your colleagues have been having 90 minutes.
I think I thank you, Speaker, for that magnanimity, and probably say it's because of the docket that I serve, because it's so critical to the country. I want to ask you and persuade you that in your wisdom, Mr. Speaker, that this country requires all of us. The arms of government must work together, must work in tandem, and I am willing and ready to submit to the authority of this House in making sure that the legislation that we propose, the ideas that you come with, will go a long way in improving food productivity, in making Kenya food secure. If I find favor in your wisdom and approve me as the nominee to take the position of CS Agriculture, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi. I'll now, before releasing you, advise you to engage with the clerk's office. They need some documentation from you before you leave the precincts of this county hall. Sergeant, you may show the honorable nominee the way out.
Franklin Mithika Linturi akiondoka hapo kikaangoni, amechukua takriban saa 2:30 kujieleza mbele ya kamati ufaafu wake na uwezo wake wa kuhudumu katika Wizara ya Kilimo na Mifugo. Ni zoezi ambalo linaendelea kushika kasi, ikiwa Mithika
maybe you can also clarify whether this is a degree that was under investigations by DCI Kinoti. Thank you.
Congratulations, Honorable Linturi.
To compare with what you sent to us, at a personal level, what is your financial net worth? Some of your finances have been in public domain.
Mr. Chairman, my financial net worth, which includes my investments in various companies in this country and other investments in circles, to the tune of around 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion.
Yes.
Segregation or tabulation?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chairman,
You can use them interchangeably. Yes.
Yeah, I have listed a list of the immovable assets that I own in a page in the statement of net worth that includes properties that are developed. I've also put in a list of all the vehicles that are available for my personal use. And I've also put in the amounts of shares that I owned in various constitutions, one including the parliamentary circle, which I am a member. Mr. Speaker, I've also listed in directorship of in different companies where I am one of the largest shareholders, which is also on pin 16, so paragraph 16 from the questionnaire, and all these total to the tune of around 1.2 billion.
Good. What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
My current incomes is the money that I get out of rental income, out of business that I do, like I am a dairy farmer. I keep cows and goats. I do sukuma wiki. And Mr. Speaker, the amount of money that I think I am expecting that to get probably in the near future is beyond 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, I have court awards that have been taxed and not been paid, and one that I'm trying to deal with is the EACC, who owes me money for wrongful prosecution. The other, Mr. Speaker, is government for failure to pay for works done. That is how what constitutes to beyond 1 billion shillings.
I will now invite you, Honorable Mithika Linturi, for under 10 minutes to tell us the story of your life.
Before I proceed, Mr. Chairman, if you may allow me, let me clarify that I only got one affidavit from the clerk and not two. I am willing and ready to answer to that question so that I don't get ambushed on something that was not presented to me. I only got one from Transparency International.
Go ahead. I also clarify, the clerk had mentioned affidavits, but now she says that is the only affidavit that was received. The one from Transparency International. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
Does the clerk want something from you?
Yeah, but there's a document I want to refer you to so that when it comes around, probably you may be able to guide me on how to proceed on these particular questions, which I'm supposed to give satisfactory answers to.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, having been a member of Parliament and having understood our practice I want you to guide me on how I need to proceed in answering questions where I may end up discussing matters that are before courts for determination. And Mr. Speaker, when I see, and I'm so happy, but regret at the same time because of that sub judice rule, probably I may not be able to explain to this country properly who Mithika Linturi is. I want to bring to your attention and to tell the country.
Honorable Mithika Linturi, you are not at liberty to anticipate any questions. You only answer questions that will be asked to you by the members. What I've invited you to do, and I'm sure you've been watching some of the proceedings from your colleagues, is who is Mithika Linturi? I was born here, I grew up here, I went to school here, I have done this in my life, I've encountered some obstacles, I have surmounted them or not, and I have been given the privilege to be what I am today. Something like that.
I'm guided.
So don't anticipate any questions. The questions will be asked by these members to you. And when they're asked, you are not entitled also to frame your own questions and answer them. You'll answer the questions that will be asked only.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accordingly guided.
Yes.
And I think, Mr. Speaker, my life began back in the late 1969, because that is when I was born, in a village called Iriaki in Igembe South constituency, formerly known Igembe North, Igembe District. Mr. Speaker, I was born from a very humble family, and what I remember most is when I was growing up and hunting cows or goats in a forest called Ndune near my home, when I was arrested by the chief in around 1978 to take me to school. That time, Mr. Speaker, the test that was used to check anybody that had grown of age to get to school was to lift your hand on top of your hand and see whether you would be able to touch the other side of your ear. That's when I went to Mwamba Primary School, and for around 8 years I went to, again, Mr. Speaker, to Igembe Secondary School. And the other thing that also makes me remember my first day in school, Mr. Speaker, and because of that I'm beginning, is when we were admitted and we were required to carry shoes and other items that we would use in school. Was that I went to school, my shoes in the box, and carrying the box on my hand to school, and everybody was laughing at me because they couldn't understand why I had not put on the shoes and had to carry the shoes in the box. Thereafter, I stayed there, Mr. Speaker, and after Form 4, I also went to Meru Technical School, and Mr. Speaker, thereafter, after finishing Meru Technical School, my father thought then I should have stayed at home to assist him in his coffee farm, because I'm from a family of 8, and then he required to spend some of his little earnings to educate my brothers and sisters. It became difficult after attending to my father's tea farm and coffee for some time, and then decided to rebel and go to look for something else to do, and that's how I left that home with only 30 shillings, without any clothes in a bag, without knowing where I would sleep. And my hustling life started from there. I made friends with many that I remember would be my role models. And during the course of life, I got interested in doing business here and there, and that's when I started business. I first of all got very interested in pursuing insurance, and I was the founder member of Access Insurance. Mr. Speaker, also as I was doing business, I met very many people who inspired me in different ways. And
I swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Eliud. You may take your seat. This is a committee of parliament founded in our standing orders. You sign the oath first. Sign.
Faster.
Thank you, Mr. Wallo. This is a committee of parliament, National Assembly, so to speak, chaired by the Speaker, yours truly, and members who will introduce themselves. It's a committee whose responsibility under the Constitution, the law, and standing orders is to interrogate you, to engage you, have a conversation with you, to establish your suitability to occupy the office for which His Excellency the President has nominated you. In so doing, we're going to have an engagement, and I'll tell you how we'll engage after these introductions, so that we can move a little faster in the interest of time, because all these processes are time-bound. I'll ask the Deputy Speaker to introduce herself.
My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
I'm Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Nelson Arap Koech, MP Belgut.
Caleb Amisi, MP Sabut.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shuri, MP Balambala.
Emase Mary, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Townist.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have the Secretariat led by the Clerk of the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sitting in for the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, I'm Florence Atenya Bonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and Other Select Committees. Accompanying me is Mr. Michael Karuru to the left, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the Committee Secretariat.
Good. Mr. Wallo, once again, welcome. We'll have an engagement here right after. We will have 90 minutes within which to engage you. Within that period, members will ask you questions through the chair. You will avail answers through the chair. Clear, precise, concise answers on the questions asked. Avoid any altercations with any member. Avoid raising your temper even if you are stressed to do so. We want to have a civil engagement.
Thank you, Chair.
Before we start, we'll ask you about some documentations, and once we finish that, you will be given 10 minutes to tell us the journey of your life. Please avoid being scattered and be focused, and tell us what is helpful to the committee. We're inquiring in your suitability to hold the office as a Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy. So we are unlikely to ask you to tell us how many fish there are in Lake Victoria. And don't volunteer that.
I stand guided, Chair.
Yes. Once we give you time to tell us your journey through life for 10 minutes, then we'll open the floor. So once we go through the documentation, I'll give you just 10 minutes. If you take less, the better. To tell us who is Eliud Owalo. Where were you born? Where do you come from? How have you walked through your life? And how did you end up where you are sitting? Simple things, but important things that will determine what your future holds. I'll ask you for some documentation. Number one, do you have the tax compliance certificate?
Yes, Chair, I do.
You've forwarded most of them already?
Yes, I did, but I've come with copies of the same.
The Office of the Clerk will want to compare the originals that you have with what you send to them so that they can be satisfied with the authenticity. You have your clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, Chair.
Do you have your clearance with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, please.
Do you have clearance from DCI,
yes,
commonly
please.
called the Certificate of Good Conduct?
Yes, please.
Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense in a court of law?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any investigatory report of a parliamentary committee or commission?
Not at all.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other sovereign?
Just Kenyan.
Just Kenyan. You have your identity card?
Yes, please.
You will present the original to the clerk. At a personal level, what is your financial net worth?
645 million, Chairman.
645 million. How is it made up?
Well, my Nairobi house has got a value of 120 million shillings. Upcountry, my residential house upcountry, Mr. Chairman, is worth 70 million. I own land upcountry worth 200 million. 4 cars worth about 15 million. A hotel facility, not fully complete, but 80 million as at now. Though based on the bill of quantities on completion, it's worth 293 billion. I've ventured heavily into commercial tree planting. And as at now, I estimate that the value proposition of that is 160 million, Chairman. This comes to a sum total of 645 million.
Excellent. Now I give you your 10 minutes to tell us the journey of your life.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm happy to be here. My name is Eliud Okechowalo. I was born on 27th February, the year 1967, in Asembo. Asembo is in Rarieda district of Siaya County. I went to the local Oboch Primary School before proceeding to Maseno National School for my O-levels, and then subsequently to St. Mary's School Yala for my A-levels. I then joined Kenyatta University, Mr. Chairman, to pursue my Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics and Business Studies, which I successfully completed, graduating with a second-class honors degree in Economics and Business Studies, Mr. Chairman. I also hold a master's, an MBA degree from the University of Nairobi with a specialization in human resource management. As we speak, I'm at the tail end of my PhD program at the University of Nairobi, pursuing a PhD in strategic management. I'm done with the coursework. I'm now progressing to the level of the thesis, Mr. Chairman. Professionally, based on my 22 years of experience in consultancy within the HR regime, I'm a fellow of the Institute of Human Resource Management, Mr. Chairman. My professional background is, I'm an economist by profession, a human resource management expert, and I'm also a strategy expert. So I've been practicing since the year 2001 as an economist, management consultant, and strategy expert, Mr. Chairman. My areas of core competency or specialization, Mr. Chairman, are micro and macroeconomic analysis, strategic planning, organizational restructuring, job evaluation, and management of strategic change, over and above facilitation of various management development programs in the areas such as leadership, performance management, management of change, and so on and so forth, Mr. Chairman. I've been practicing as the managing consultant of Eliud and Associates since inception on 6th February 2001. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, with respect to strategic planning, which is my main forte, I've had the honor and privilege of going through an extensive existential experience of having been the consultant for development of most of the strategic plans in this country in the public sector. With respect to ministerial strategic plans, in the year 2008, I was the consultant for development of the strategic plan for Ministry of Justice, which was voted the best strategic plan at that point in time among the ministerial strategic plans, Mr. Chairman. Among ministries, I've had the honor of being the consultant for strategic plan for Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Labor twice, Ministry of Heritage, Ministry of Cooperative Development, Ministry of Provincial Administration, and Interior and Provincial Administration, Mr. Chairman. Within parastatals, I've been privileged to have been the consultant for the development of strategic plan and business plan for the Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Airports Authority in the year 2010, Kenya National Highways Authority twice in the year 2013 and in 2017, the current strategic plan, Mr. Chairman, for the Kenya School of Government, the first strategic plan for KETRACO, that is Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, the first strategic plan for Competition Authority, the first strategic plan for Kenya Trade Network Agency, the first strategic plan.
In the interest of time, that will do. Go on to other areas.
Okay, so one thing I want to mention with respect to my professional experience is that in the course of development of these strategic plans, Mr. Chairman, and just for purposes of record, there are over 50 which have developed in the recent past in the public sector. I've also had the opportunity of aligning these strategic plans to relevant policy documents. Because organizations don't operate in a vacuum, Mr. Chairman, but do so within a framework of macro level and even regional and international level policy framework, I've had the existential experience of developing and aligning these strategic plans, not just locally to the Kenya Vision 2030 and its successive medium-term plans, but also regionally to the East Africa Community Vision 2050, the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and globally to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So from a policy perspective, Mr. Chairman, based on the mandate that I'm expected to execute, if this committee certifies my nomination, and of course by extension the full House of Parliament, I stand in good stead from a policy perspective to execute that mandate, Mr. Chairman. I also want to mention that specifically with respect to strategic planning, I've had the honor and privilege of having been the consultant for development of the strategic plan for Competition Authority of Kenya, Mr. Chairman. Why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning this because I'm expected to execute a CS mandate in an industry which has got few players. This industry, Mr. Chairman, needs to be guided by prudent competition laws, and in this respect, the wealth of experience I gained while developing the strategic plan for the Competition Authority will stand me in good stead as I provide leadership in an industry which is largely characterized by monopolistic, duopolistic, oligopolistic, and perhaps monopolistic tendencies, Mr. Chairman. I'm talking about an industry, Mr. Chairman, with few players, either 1, 2, 3, or with few players but differentiated products. That's what I've said in short. Also, Mr. Chairman, I've been the consultant for development of strategic plan for Kentrade, and this prepares me adequately to discern how to use e-commerce in the conduct of business, which is also integral in the ICT sector. That has prepared me adequately. Also, have been the consultant about 10 years ago for development of strategic plan for the Africa Telecommunications Research Institute, that is AFRALTI. This is a training institution for that industry, and I've gotten a wealth of experience in discerning the operational environment within which telecommunications sector operates, Mr. Chairman. Apart from that, Mr. Chairman, I've had existential experience of serving as a council member of the Kenya School of Government, and my experience in that space also prepares me adequately to understand the operations of the public sector. So, in short, Mr. Chairman, the wealth of existential experience spanning over 22 years which I've gained in the public sector prepares me adequately to understand, comprehend the operational environment within the public sector operates, the policy frameworks that guide or govern that sector, and emerging issues in the operational environment that we need to align to moving forward, Mr. Chairman. Within the political space, Mr. Chairman, may I also mention, for purposes of clarity, that I've had the opportunity to serve in the year 2012-2013 as the head of the CORD Presidential Campaign Secretariat, Mr. Chairman, and also Chief Campaign Manager to the then CORD Presidential candidate. Subsequent to that, I've also had a stint within the ANC party, where I also served as a close ally and strategic advisor to the party leader then of the ANC party, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, and also ran for a parliamentary seat during the elections, by-elections in Kibra in the year 2019. Subsequent to that, Mr. Chairman, I've been a part and parcel of the Kenya Kwanza presidential campaign, being a member of the Presidential Campaign Steering Council, being a member of the Economic Advisory Team, which came up with the bottom-up model and also developed the plan, the economic, the campaign manifesto, popularly known as the plan, and subsequently also developed the 48 economic charters on the basis of which we made commitments to the people by way of what we are going to do with respect to service delivery once we come into government. I've also served as Deputy Secretary General of the UDA party, responsible for policy and strategy, Mr. Chairman, but I've since then resigned, vacated that position effective 11th of October 2022. So moving forward, what I'm saying in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, is that I'm fully prepared for this position and I'm ready to execute this mandate if I'm cleared by this committee.
Thank you, Eliud. We'll now invite members to ask you any questions or to make any statement towards your nomination, and I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Owalo, good morning and congratulations on your nomination as for Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication and Digital Economy.
Thank you.
I think this is something Kenyans want to know.
Yes.
I know you know it, but I want you to state it to Kenyans so they can be able to judge your suitability for the position.
Yes.
As you know, the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto has prioritized the creation of employment for more than 5 million unemployed Kenyan youth. It's also hoped that the business process outsourcing industry would create jobs in places like the Konza Technopolis,
yes,
which is almost at a standstill at the moment as we speak.
Yes.
So Kenyans want to know what plans do you have for revamping and accelerating the completion and uptake of the Technopolis and contributing towards the commitment for creating jobs in that industry. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
We'll take four
questions.
Then
Okay.
you can answer them in the order they came or in whichever order you like.
Okay.
Kimani Chungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, let me declare interest that I worked closely with nominee Eliud Owalo, as he said, in UDA and in the Kenya Kwanza economic team. And I indeed appreciate his varied skills, even in microeconomic analysis. But Honorable Owalo, maybe I'll begin with the microeconomic analysis of your net worth.
Yes.
You indicate that you have land up country within Siaya County, valued at about 200 million shillings.
Yes.
I would want to know the acreage, whether it's one parcel and the acreage. 2, you indicate that you have about 200,000 Europhila eucalyptus trees sitting on 20 acres, valued at about 160 million. From basic arithmetics, means you have 10,000 trees per acre. I don't know how practical that would be to have 10,000 eucalyptus trees on per acre. That's on your net worth, and is a quick microeconomic analysis now that you have very good expertise in that area. On what you are being nominated for, Eliud, the Postal Corporation of Kenya has leased numerous of its assets across the country. Buildings, land to individuals. I would want to hear whether you may want to review some of these leases and their benefit to the corporation, because this is a corporation that's now on its deathbed. Employees at the Postal Corporation of Kenya are going for months without pay, while numerous of its assets are not deriving value for it. I'd also want to hear your thoughts on the sale of telecom spectrum, especially in the last 1 year, telecom spectrum that have been sold, and to the benefit of 2 prominent families in this country, and not to the benefit of the country or the sector that you're going to work in. I think I'll take that for now, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Let me also declare that Mr. Owalo and I both hail from Siaya County. And besides, we have worked previously very closely with Mr. Owalo in ODM. I remember during those days, Eliud, I, and a few others were what I would call ideological soulmates. And so on that basis that I want to proceed with my question. 1, Mr. Owalo, you will recall during those heady days, some 2 incidents. One is on the 14th of January, 2015. You led a team to Langata Primary School at the height of the controversy surrounding the alleged grabbing of his land by certain private developers or investors. You later addressed the media at the school compound, castigating these private developers, okay? And in fact, you are quoted to have said that these developers had hatched the plot to grab the land towards Christmas Day of the previous year and completed the fraudulent transaction within a matter of days through the connivance of the relevant state organs. What I want to know is, if you still hold the view, very strong view that you held then, that primitive accumulation of wealth and grabbing of public property is something to be eschewed, something to be frowned upon. Two is on the 16th of July 2013, remember you were summoned by the DCI over allegations of a plot to destabilize the then Jubilee government. Okay? And you went on record again to clarify that the summon had been made by a Mr. Cheriot of the DCI, who had wanted you to clarify certain issues. Well, when you came out, of course, you decried this kind of move as an abuse of state power and misuse of government institutions. Do you still hold that view? Thirdly, as I finish, is I have gleaned through your private website, and in that private website, you pride yourself as a market leader in the field of organizational restructuring. I would want to know what kind of restructuring we envisage, particularly with the Media Council of Kenya, which will be under your ambit or purview when you are confirmed. Remember the case of the CEO of this council arbitrarily attempting to throw out a board member, and Parliament had to come in to stop that illegal move. And again, the issue of funding of the council. How is the council accountable for the funds that are appropriated to it? Okay. Finally, is the elephant, the big animal called Government Advertising Agency. This agency has become a tool being used by the state to stifle freedoms, as envisaged under Article 33, that's of expression, 34, media freedom, and 35, the right to information held by the state. It is also being used to punish certain media houses by denying them advertisements. So what are you going to do to reform this area? Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would like I know the nominees are aware that National Assembly had passed the cyber crimes bill, and it was actually assented to by His Excellency the President to become an act of Parliament. Then it found its Waterloo in the court of law. Now, knowing and noting that the way social media has spread and the kind of things that people are posting on social media, particularly our young children, when they come out of Form 4 and get a smartphone, one of the things they'll go out there is to start probably either transmitting information that is not true, that is fake news. Several times they've killed people who are still alive, and also to insult leaders. His Excellency the former President did say that he came out of Facebook and Twitter because of those insults. Kenya has been, I think, ranked one of the worst cyber bullies. And for your information, Canada is a list in cyberbullying. The only bully, I think, in Canada was a Kenyan who has since left. Now, I wanted to know, what will you do to ensure that this situation is sorted out and is controlled? And of course, finally, I would like to know whether Kenya Kwanza still maintains that they will provide free internet everywhere.
Thank you.
Eliud, you can now answer those four.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Those questions have brought to the fore very pertinent issues which I want to respond to. On the issue of jobs, Mr. Chairman, we would, as a matter of priority, leverage on ICT to create jobs. One of the fundamental areas that we will target, of course, is agriculture. Through optimal deployment of ICT, Mr. Chairman, we are able to add value to the processes along the value chain so that we enhance efficiency and effectiveness within the production processes in the agricultural sector to create jobs, Mr. Chairman. Two, with respect to digitization of government services, which is going to be also a key result area for me in this sector, we envisage to create a critical mass of digital jobs with a view to effectively bringing into the job market current unemployed youth who are actually qualified but lack opportunities, Mr. Chairman. Three, we want, as opposed to just formal jobs, we want to ensure that we encourage and facilitate the culture of entrepreneurship, Mr. Chairman, through effective deployment of ICT, more so with respect to the digital jobs that we want to create, and the massive ICT literacy program that the industry envisages to be undertaken under this ministry, Mr. Chairman. We will equip not just students in high schools with the relevant ICT skills, but we will also ensure that correspondingly the teaching fraternity are well equipped with the relevant IT skills so that we have got a critical mass of young people getting out into the job market with skills that can facilitate entrepreneurship in this sector as opposed to opting for white-collar jobs, so that people are self-employed, Mr. Chairman. In the same vein, through adequate innovation and creativity, Mr. Chairman, we can leverage on the potential of KONZA to, one, facilitate production of cheap equipment, devices, which will be a means of creating jobs, ICT devices, which will be a means of creating jobs along the manufacturing value chain, on one hand. But two, also, we can leverage on the potential of KONZA to facilitate development of ICT software, which also along the value chains will create a critical mass of jobs, Mr. Chairman. So, granted, KONZA is currently punching below its weight. We can do much better, but it is on the right trajectory, Mr. Chairman. And if we put into place appropriate measures and means of revamping the operations of KONZA, including but not limited to enhancing its status by anchoring its operations on the mandate provided through an act of parliament, we can actually enable KONZA to operate at optimal capacity levels, Mr. Chairman. The second question was in relation to the net worth, more so with respect to the commercial trees which I plant. My proposition, Mr. Chairman, was that I am able to attach a value of 160 million shillings to these trees, and the Honorable Member for Kikuyu, Honorable Chungwa, has indicated that this will amount to 10,000 trees per acre, Mr. Chairman. I stand guided on this, but I believe that what I gave is actually a rough estimate of what the value proposition is based on valuation reports which I've gotten, Mr. Chairman. But I can counter-check that. With respect to the Postal Corporation of Kenya, the issue of the properties that the Postal Corporation owns, I do believe, and I'm a strong advocate of organizations.
Chairman, the nominee indicated you have a valuation.
Come again?
You have a valuation, or is that?
Not a valuation report, but estimates, which have been given, yes, yeah. I don't have the valuation report here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can get it.
But the land is in where, in Siaya?
It's Siaya, yes, Siaya County.
Acreage?
acreage is over 200 acres.
You're out of
Mr.
order,
Chairman,
Honorable Kimani.
Okay.
You have to do it through the chair. You're just engaging the witness.
Okay.
The acreage is over 200 acres.
Sorry,
but
because I had asked the specific questions and it was not answering specifically because I had asked the actual acreage.
Yes.
And the trees I had indicated it would average 10,000 trees per acre, which if you try and squeeze 10,000 trees on an acre, they will not fit.
Perhaps I need to look at the whole, re-engineer that whole space with respect to the statistics, Mr. Chairman, but the acreage is about 200 acres, out of which, as we speak, about 20 acres is on Europhila trees. But I can actually counter-check this fact and get back to the committee at an appropriate time. On the issue of postal corporation owning properties which are underutilized, from a private sector perspective, I'm a strong advocate of organizations concentrating on their core business, Mr. Chairman. And perhaps this could be an avenue of diversifying the revenue stream if we could get certain partners of postal partners from the private sector partnering with postal corporation to develop some of these properties instead of leaving them idle. This could actually be a means of diversifying the revenue streams of postal corporation, Mr. Kenya. On the sale of telecom, one, my understanding is that telecom holds a critical mass of strategic ICT infrastructure that serves various facets of our Kenyan economy, Mr. Chairman. Strategic in the sense that some of these are critical factors or critical services within the government ecosystem. As much as telecom had gone private, it would be prudent that as much as we advocate for privatization of entities, this should not compromise national security, in my understanding, Mr. Chairman. This is something that I believe the National Treasury, which holds shares in that entity on behalf of the Kenyan public, took into due consideration. And I promise that if I'm successful at this stage upon assumption of office, I'll quickly consult with my counterpart at the National Treasury so that we get a feasible way forward on the issue of telecom, while not at the same time negating the principle of privatization, which I hold very dear, Mr. Chairman. Now, on the issue of my ideological orientation, the honorable member has mentioned that on the 14th of January 2015, I raised issues with the grabbing of Langata Primary School land and whether or not I still hold the same position. Now, I'm a strong believer in good governance, Mr. Chairman, and the issues that I raised at that point in time perhaps brought this issue into the public domain. I believe that these issues are now before the courts of law, and we need to wait for our judicial system to bring this to a logical conclusion, Mr. Chairman. Now, as much as we need to hold dear the principles of good governance, I, in the same vein, believe that we need to allow independent institutions, Mr. Chairman, to execute their mandate without any undue influence from any sector in government. And if institutions are independent, let us not have any other arm of government interfering in the independent institutions, or the operations of those independent institutions. So I believe that the institutions which are charged with this responsibility will execute their mandate with respect to this case to a logical conclusion. And at that point in time, we will stand guided accordingly, Mr. Chairman. There's also the issue of I having been summoned to the CID headquarters on 16th of July 2013 on alleged matters of having some intentions to destabilize the then Jubilee government. Mr. Chairman, it is indeed true that those summons were issued one morning. I got those summons. I organized myself quickly and reported to the CID headquarters. But when I got there, I came to realize that the CID acted on some claims or allegations by some anonymous complainant. And at that point in time, the CID had not ascertained the veracity or otherwise of those allegations. I was indeed asked to write a statement, but I declined as a matter of principle because I felt that it was incumbent upon the CID to undertake its investigations, and once they had conclusively undertaken their investigations and come up with a technically feasible position, they were at that point then in time duty-bound to subpoena me, but I was not going to help the CID in undertaking its investigations, Mr. Chairman. The irony is, Mr. Chairman, that at the same time when I was summoned, I also simultaneously applied for a certificate of good conduct from the same CID, Mr. Chairman, which came back in the affirmative. The CID did indicate that they would summon me if they had got something substantive that they wanted me to respond to. To date, about 10 years down the line, they have never called me back. The matter ended there, and that's how the case. Those are the facts of the case, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of organizational restructuring, what do I envisage to do with respect to the Media Council? I'm a strong advocate of self-regulation of industries and sectors. I believe that we have got adequate capacity within the media fraternity to self-regulate itself. The role of the ministry would be limited to provision of a policy framework that facilitates an enabling environment to facilitate that, Mr. Chairman. I would rather the media fraternity regulates itself while we create that enabling environment. But if I'm successful and I assume office, I'll of course initiate constant, regular consultations with stakeholders in that industry so that we discern emerging issues from time to time that perhaps as a ministry we will then have to respond to or align our operations to. Just to look at what is emerging based on those consultations, and then we will deal with it. The issue of government advertising agency and whether or not it is curtailing the freedoms of the media. Now, I believe the intention of the government, or introducing the government in advertising agency to regulate or to administer advertisement of public sector entities, more so the ministries, was well-intentioned. In my understanding, the intention was to ensure optimal utilization of budgetary provisions for advertisement. This again is an issue we can look at, and depending on whatever feedback we get from the stakeholders, I believe in a participatory approach to leadership, Mr. Chairman, then we can re-engineer everything in that space at that point in time, based on matters arising therefrom or incidental thereto, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of computer misuse and cybercrime bill, and of course the whole space of social media and whether or not we should regulate social media in conformity to the laws, fundamentally, as a matter of principle, I believe in personal discipline and self-regulation. That is the starting point. As a matter of courtesy, we know we have got the national values which all of us are incumbent to align to. We need, first of all, to sensitize ourselves on these national values so that all players, the social media included, act and exercise their freedom of association with utmost responsibility. I would, however, as much as we have got the laws and regulations, not a strong proponent of curtailing media freedom. But the way forward is that within the confines of the law and based on the output of stakeholder forums that I intend to initiate, we should again be able to develop a common position on the way forward. But we have got the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Bill 2018, which actually gives adequate provisions for governing the operations of this space, Mr. Chairman. Subsequent amendments have also been made to propose to this bill through the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Amendment Bill 2021. So I believe from a legal, regulatory, and proper policy perspective, we have got all that we require to ensure that this space is adequately regulated, but fundamentally without curtailing the freedoms of expression as espoused in the dictates of our constitutional dispensation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll take Owen Bayer. I'll take Mary Masse. I'll take Raso. I'll take Mule and Naisula. You are? You want to go the most? Okay, Owen.
All right.
Down.
Okay.
Give to the Honorable Dawood and Raso, they want to go to the most. You want to ask questions and wait for answers, or then it will make no difference?
We want to do this and then answer.
I thought you want to throw in a question and leave us to take the answers. Okay? Then, okay, I'll give you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll give you with Raso and Mishi. Yeah. Mishi, you also want to go to the mosque?
Yes, Friday.
It's Friday today.
Yes. You finish, then I can excuse you as we go on with the rest. Oh, and I hope you don't mind. Matters of faith are very sensitive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate the nominee. Your predecessor, C.S. Musheru, introduced the Ajira program, which has not gone out to all constituencies of this country. In your position, if you are confirmed, do you think you will continue with that Ajira program and expand it, or you're going to do something more radical than what C.S. Musheru did? Secondly, regarding internet connectivity, I remember the President Ruto talking about internet connectivity for the whole country. How will you achieve it, and are you thinking of doing it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Owalo, you have been doing some work for government and quasi-government institutions. Yes. Particularly in the area of strategic plans, balanced scorecard, job evaluation. But within the same form, you have said that there's no conflict of interest. What are you likely to do? Because in case the House approves your nomination, you'll be sitting at an elevated position to actually influence jobs to be given to your company. How would you avoid that? The other thing is about KBC. KBC is a depository of the history of this country, and it is the mother institution that has given birth to all other media houses. What is it that you are likely to do that it does not just become an archive, but also a leading media house, like what we see the BBC has happened to the BBC over a century? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as per Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, they have said that they are going to reduce the cost of making phone calls and internet, and also allow Kenyans, and especially the youth, to access online platform so that they can access job opportunities for entertainment, for businesses and other use. I don't know how viable is it going to happen, because the last regime, where His Excellency was the Deputy President, you promised to give laptop to all the students in our schools, but it never materialized. I don't know how different are you going to do it right now to ensure that this one is achieved. The other one is on e-learning. as a remedy to ensure that we reduce the cost of education. But I would also want to hear whether you're going to extend this in terms of adult education centers, where so many Kenyans who could not access education during their early ages, now they want to be literate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Eliud, you can quickly answer those short, precise questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ajira digital program is a fundamental and, in my view, very feasible proposition. Yes, we will continue with it because it is actually a mechanism of leveraging on our digital platforms to create jobs for the youth. If we enhance the ICT infrastructure in place, Mr. Chairman, we should be able to have this Ajira digital program rolled to all parts of the country. And with the intended rollout of 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, we should be able to facilitate access to the Ajira digital program in all parts of the country. With respect to internet connectivity, yes, we will enhance this. How do we do this, Mr. Chairman? One, the starting point again is the ICT infrastructure. Ensure that through the digital superhighway, we have got reliable and stable and extensive ICT infrastructure all over the country. And then once we have done that, we come in to see ways and means of lowering the cost of internet so that we have got access to internet all over the country, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ceteris paribus, the cost of internet, like any other product in the market, is a function of the inputs that go into the productive processes. If we lower the cost of ICT infrastructure, we should then be able to end up with affordable internet everywhere, up to the village and even the household level, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of my hitherto extensive consultancy experience within government and SAGAS, and whether or not or how I will handle that moving forward, Mr. Chairman, I strongly subscribe to the principles of good governance. I understand the fact that if I assume office as CS, I cannot continue undertaking consultancy for government. As we speak, I've already given firm instructions to my lawyers to evaluate this position and see how fast, upon assumption of office, if I'm cleared, I can then vacate the consultancy space for governments, Mr. Chairman, and this is something that I promise to do. There will be absolutely no conflict of interest on my part with respect to consultancy assignments, more so with respect to specifically the execution of these assignments by the firm where I've been the managing consultant, Eliud and Associates. With respect to KBC, I fully and exclusively agree with the honorable member that something needs to be done about KBC. Mr. Chairman, it is ironical that KBC, with its strong brand and wide network of infrastructure, is today punching below its weight in the marketplace. This will be one of my key areas of intervention if I come into office as CS for this ministry, Mr. Chairman. So what do I intend to do? One, I intend to revitalize the operations of KBC, first of all, by rebranding it. I don't quite understand the reason that informed, first of all, the change of name from the Voice of Kenya to the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Chairman. You know, there are certain very simple, basic things you can do and just change, turn over an organization. Just by changing the name of KBC to and reverting it back, for example, I'm just giving a hypothetical example, to its hitherto Voice of Kenya. That stands KBC in good stead to be seen as a market leader in that sector. Simple things, you just rebrand it. Two, we can strengthen or leverage on ICT to re-engineer the content of KBC so that it gets effective positioning in the market. 3, we need to revitalize the infrastructure of KCB so that it is in tandem not just with market needs, but also benchmarked with global best practices in that industry, Mr. Chairman. Those are some of the interventions, and I promise, without fear of contradiction, Mr. Chairman, that the issue of KBC will not just be one of my thematic areas or key result areas of intervention, but I would also want to be held accountable by virtue of having a very clear performance indicator as far as turning KBC is concerned. The issue of cost of internet and creation of jobs, yes, I believe I've answered this, but I can just come up again and give more value proposition to my earlier answer. If we enhance the ICT infrastructure and ensure that we have got adequate skills through the digital literacy program, not just for the students, but also the teachers and also other market players, such as the health sector and the public at large, we should then be able to leverage on ICT to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in our production processes, not just to bring down the cost of living, but also to create jobs, Mr. Chairman. Issue of laptops, yes, this is something that I believe is doable, and if in any case we will do it. Through the Konza Metropolis, Mr. Chairman, there is already a rollout of distribution of these laptops to school. But it is not just an issue of distribution of laptops. It must be in tandem with simultaneous undertaking of a massive e-literacy program at all levels, Mr. Chairman, so that the demand in the market is responded to, Mr. Chairman. The e-learning for adult education centers, this again, just the same way we are going to have the digital villages targeting the youth, we can equally do the same for the adults, Mr. Chairman, so that we really have a truly digital economy without unnecessary segmentation of that marketplace where we have some lopsided interventions where perhaps only the youth are benefiting, but we leave out the adults, Mr. Chairman. So yes, it can be done.
Thank you, Eliud. Owen.
All right.
We can release... yes, sir. Mary, I'm very clear what I'm doing, Mary. I had given Owen Bayer, yourself, I was going on, then they raised the issue of going to the mosque. So now I'll give to Owen, you, then I'll give to the team at the back, I'll give to Naisula, Gikaria, and Mule. Please ask one question each so that we manage our time well. I think the gentleman is doing reasonably well.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and Chair. My question on Nigeria has been responded to, but I would like to focus on something you said when you were telling us about yourself. You said you're an expert in organizational restructuring and strategic planning. And in that vein, you showed us how you have been involved in almost all ministries in this country, developing their strategic plan, strategic planner ideas about how to carry out some work. But seemingly, having said you did all that, this government, the past government, past regimes, didn't seem to have touched the lives of people, despite your infusing those ideas. And the cost of life went high, cost of living went high, everything else didn't go right, and yet this government seemed to have been exclusively operating on your ideas. What value do you bring to the new government? What is it, what new ideas do you have that will permeate government and make life better, reduce the cost of living, make life good for Kenyans? And what went wrong despite your ideas? Thank you, Chair.
Mary.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Through you, the nominee. One of the other pledges that we gave to the Kenyans through the Kenya Kwanza pledges was the mainstreaming, was the need to mainstream the development of arts and culture. I'm talking about theaters, music halls, art galleries, into the infrastructure development program. We all are aware that we have a lot of talent out there. And to the members, I know each one of us has had to support an artist. Where I come from, they go and record music in Uganda. So my question is, as Cabinet Secretary, what are some of the areas you'll prioritize, and how will you address the challenge of funding the infrastructure projects to unlock the potential of the creative economy? And I offer you 5 acres of land in Teso South to start one for Busia County. Thank you.
Yes, Naisula.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Owalo, how do you facilitate the inclusion of students from the rural communities or those that are in far-flung areas who don't have access to modern technology and internet connectivity, just so that there is equity? And Mr. Chair, if you'll just allow me to add this, that having worked at KBC, I don't think that rebranding is the main problem. It has been rebranded and rebranded and rebranded before. I don't think that is the main challenge. You might have to relook at it. But I want to also hear about the staff. You have to look at their motivation when you look at promotions, their salaries, just so that KBC is not only an incubator of good talent and then they move to the private media houses, but you should actually aim to retain the great talent that is at KBC.
Good.
Yes, Nakuru East. I am impressed, Mr. Owalo, by what you've done on the aspect of the pro bono. You know, sponsoring Gor Mahia, AFC, and others. How I wish that that amount of money would have been used at these small clubs in Siaya village for you to be able to, to tap talent. Because, as you have said, and I've seen some of the articles that you've written on how the government should come in and save AFC and Gor Mahia, which is something that is okay. But how I wish you would have gone down to the village. And my question is about if we digitalize services, government. When I was doing my course, we were told as we also digitalize, then the aspect of cutting employment is also very huge. As you digitalize, then you reduce the number of employment, because if things were done manually, you could see how the number of employees, and yet Kenya Kwanza is there to create opportunities, job opportunities, and to reduce the unemployment percentage. So how are you going to balance as you digitalize vis-a-vis, killing job opportunities that are brought by that? Thank you.
Mule.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This goes to the nominee, and my question goes by what is in the public domain, which is the unearthing of state-owned fiber optic network project, whereby the lender, who is Exim Bank of China, is said to be in debt of 21 billion Kenya shillings, and the access of the project documents, contracts signed between locals and international, has been an opaque and has not been very clearly exposed to the public. As a cabinet nominee, will you be in a position to give us a clear openness on this project, together with device management system being installed in communication mobile for Kenyans, which might lead to serious surveillance of Kenyans without their notice? I know you might not want to comment on this because it's an issue between the Communication of Kenya and the Supreme Court, which they need to pronounce themselves. But your view as an expert of management, are these realities, when if you are confirmed by this committee, to bring to light these two kind of projects to Kenyans to make sure that we are safe?
Eliud, I think we can take the remaining 5 so that you can answer all of them.
Okay.
Where questions overlap, you
I
just
harmonize, yes.
Yeah, you harmonize.
Yep.
Amisi, then Kosing, then George, then Ferdinand, then Mukami.
Thank you.
One question each, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The nominee, you started by describing the various types of markets, from the monopolies or oligopolies, and touching on monopolies that have controlled the market here in Kenya. Most citizens become suspicious of the monopolies that exist because they basically cause inequalities, and they wield a lot of economic power. They exploit, factors of production, labor, and capital to the disadvantage of the other new entrants. Do you think it is a common threat to telecommunication in the near future, and even in the media? Because when you focus so much on one state media to the disadvantage of the other, in a very highly competitive global environment, is this a threat, monopolies?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Nominee, my name is Honorable Kosing David, MP for Poko South. I didn't say my name earlier. Mr. Chair, the nominee is coming at a very critical time. Should this House, through this committee, approves him? And there's been a bit of some controversy back and forth, particularly on the marginal areas of this country, which of course is known as arid and semi-arid areas or counties, which then is about 70–80% of the country in terms of network, Honorable Chair, for purpose of communication, security, and so on. And what's the controversy? The controversy is that, for example, Safaricom don't want to do network or build masts there for people to access network. Why? They think that it is not economical, because then people cannot, or maybe they cannot get enough money from the people living around there for purpose of communication. And therefore Celtel, Telcom, and Safaricom are not interested about this area, 70% of the country. Now, Honorable Owalo, should you be, what will you consider? Because there's this fund called Universal Service Fund, which was established by the people of Kenya because of that, so that this fund can be able to build networks in those areas so that Kenyans can access network. But nothing much has been done. What will you do in your 100 days? Will you promise this House that in your 100 days, because millions of those Kenyans living in those areas now are listening to you and watching and saying, what will you do? Will you take that one as one of your performance contracts from ourselves, from myself on behalf, and say you will be able to take this fund to where it is supposed to have been working, which is those areas which people consider uneconomical, and yet there are people of Kenya living there. I thank you, Chair.
George.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Nominee, we represent rural constituencies, and a while back we were encouraged through CDF to construct ICT hub centers. Not many were constructed because I think there were reservations, because people felt the ministry may not be able to carry this through. But in your own estimation, and upon being confirmed if that is going to happen, do you undertake to us, even to Parliament, that if these ICT hubs are constructed, you will quickly move in, equip them, and our youths are able to access ICT through those hubs for purposes of employment, research, and whatever else we have to do through those hubs?
Of Kwanza.
I see. My name is Ferdinand Wanyonyi of Kwanza constituency. I have seen some bit of realignment of the parastatals in the government, to the extent that even some departments are realigned wrongly. I know of a case where I've been discussing with my colleagues here as well, you find that irrigation department, which is basically in agriculture, was moved to, I know irrigation is water, but what you irrigate crops, is moved to blue economy. I don't know by name or whatever, the arrangement of that. And if you have been a consultant, I see you're very vast in this, and I respect you for that reason. Again, we have had a case where government bought shares from telecom. Yeah. Now I think it's, so to say, is now state-owned. Telecom is state-owned. I don't know for what reason this has happened. And now you find now telecom is not doing the same thing. We used to use it for postal or for land, moving the communication by land. Now it's no longer there. I'd rather get matatu, put whatever I have to take to my up country instead of using the post office. What's your view on this? Am I right or you're right? We've done this arrangement, which I think, in my view, is actually taking us backward. Or is it for individual gains?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mukame, the last, this batch.
Thank you, our nominee. I'm impressed you've done your homework. What will you do to safeguard talent and intellectual property for the youth who will be the drivers of the digital economy? And I would also like to know what you think about the split of Safaricom to M-Pesa and Voice. Thank you.
You can quickly answer those, Eliud.
Okay, first of all, from Honorable Massey, the issue of mainstreaming the development of arts and culture, the creative economy. One, what we need to do, first of all, is to tackle this issue by understanding the functional domains which fall within this sector. We have got music, we have got design, we have got theater, just to mention but a few, and even arts and crafts. Now, this is an economy, Mr. Chairman, that envisages to exploit the potential of hitherto untapped capabilities amongst our youth. How do we do this? First of all, there is need for appropriate legal and regulatory framework in this industry. We have got the Copyright Act. This needs to be strengthened, yeah, so that the intellectual properties of these young people is not taken advantage of by middlemen or based on dysfunctionalities in the marketplace. Two, we need to empower these people through provision of adequate access to capital. How do we do this? If I'm confirmed and I take over office, I need to initiate the Kenya Film Bill and liaise with the House so that it becomes an act that will facilitate the establishment of a film fund, Mr. Chairman, that can facilitate access to cheap credit, provision of widely accessible credit, but also being disbursed at optimal rates of interest, way below the prevailing market or bank rates, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, is he coming back? Chair?
Yes.
Is he coming back to my question or does he
I missed your question. Oh, yes, Honorable Owen Bayer. The issue of restructuring, yeah? Oh yes, I've developed many strategic plans, but then there's a disconnect between the number of strategic plans I've developed and what has been witnessed by way of results. Now, let me clarify, Mr. Chairman, that strategy has got three facets. There's the component of strategy formulation, there's the facet of strategy implementation, there's the facet of strategy monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. All these facets of strategy, Mr. Chairman, are anchored on what critical success factor, which is leadership. We don't have a shortage of strategic plans in this country. Historically, since independence, we have always developed good strategic plans. But we have been having a leadership deficit. What do I mean by a leadership deficit? Anytime you come up with a major change program, you must have a transformational leadership that can facilitate effective implementation of those change programs, while at the same time ensuring that you have got an elaborate risk mitigation framework, Mr. Chairman. We have had good plans, but the will to implement some of these plans has been a challenge, based on leadership at the top echelons, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, that today, under the Kenya Kwanza government, we have got a leadership that is transformational, a leadership that is a change agent, a leadership that is ready and willing to venture into hitherto unfamiliar territories for the benefit of the Kenyan people. And I believe that in the next phase of our strategic planning cycle, where we are going to develop the 2023-2022 strategic plans for ministries and the implementing agencies, we will not just come up with strategic plans that will not be implemented, Mr. Chairman. So that then will facilitate successful implementation of the strategic plans. Okay. So the answer is leadership deficit has been a problem. The issue of mainstreaming of arts, that one I've answered. The issue of whether students will have access to technology, I believe in the principles of equity, impartiality, and equitability, Mr. Chairman. We are going to enhance the ICT infrastructure indiscriminately to all parts of the country, so that we have got adequate ICT infrastructure in every village up to every household, Mr. Chairman, so that our ICT functional domain can contribute to the extent of the envisaged 10% of the GDP, Mr. Chairman. Issue of KBC, yes, I agree with Mheshimiwa again that we need to look at staff motivation. My position on this is as below, Mr. Chairman. One, the remuneration structures in government are largely regulated by the Salaries Review Commission. But as a consultant, I believe that our remuneration architecture should be informed by an objective job evaluation exercise, whether it is done by SRC or any other private sector provider. But the guiding principle should be the ability to pay. If KBC was turned around through an effective turnaround strategy and it became viable, feasible, and has the ability to pay, nothing stops you from telling SRC that, look, these are the salaries and remuneration levels that you are proposing to enable us attract and retain the staff that we already have. We want to benchmark our salaries and benefits levels with the prevailing market rates, and we have got the ability to pay. SRC will not stop you. The only problem we have in the public sector, Mr. Chairman, is that organizations rely, or largely, parastatals rely largely on the exchequer for purposes of funding. We need to move away from that space so that we become creative and innovative by way of exploring new and more viable means of resource mobilizations, anchored on an appropriate and elaborate innovative resource mobilization strategy, Mr. Chairman. Of course, backed up with diversification of the revenue streams. Issues of sponsorships, which I've undertaken over a long period of time to our sporting fraternity, Gor Mahia, AFC, and the like. Yes, I agree with you fully and exclusively that we need to cascade this down to the lowest levels. Just yesterday, I was having a discussion with my counterpart nominee for sports, Honorable Ababu Namwamba, and this is something that we want to pursue together, Mr. Chairman. I've got a lot of passion for sports and development of the hitherto untapped youth talent. As to whether or not digitization will lead to the cutting down of employment, I think that is the traditional thinking as opposed to the innovating thinking, Mr. Chairman. We can grow the two hand in hand by leveraging on technology while at the same time exploiting that potential to create jobs. It's a question of how creative we are. Let us not deploy the traditional approach that where there is one additional computer, one person must go home. On the issue of fiber optic network, as to whether or not, or the issue of Exim Bank of Kenya having been a lender through an opaque system, I would seek indulgence of the House that you allow me, if I'm approved by this committee, to get into the House so that I hold adequate consultations with my counterpart at the National Treasury at that point in time, so that based on the principle of collective responsibility in government, Mr. Chairman, I'm not coming up with a proposition before this committee that will not stand the test of time. On the issue of monopolies and whether or not...
Yes, Mole.
Thank you.
Why don't you let him finish, then you seek your clarification?
I just want him to finish one for all because it's something... Oh, okay, fine.
Okay. On the issue of monopolies and whether or not that can cause disproportionalities in the market space, Mr. Chairman, my stand is that the role of government is to put in place an enabling policy and regulatory framework that ensures that we have got a level playing ground in the marketplace. Once that is in place, then it is incumbent upon each and every player in that space to exercise its strategic agility and maneuverability for effective positioning in that marketplace to attain both comparative advantage and competitiveness. So I would really not want to go or buy the argument that monopolies will lead to market efficiencies, and therefore we need to go a step further and curtail strongly performing organizations so that they come to the same level with organizations which are inefficient. Organizations have to be creative, innovative to survive. And in that operational environment, Mr. Chairman, it is cutthroat competition, and it is incumbent upon you as a player to cut your own niche in that operational environment. Ours is to provide an enabling legal, regulatory, and policy environment as government. The issue of semi-autonomous areas, yes, as to whether or not we will extend the ICT infrastructure into those places, yes, and we will actually leverage on the Universal Service Fund, yeah, so that we utilize the resources available within that basket to extend the ICT infrastructure to those places so that we have got some equity and equitability in the provision of ICT infrastructure, Mr. Chairman. The issue of constructing ICT hubs or centers, this will be cascaded down to the lowest levels, Mr. Chairman. We will continue with this. It is already work in progress, and we will continue with this to the lowest levels of our operations, or the bottom of the pyramid, so that as we extend this, it is also in tandem with our bottom-up economic proposition. The issue of realignment of government functions with the mandates, functional mandates of the ministries. Executive orders, Mr. Chairman, are not cast on stone. They are developed by human beings. As and when there is an anomaly detected, yeah, within what the functional mandates of various ministries espouses, and where the implementing agencies are domiciled, these can always be relooked at. In fact, as I speak, ourselves as cabinet nominees, we have been asked already just to look at the executive order and propose any value proposition based on these functional mandates to facilitate effective alignment. So this can be done, it will be done, and it has always been done, Mr. Chairman. The issue of telecom, as to whether we are reverting to state ownership, I'm a strong believer that the work of government is to provide an enabling legal and regulatory framework as opposed to competing with the private sector in business, Mr. Chairman. But for strategic reasons, which I had mentioned earlier, we also need to recognize that Telecom Kenya has at its disposal or within its jurisdiction a critical mass of strategic infrastructure. That space has to be looked at from various facets of government, not just the ICT ministry itself. It has got to be looked at from the National Treasury, from the Ministry of Interior, and again, based on the principle of collective responsibility within government, I promise that if I assume office, I will discuss and get to a level playing ground or develop a common denominator with my counterparts, and we will come up with a feasible way forward as far as telecom is concerned within the short run. The issue of safeguarding talent and intellectual property, I believe that answered that again. We need to strengthen the legal and regulatory framework. I've talked about the enforcement of the copyright law. I've also talked about the issue of just ensuring that we eliminate duplicity of effort between the Kenya Film Corporation and the Kenya Film Classification Board. Through a relevant bill taken to Parliament, Mr. Chairman, we can actually, in my view, end up with one entity that can take care of the whole of that space while charged with the mandate of ensuring optimal exploitation of the talent that we have amongst our youth on one hand, and also through the establishment and operationalization of a Kenya Film Fund, ensuring that we have got adequate provision of finances to these young people on the other, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, through Chairman, spirit of Safaricom.
You see, Mr. Chairman, there are very basic but fundamental economic principles that we need to conform or align to in the private sector. Safaricom has got two main facets. There's the telco side and there's the finance side. The telco side will largely be regulated by policy formulation from the ICT and Digital Economy Ministry. On the flip side of it, the money side, based on the law, needs to be regulated by provisions of the CBK Act. I believe that to facilitate effective regulation, this is what has informed the envisaged split between the two functional domains, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mole.
Thank you. Probably, nominee, you need to understand my question is coming from the basis whereby the national government want to do connectivity for the entire country, and the county governments, or the 47 counties, whereby we have the national optic project.
Yes.
The issue is this. We need to open up this program to Kenyans, and then Kenyans to understand, whereby we are linking it up with the device management system, that is the DMS, which will likely going to monitor whichever call you will make, whichever call I'll make, whichever call Wanjiku will make in this country, and that amounts to discrimination on conversation between Kenyans, and start monitoring Kenyans. What are your thoughts as the CSITC?
Secondly also,
I'm not opening any round two.
Yeah, you're not.
Answer the questions.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, now, clarification, Chair. It's important.
Yes, proceed.
You know, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. You know, we are here also for people. That's why we are vetting. And as representative of the people, I didn't get my answer properly about the network, Mr. Chair.
Poor network.
Poor network. No, really not. I agree, poor and even no network.
Non-existent network.
Non-existent network in the entire pastoralist areas. An example, so that people don't think that we are talking from nowhere. If you go, like, for example, Tiati, there's no network, and that's why there's insecurity. If there was network, maybe we could have even gone to those areas. Baragoi, the entire come to Marsabit, and entire northern Chair. It seems maybe the nominee has never been in those areas. Maybe That's why maybe he might not understand how it is happening. So what is his opinion or take as he might come in if we approve him?
Okay. Quickly. I think the approach should be, if you get this job,
yes,
what are you going to do to have 100% coverage by all these networks across the country?
Yes.
Yes. That is what you want, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
One, as a ministry, so that I pick up that question quickly before I refer to the former, we will ensure that there is adequate ICT infrastructure in these areas through the envisaged 100,000 kilometers fiber optic network. That is one. Then two, we will engage the players correspondingly, the market players, to also ensure that they entrench their services to these areas. If the two go hand in hand, we'll be home and dry. It's as simple as that. Okay? That's why we are coming in as change agents to do it, Mr. Chairman. Let us not be captive to the past. We are coming in.
Don't exchange with him.
I'm addressing you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes. That's why we are coming in to bring about change, Mr. Chair. My apologies. Yeah. We cannot be captive to the past. We are coming in to offer transformational leadership that is going to introduce radical change, so that we are not captive to the status quo. And we will do it, Mr. Chairman. The second question was the issue of data security, Mr. Mule raised. You see, there's the issue of the Data Protection Act on one hand, and the Computer Misuse and Cyber Security Act on the other, Mr. Chairman. One, the Data Protection Act, among others, is meant to facilitate a situation where data in the hands of the market players is not abused or misused. And the provisions are very clear. So we need actually just to enhance that. And if there are any issues or emerging issues that need to be addressed, again, I've said from the onset that we will adapt a participatory approach and engage all stakeholders so that their views can be integrated into this process. We also need to understand, Mr. Chairman, that the rate of change of legislation or legislative reforms or policy and regulatory reforms is slower than the rate of innovation. So if innovation is ahead of legislation or policy or regulatory framework, then we will definitely introduce changes or propose changes to the existing policy, legal and regulatory frameworks so that it responds to the needs of the market. I believe I've answered.
Tell us in 3 minutes what you wish this committee to do for you.
One, Mr. Chairman, in my concluding remarks, my proposition is that I've got a vision for this sector. My vision is an empowered and digitized Kenyan society. To realize this vision, I believe working together with the team that we have within the ministry and the sector at large, including the implementing agencies, we should be able to facilitate economic transformation of Kenya while leveraging on ICT for purposes of competitiveness and sustainable development. I believe that I'm coming into this sector, Mr. Chairman, to offer transformational leadership, to introduce change, and to realize this, I'll ensure that we have got appropriate planning framework within the ministry and the implementing agencies. I'll ensure that we have got structures that are effectively aligned to the strategy at all levels to facilitate implementations of the plans that we will have. I'll ensure we have got comprehensive performance management framework that will facilitate implementation of these strategic plans, while at the same time also having a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation and reporting framework. This will be anchored on my ability to facilitate provision of transformational leadership that facilitates change within the sector, Mr. Chairman. At the tail end of my tenure, on behalf of government and the industry at large, I would wish that my performance be evaluated on the basis of facilitation of universal access to internet everywhere at affordable rates. I would also wish, which I hereby commit, that my performance should be evaluated on the basis of digitization of government processes to facilitate not just a paperless government, but also to leverage on that technology to create jobs on one hand, while on the flip side of it, also capitalizing on the efficiency and effectiveness that will be facilitated by ICT to reduce the cost of living. I also wish that my performance, Mr. Chairman, as I conclude, will be evaluated on the basis of rejuvenation of the Kenya News Agency, revitalization of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and revitalization of the Postal Corporation of Kenya in response to the needs of the market, while at the same time benchmarking with global best practices. The will is there, Mr. Chairman. The capabilities, skills, and experience is there. And I can only promise that given the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, we will deliver on this mandate. We are equal to the task, and we will not let Kenyans down. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's my humble submission.
Thank you, Mr. Eliud Okechowalo. That was an interactive session that has been quite interesting. We want to wish you well and allow you to leave to your other duties. Sergeant, you can show the Honorable
Eliud Owalo huyo akiwa ndio anamaliza.
This is a committee of parliament founded in our standing orders. You sign the oath first. Sign.
Faster.
Thank you, Mr. Wallo. This is a committee of parliament, National Assembly, so to speak, chaired by the Speaker, yours truly, and members who will introduce themselves. It's a committee whose responsibility under the Constitution, the law, and standing orders is to interrogate you, to engage you, have a conversation with you, to establish your suitability to occupy the office for which His Excellency the President has nominated you. In so doing, we're going to have an engagement, and I'll tell you how we'll engage after these introductions, so that we can move a little faster in the interest of time, because all these processes are time-bound. I'll ask the Deputy Speaker to introduce herself.
My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
MP Kikuyu.
My name is Opio and I MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
I'm Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Nelson Rapkoech, MP Belgut.
Caleb Amisi, MP Sabot.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdishuri, MP Balambala.
Masemeri, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have the Secretariat led by the Clerk of the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sitting in for the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, I'm Florence Atenya Bonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and Other Select Committees. Accompanying me is Mr. Michael Karuru to the left, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the Committee Secretariat.
Good. Mr. Wallo, once again, welcome. We'll have an engagement here right after. We will have 90 minutes within which to engage you. Within that period, members will ask you questions through the chair. You will avail answers through the chair. Clear, precise, concise answers on the questions asked. Avoid any altercations with any member. Avoid raising your temper if even if you are stressed to do so. We want to have a civil engagement.
Thank you, Chair.
Before we start, we'll ask you about some documentations, and once we finish that, you will be given 10 minutes to tell us the journey of your life. Please avoid being scattered and be focused, and tell us what is helpful to the committee. We're inquiring in your suitability to hold the office as a Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy. So we are unlikely to ask you to tell us how many fish there are in Lake Victoria. And don't volunteer that.
I stand guided, Chair.
Yes. Once we give you time to tell us your journey through life for 10 minutes, then we'll open the floor. So once we go through the documentation, I'll give you just 10 minutes. If you take less, the better. To tell us who is Eliud Owalo. Where were you born? Where do you come from? How have you walked through your life? And how did you end up where you are sitting? Simple things, but important things that will determine what your future holds. I'll ask you for some documentation. Number one, do you have the tax compliance certificate?
Yes, Chair, I do.
You've forwarded most of them already?
Yes, I did, but I've come with copies of the same.
The Office of the Clerk will want to compare the originals that you have with what you send to them, so that they can be satisfied with the authenticity. You have your clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, Chair.
Do you have your clearance with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, please.
Do you have clearance from DCI,
yes,
commonly
please.
called the Certificate of Good Conduct?
Yes, please.
Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense in a court of law?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any investigatory report of a parliamentary committee or commission?
Not at all.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other sovereign?
Just Kenyan.
Just Kenyan. You have your identity card?
Yes, please.
You will present the original to the clerk. At a personal level, what is your financial net worth?
645 million, Chairman.
645 million. How is it made up?
Well, my Nairobi house has got a value of 120 million shillings. Up country, my residential house up country, Mr. Chairman, is worth 70 million. I own land up country worth 200 million. 4 cars worth about 15 million. A hotel facility, not fully complete, but 80 million as at now. Though based on the bill of quantities on completion, it's worth 293 billion. I've ventured heavily into commercial tree planting. And as at now, I estimate that the value proposition of that is 160 million, Chairman. This comes to a sum total of 645 million.
Excellent. Now I'll give you your 10 minutes to tell us the journey of your life.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm happy to be here. My name is Eliud Okechowalo. I was born on 27th February, the year 1967, in Asembo. Asembo is in Rarieda district of Siaya County. I went to the local Oboch Primary School before proceeding to Maseno National School for my O-levels, and then subsequently to St. Mary's School Yala for my A-levels. I then joined Kenyatta University, Mr. Chairman, to pursue my Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics and Business Studies, which I successfully completed, graduating with a second-class honors degree in Economics and Business Studies, Mr. Chairman. I also hold a master's, an MBA degree from the University of Nairobi with a specialization in human resource management. As we speak, I'm at the tail end of my PhD program at the University of Nairobi, pursuing a PhD in strategic management. I'm done with the coursework. I'm now progressing to the level of the thesis, Mr. Chairman. Professionally, based on my 22 years of experience in consultancy within the HR regime, I'm a fellow of the Institute of Human Resource Management, Mr. Chairman. My professional background is, I'm an economist by profession, a human resource management expert, and I'm also a strategy expert. So I've been practicing since the year 2001 as an economist, management consultant, and strategy expert, Mr. Chairman. My areas of core competency or specialization, Mr. Chairman, are micro and macroeconomic analysis, strategic planning, organizational restructuring, job evaluation, and management of strategic change, over and above facilitation of various management development programs in the areas such as leadership, performance management, management of change, and so on and so forth, Mr. Chairman. I've been practicing as the managing consultant of Eliud and Associates since inception on 6 February 2001. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, with respect to strategic planning, which is my main forte, I've had the honor and privilege of going through an extensive existential experience of having been the consultant for development of most of the strategic plans in this country in the public sector. With respect to ministerial strategic plans, in the year 2008, I was the consultant for development of the strategic plan for Ministry of Justice, which was voted the best strategic plan at that point in time among the ministerial strategic plans, Mr. Chairman. Among ministries, I've had the honor of being the consultant for strategic plan for Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Labor twice, Ministry of Heritage, Ministry of Cooperative Development, Ministry of Provincial Administration, and Interior and Provincial Administration, Mr. Chairman. Within parastatals, I've been privileged to have been the consultant for the development of strategic plan and business plan for the Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Airports Authority in the year 2010, Kenya National Highways Authority twice in the year 2013 and in 2017, the current strategic plan, Mr. Chairman, for the Kenya School of Government, the first strategic plan for KETRACO, that is Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, the first strategic plan for Competition Authority, the first strategic plan for Kenya Trade Network Agency, the first strategic plan.
In the interest of time, that will do. Go on to other areas.
Okay, so one thing I want to mention with respect to my professional experience is that in the course of development of these strategic plans, Mr. Chairman, and just for purposes of record, there are over 50 which have developed in the recent past in the public sector. I've also had the opportunity of aligning these strategic plans to relevant policy documents. Because organizations don't operate in a vacuum, Mr. Chairman, but do so within a framework of macro level and even regional and international level policy framework, I've had the existential experience of developing and aligning these strategic plans, not just locally to the Kenya Vision 2030 and its successive medium-term plans, but also regionally to the East Africa Community Vision 2050, the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and globally to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So from a policy perspective, Mr. Chairman, based on the mandate that I'm expected to execute, if this committee certifies my nomination, and of course by extension the full House of Parliament, I stand in good stead from a policy perspective to execute that mandate, Mr. Chairman. I also want to mention that specifically with respect to strategic planning, I've had the honor and privilege of having been the consultant for development of the strategic plan for Competition Authority of Kenya, Mr. Chairman. Why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning this because I'm expected to execute a CS mandate in an industry which has got few players. This industry, Mr. Chairman, needs to be guided by prudent competition laws, and in this respect, the wealth of experience I gained while developing the strategic plan for the Competition Authority will stand me in good stead as I provide leadership in an industry which is largely characterized by monopolistic, duopolistic, oligopolistic, and perhaps monopolistic tendencies, Mr. Chairman. I'm talking about an industry, Mr. Chairman, with few players, either 1, 2, 3, or with few players but differentiated products. That's what I've said in short. Also, Mr. Chairman, I've been the consultant for development of strategic plan for Kentrade, and this prepares me adequately to discern how to use e-commerce in the conduct of business, which is also integral in the ICT sector. That has prepared me adequately. Also, have been the consultant about 10 years ago for development of strategic plan for the Africa Telecommunications Research Institute, that is AFRALTI. This is a training institution for that industry, and I've gotten a wealth of experience in discerning the operational environment within which telecommunications sector operates, Mr. Chairman. Apart from that, Mr. Chairman, I've had existential experience of serving as a council member of the Kenya School of Government, and my experience in that space also prepares me adequately to understand the operations of the public sector. So, in short, Mr. Chairman, the wealth of existential experience spanning over 22 years which I've gained in the public sector prepares me adequately to understand, comprehend the operational environment within the public sector operates, the policy frameworks that guide or govern that sector, and emerging issues in the operational environment that we need to align to moving forward, Mr. Chairman. Within the political space, Mr. Chairman, may I also mention, for purposes of clarity, that I've had the opportunity to serve in the year 2012-2013 as the head of the CORD Presidential Campaign Secretariat, Mr. Chairman, and also Chief Campaign Manager to the then CORD Presidential candidate. Subsequent to that, I've also had a stint within the ANC party, where I also served as a close ally and strategic advisor to the party leader then of the ANC party, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, and also ran for a parliamentary seat during the elections, by-elections in Kibra in the year 2019. Subsequent to that, Mr. Chairman, I've been a part and parcel of the Kenya Kwanza presidential campaign, being a member of the Presidential Campaign Steering Council, being a member of the Economic Advisory Team, which came up with the bottom-up model and also developed the plan, the economic, the campaign manifesto, popularly known as the plan, and subsequently also developed the 48 economic charters on the basis of which we made commitments to the people by way of what we are going to do with respect to service delivery once we come into government. I've also served as Deputy Secretary General of the UDA party, responsible for policy and strategy, Mr. Chairman, but I've since then resigned, vacated that position effective 11th of October 2022. So moving forward, what I'm saying in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, is that I'm fully prepared for this position and I'm ready to execute this mandate if I'm cleared by this committee.
Thank you, Eliud. I will now invite members to ask you any questions or to make any statement towards your nomination, and I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Owalo, good morning and congratulations on your nomination as for Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication and Digital Economy.
Thank you.
I think this is something Kenyans want to know.
Yes.
I know you know it, but I want you to state it to Kenyans so they can be able to judge your suitability for the position.
Yes.
As you know, the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto has prioritized the creation of employment for more than 5 million unemployed Kenyan youth. It's also hoped that the business process outsourcing industry would create jobs in places like the Konza Technopolis,
yes,
which is almost at a standstill at the moment as we speak.
Yes.
So Kenyans want to know what plans do you have for revamping and accelerating the completion and uptake of the Technopolis and contributing towards the commitment for creating jobs in that industry. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
We'll take four
questions.
Then
Okay.
you can answer them in the order they came or in whichever order you like.
Okay.
Kimani Chungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, let me declare interest that I worked closely with nominee Eliud Owalo, as he said, in UDA and in the Kenya Kwanza economic team. And I indeed appreciate his varied skills, even in microeconomic analysis. But Honorable Owalo, maybe I'll begin with a microeconomic analysis of your net worth.
Yes.
You indicate that you have land up country within Siaya County, valued at about 200 million shillings.
Yes.
I would want to know the acreage, whether it's one parcel and the acreage. Two, you indicate that you have about 200,000 Europhila eucalyptus trees sitting on 20 acres, valued at about 160 million. From basic arithmetics, means you have 10,000 trees per acre. I don't know how practical that would be to have 10,000 eucalyptus trees on per acre. That's on your net worth, and is a quick microeconomic analysis now that you have very good expertise in that area. On what you're being nominated for, Eliud, the Postal Corporation of Kenya has leased numerous of its assets across the country. Buildings, land to individuals. I would want to hear whether you may want to review some of these leases and their benefit to the corporation, because this is a corporation that's now on its deathbed. Employees at the Postal Corporation of Kenya are going for months without pay, while numerous of its assets are not deriving value for it. I'd also want to hear your thoughts on the sale of telecom spectrum, especially in the last 1 year, telecom spectrum that have been sold, and to the benefit of two prominent families in this country, and not to the benefit of the country or the sector that you're going to work in. I think I'll take that for now, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Let me also declare that Mr. Owalo and I both hail from Siaya County. And besides, we have worked previously very closely with Mr. Owalo in ODM. I remember during those days, Eliud, I, and a few others were what I would call ideological soulmates. And so on that basis that I want to proceed with my question. One, Mr. Owalo, you will recall during those heady days, some two incidents. One is on the 14th of January, 2015. You led a team to Langata Primary School at the height of the controversy surrounding the alleged grabbing of its land by certain private developers or investors. You later addressed the media at the school compound, castigating these private developers, okay, And in fact, you are quoted to have said that these developers had hatched the plot to grab the land towards Christmas Day of the previous year and completed the fraudulent transaction within a matter of days through the connivance of the relevant state organs. What I want to know is, if you still hold the view, very strong view that you held then, that primitive accumulation of wealth and grabbing of public property is something to be eschewed, something to be frowned upon. Two is on the 16th of July 2013, remember you were summoned by the DCI over allegations of a plot to destabilize the then Jubilee government. Okay? And you went on record again to clarify that the summon had been made by a Mr. Cheriot of the DCI, who had wanted you to clarify certain issues. Well, when you came out, of course, you decried this kind of move as an abuse of state power and misuse of government institutions. Do you still hold that view? Thirdly, as I finish, is I have gleaned through your private website. And in that private website, you pride yourself as a market leader in the field of organizational restructuring. I would want to know what kind of restructuring we envisage, particularly with the Media Council of Kenya, which will be under your ambit or purview when you are confirmed. Remember the case of the CEO of this council arbitrarily attempting to throw out a board member, and Parliament had to come in to stop that illegal move. And again, the issue of funding of the council. How is the council accountable for the funds that are appropriated to it? Okay. Finally, is the elephant, the big animal called Government Advertising Agency. This agency has become a tool being used by the state to stifle freedoms, as envisaged under Article 33, that's of expression, 34, media freedom, and 35, the right to information held by the state. It is also being used to punish certain media houses by denying them advertisements. So what are you going to do to reform this area? Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would like I know the nominees are aware that National Assembly had passed the cyber crimes bill, and it was actually assented to by His Excellency the President to become an act of Parliament. Then it found its Waterloo in the court of law. Now, knowing and noting that the way social media has spread and the kind of things that people are posting on social media, particularly our young children, when they come out of Form 4 and get a smartphone, one of the things they'll go out there is to start probably either transmitting information that is not true, that is fake news. Several times they've killed people who are still alive, and also to insult leaders. His Excellency, the former president, did say that he came out of Facebook and Twitter because of those insults. Kenya has been, I think, ranked one of the worst cyber bullies. And for your information, Canada is a list in cyberbullying. The only bully, I think, in Canada was a Kenyan who has since left. Now, I wanted to know, what will you do to ensure that this situation is sorted out and is controlled? And of course, finally, I would like to know whether Kenya Kwanza still maintains that they will provide free internet everywhere.
Thank you.
Eliud, you can now answer those four.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Those questions have brought to the fore very pertinent issues which I want to respond to. On the issue of jobs, Mr. Chairman, we would, as a matter of priority, leverage on ICT to create jobs. One of the fundamental areas that we will target, of course, is agriculture. through optimal deployment of ICT, Mr. Chairman, we are able to add value to the processes along the value chain so that we enhance efficiency and effectiveness within the production processes in the agricultural sector to create jobs, Mr. Chairman. 2, with respect to digitization of government services, which is going to be also a key result area for me in this sector, we envisage to create a critical mass of digital jobs with a view to effectively bringing into the job market current unemployed youth who are actually qualified but lack opportunities, Mr. Chairman. 3, we want, as opposed to just formal jobs, we want to ensure that we encourage and facilitate the culture of entrepreneurship, Mr. Chairman, through effective deployment of ICT, more so with respect to the digital jobs that we want to create, and the massive ICT literacy program that the industry envisages to be undertaken under this ministry, Mr. Chairman. We will equip not just students in high schools with the relevant ICT skills, but we will also ensure that correspondingly the teaching fraternity are well equipped with the relevant IT skills so that we have got a critical mass of young people getting out into the job market with skills that can facilitate entrepreneurship in this sector as opposed to opting for white-collar jobs, so that people are self-employed, Mr. Chairman. In the same vein, through adequate innovation and creativity, Mr. Chairman, we can leverage on the potential of KONZA to, 1, facilitate production of cheap equipment, devices, which will be a means of creating jobs, ICT devices, which will be a means of creating jobs along the manufacturing value chain, on one hand. But 2, also, we can leverage on the potential of KONZA to facilitate development of ICT software, which also along the value chains will create a critical mass of jobs, Mr. Chairman. So, granted, KONZA is currently punching below its weight. We can do much better, but it is on the right trajectory, Mr. Chairman. And if we put into place appropriate measures and means of revamping the operations of KONZA, including but not limited to enhancing its status by anchoring its operations on the mandate provided through an act of parliament, we can actually enable KONZA to operate at optimal capacity levels, Mr. Chairman. The second question was in relation to the net worth, more so with respect to the commercial trees which I plant. My proposition, Mr. Chairman, was that I am able to attach a value of 160 million shillings to these trees, and the Honorable Member for Kikuyu, Honorable Chungwa, has indicated that this will amount to 10,000 trees per acre, Mr. Chairman. I stand guided on this, but I believe that what I gave is actually a rough estimate of what the value proposition is based on valuation reports which I've gotten, Mr. Chairman. But I can counter-check that. With respect to the Postal Corporation of Kenya, the issue of the properties that the Postal Corporation owns, I do believe, and I'm a strong advocate of organizations.
Chairman, the nominee indicated you have a valuation.
Come again?
You have a valuation, or is that?
Not a valuation report, but estimates, which have been given, yes, yeah. I don't have the valuation report here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can get it.
But the land is in where, in Siaya?
It's Siaya, yes, Siaya County.
Acreage?
Acreage is over 200 acres.
You're out of order, Honorable Kimani.
Yeah.
You have to do it through the chair. Yeah. You're just engaging the witness.
Okay. The acreage is over 200 acres.
Sorry, because I had asked the specific questions and it was not answering specifically, because I had asked the actual acreage.
Yes.
And the trees I had indicated it would average 10,000 trees per acre, which if you try and squeeze 10,000 trees on an acre, they will not fit.
Perhaps I need to look at the whole, re-engineer that whole space with respect to the statistics, Mr. Chairman, but the acreage is about 200 acres, out of which, as we speak, about 20 acres is on Europhila trees. But I can actually counter-check this fact and get back to the committee at an appropriate time. On the issue of postal corporation owning properties which are underutilized, from a private sector perspective, I'm a strong advocate of organizations concentrating on their core business, Mr. Chairman. And perhaps this could be an avenue of diversifying the revenue stream if we could get certain partners of partners from the private sector partnering with postal corporation to develop some of these properties instead of leaving them idle. This could actually be a means of diversifying the revenue streams of postal corporation, Mr. Kenya. On the sale of telecom, one, my understanding is that telecom holds a critical mass of strategic ICT infrastructure that serves various facets of our Kenyan economy, Mr. Chairman. Strategic in the sense that some of these are critical factors or critical services within the government ecosystem. As much as telecom had gone private, it would be prudent that as much as we advocate for privatization of entities, this should not compromise national security, in my understanding, Mr. Chairman. This is something that I believe the National Treasury, which holds shares in that entity on behalf of the Kenyan public, took into due consideration. And I promise that if I'm successful at this stage upon assumption of office, I'll quickly consult with my counterpart at the National Treasury so that we get a feasible way forward on the issue of telecom, while not at the same time negating the principle of privatization, which I hold very dear, Mr. Chairman. Now, on the issue of my ideological orientation, the honorable member has mentioned that on the 14th of January 2015, I raised issues with the grabbing of Langata Primary School land and whether or not I still hold the same position. Now, I'm a strong believer in good governance, Mr. Chairman, and the issues that I raised at that point in time perhaps brought this issue into the public domain. I believe that these issues are now before the courts of law, and we need to wait for our judicial system to bring this to a logical conclusion, Mr. Chairman. Now, as much as we need to hold dear the principles of good governance, I, in the same vein, believe that we need to allow independent institutions, Mr. Chairman, to execute their mandate without any undue influence from any sector in government. And if institutions are independent, let us not have any other arm of government interfering in the independent institutions, the operations of those independent institutions. So I believe that the institutions which are charged with this responsibility will execute their mandate with respect to this case to a logical conclusion. And at that point in time, we will stand guided accordingly, Mr. Chairman. There's also the issue of I having been summoned to the CID headquarters on 16th of July 2013 on alleged matters of having some intentions to destabilize the then Jubilee government. Mr. Chairman, it is indeed true that those summons were issued. One morning, I got those summons. I organized myself quickly and reported to the CID headquarters. But when I got there, I came to realize that the CID acted on some claims or allegations by some anonymous complainant. And at that point in time, the CID had not ascertained the veracity or otherwise of those allegations. I was indeed asked to write a statement, but I declined as a matter of principle because I felt that it was incumbent upon the CID to undertake its investigations, and once they had conclusively undertaken their investigations and come up with a technically feasible position, they were at that point then in time duty-bound to support me, but I was not going to help the CID in undertaking its investigations, Mr. Chairman. The irony is, Mr. Chairman, that at the same time when I was summoned, I also simultaneously applied for a certificate of good conduct from the same CID, Mr. Chairman, which came back in the affirmative. The CID did indicate that they would summon me if they had got something substantive that they wanted me to respond to. To date, about 10 years down the line, they have never called me back. The matter ended there, and that's how the case. Those are the facts of the case, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of organizational restructuring, what do I envisage to do with respect to the Media Council? I'm a strong advocate of self-regulation of industries and sectors. I believe that we have got adequate capacity within the media fraternity to self-regulate itself. The role of the ministry would be limited to provision of a policy framework that facilitates an enabling environment to facilitate that, Mr. Chairman. I would rather the media fraternity regulates itself while we create that enabling environment. But if I'm successful and I assume office, I'll of course initiate constant, regular consultations with stakeholders in that industry so that we discern emerging issues from time to time that perhaps as a ministry we will then have to respond to or align our operations to. Just to look at what is emerging based on those consultations, and then we will deal with it. The issue of government advertising agency and whether or not it is curtailing the freedoms of the media. Now, I believe the intention of the government, or introducing the government in advertising agency to regulate or to administer advertisement of public sector entities, more so the ministries, was well-intentioned. In my understanding, the intention was to ensure optimal utilization of budgetary provisions for advertisement. This again is an issue we can look at, and depending on whatever feedback we get from the stakeholders, I believe in a participatory approach to leadership, Mr. Chairman, then we can re-engineer everything in that space at that point in time, based on matters arising therefrom or incidental thereto, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of computer misuse and cybercrime bill, and of course the whole space of social media and whether or not we should regulate social media in conformity to the laws. Fundamentally, as a matter of principle, I believe in personal discipline and self-regulation. That is the starting point. As a matter of courtesy, we know we have got the national values which all of us are incumbent to align to. We need, first of all, to sensitize ourselves on these national values so that all players, the social media included, act and exercise their freedom of association with utmost responsibility. I would, however, as much as we have got the laws and regulations, not a strong proponent of curtailing media freedom. But the way forward is that within the confines of the law and based on the output of stakeholder forums that I intend to initiate, we should be able to develop a common position on the way forward. But we have got the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Bill 2018, which actually gives adequate provisions for governing the operations of this space, Mr. Chairman. Subsequent amendments have also been made to propose to this bill through the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill 2021. So I believe from a legal, regulatory, and proper policy perspective, we have got all that we require to ensure that this space is adequately regulated, but fundamentally without curtailing the freedoms of expression as espoused in the dictates of our constitutional dispensation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll take Owen Bayer. I'll take Mary Masse. I'll take Raso. I'll take Mule and Naisula. Yeah? You are? You want to go the most? Okay, Owen.
All right.
Down.
Okay.
Give to the Honorable Dawood and Raso, they want to go to the most. You want to ask questions and wait for answers, or then it will make no difference?
We want to do this.
I thought you want to throw in a question and leave us to take the answers. Okay? Then, okay, I'll give you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll give you with Raso and Mishi. Yeah. Mishi, you also want to go to the mosque?
Yes, Friday.
It's Friday today.
Yes. You finish, then I can excuse you as we go on with the rest. Oh, and I hope you don't mind. Matters of faith are very sensitive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate the nominee. Your predecessor, C.S. Musheru, introduced the Ajira program, which has not gone out to all constituencies of this country. In your position, if you are confirmed, do you think you will continue with that Ajira program and expand it, or you're going to do something more radical than what C.S. Musheru did? Secondly, regarding internet connectivity, I remember the President Ruto talking about internet connectivity for the whole country. How will you achieve it, and are you thinking of doing it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Owalo, you have been doing some work for government and quasi-government institutions. Yes. Particularly in the area of strategic plans, balanced scorecard, job evaluation. But within the same form, you have said that there's no conflict of interest. What are you likely to do? Because in case the House approves your nomination, you'll be sitting at an elevated position to actually influence jobs to be given to your company. How would you avoid that? The other thing is about KBC. KBC is a depository of the history of this country, and it is the mother institution that has given birth to all other media houses. What is it that you are likely to do that it does not just become an archive, but also a leading media house, like what we see the BBC has happened to the BBC over a century? Thank you, Chair.
Mishi Bogo.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as per Kenya Kwanza manifesto, they have said that they are going to reduce the cost of making phone calls and internet, and also allow Kenyans, and especially the youth, to access online platform so that they can access job opportunities for entertainment, for businesses and other use. I don't know how viable is it going to happen, because the last regime, where His Excellency was the Deputy President, you promised to give laptop to all the students in our schools, but it never materialized. I don't know how different are you going to do it right now to ensure that this one is achieved. The other one is on e-learning, as a remedy to ensure that we reduce the cost of education. But I would also want to hear whether you're going to extend this in terms of adult education centers, where so many Kenyans who could not access education during their early ages, now they want to be literate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Eliud, you can quickly answer those short, precise questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ajira digital program is a fundamental and, in my view, very feasible proposition. Yes, we will continue with it because it is actually a mechanism of leveraging on our digital platforms to create jobs for the youth. If we enhance the ICT infrastructure in place, Mr. Chairman, we should be able to have this Ajira digital program rolled to all parts of the country. And with the intended rollout of 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, we should be able to facilitate access to the Ajira digital program in all parts of the country. With respect to internet connectivity, yes, we will enhance this. How do we do this, Mr. Chairman? One, the starting point again is the ICT infrastructure. Ensure that through the digital superhighway, we have got reliable and stable and extensive ICT infrastructure all over the country. And then once we have done that, we come in to see ways and means of lowering the cost of internet so that we have got access to internet all over the country, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ceteris paribus, the cost of internet, like any other product in the market, is a function of the inputs that go into the productive processes. If we lower the cost of ICT infrastructure, we should then be able to end up with affordable internet everywhere, up to the village and even the household level, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of my hitherto extensive consultancy experience within government and SAGAS, and whether or not or how I will handle that moving forward, Mr. Chairman, I strongly subscribe to the principles of good governance. I understand the fact that if I assume office as CS, I cannot continue undertaking consultancy for government. As we speak, I've already given firm instructions to my lawyers to evaluate this position and see how fast, upon assumption of office, if I'm cleared, I can then vacate the consultancy space for governments, Mr. Chairman, and this is something that I promise to do. There will be absolutely no conflict of interest on my part with respect to consultancy assignments, more so with respect to specifically the execution of these assignments by the firm where I've been the managing consultant, Eliud and Associates. With respect to KBC, I fully and exclusively agree with the honorable member that something needs to be done about KBC. Mr. Chairman, it is ironical that KBC, with its strong brand and wide network of infrastructure, is today punching below its weight in the marketplace. This will be one of my key areas of intervention if I come into office as CS for this ministry, Mr. Chairman. So what do I intend to do? One, I intend to revitalize the operations of KBC, first of all, by rebranding it. I don't quite understand the reason that informed, first of all, the change of name from the Voice of Kenya to the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Chairman. You know, there are certain very simple, basic things you can do and just change, turn over an organization. Just by changing the name of KBC to and reverting it back, for example, I'm just giving a hypothetical example, to its hitherto Voice of Kenya. That stands KBC in good stead to be seen as a market leader in that sector. Simple things, you just rebrand it. Two, we can strengthen or leverage on ICT to re-engineer the content of KBC so that it gets effective positioning in the market. Three, we need to revitalize the infrastructure of KCB so that it is in tandem not just with market needs, but also benchmarked with global best practices in that industry, Mr. Chairman. Those are some of the interventions, and I promise, without fear of contradiction, Mr. Chairman, that the issue of KBC will not just be one of my thematic areas or key result areas of intervention, but I would also want to be held accountable by virtue of having a very clear performance indicator as far as turning KBC is concerned. The issue of cost of internet and creation of jobs, yes, I believe I've answered this, but I can just come up again and give more value proposition to my earlier answer. If we enhance the ICT infrastructure and ensure that we have got adequate skills through the digital literacy program, not just for the students, but also the teachers and also other market players, such as the health sector and the public at large, we should then be able to leverage on ICT to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in our production processes, not just to bring down the cost of living, but also to create jobs, Mr. Chairman. Issue of laptops, yes, this is something that I believe is doable, and if in any case we will do it. Through the Konza Metropolis, Mr. Chairman, there is already a rollout of distribution of these laptops to school. But it is not just an issue of distribution of laptops. It must be in tandem with simultaneous undertaking of a massive e-literacy program at all levels, Mr. Chairman, so that the demand in the market is responded to, Mr. Chairman. The e-learning for adult education centers, this again, just the same way we are going to have the digital villages targeting the youth, we can equally do the same for the adults, Mr. Chairman, so that we really have a truly digital economy without unnecessary segmentation of that marketplace where we have some lopsided interventions where perhaps only the youth are benefiting, but we leave out the adults, Mr. Chairman. So yes, it can be done.
Thank you, Eliud. Owen?
All right.
We can release... yes, sir. Mary, I'm very clear what I'm doing, Mary. I had given Owen Bayer, yourself, I was going on, then they raised the issue of going to the mosque. So now I'll give to Owen, you, then I'll give to the team at the back, I'll give to Naisula, Gikaria, and Mule. Please ask one question each so that we manage our time well. I think the gentleman is doing reasonably well.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and Chair. My question on Nigeria has been responded to, but I would like to focus on something you said when you were telling us about yourself. You said you're an expert in organizational restructuring and strategic planning. And in that vein, you showed us how you have been involved in almost all ministries in this country, developing their strategic plan, strategic plan or ideas about how to carry out some work. But seemingly, having said you did all that, this government, the past government, past regimes, didn't seem to have touched the lives of people, despite your infusing those ideas. And the cost of life went high, cost of living went high, everything else didn't go right, and yet this government seemed to have been exclusively operating on your ideas. What value do you bring to the new government? What is it, what new ideas do you have that will permeate government and make life better, reduce the cost of living, make life good for Kenyans? And what went wrong despite your ideas? Thank you, Chair.
Mary?
Well, thank you, Speaker. Through you, the nominee, one of the other pledges that we gave to the Kenyans through the Kenya Kwanza pledges was the mainstreaming, was the need to mainstream the development of arts and culture. I'm talking about theaters, music halls, art galleries, into the infrastructure development program. We all are aware that we have a lot of talent out there. And to the members, I know each one of us has had to support an artist. Where I come from, they go and record music in Uganda. So my question is, as Cabinet Secretary, what are some of the areas you'll prioritize, and how will you address the challenge of funding the infrastructure projects to unlock the potential of the creative economy? And I offer you 5 acres of land in Teso South to start one for Busia County. Thank you.
Yes, Naisula.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Owalo, how do you facilitate the inclusion of students from the rural communities or those that are in far-flung areas who don't have access to modern technology and internet connectivity, just so that there is equity? And Mr. Chair, if you'll just allow me to add this, that having worked at KBC, I don't think that rebranding is the main problem. It has been rebranded and rebranded and rebranded before. I don't think that is the main challenge. You might have to relook at it. But I want to also hear about the staff. You have to look at their motivation when you look at promotions, their salaries, just so that KBC is not only an incubator of good talent and then they move to the private media houses, but you should actually aim to retain the great talent that is at KBC.
Good.
Yes,
East. I am impressed, Mr. Owalo, by what you've done on the aspect of the pro bono. You know, sponsoring Gor Mahia, AFC and others. How I wish that that amount of money would have been used at these small clubs in Siaya village for you to be able to, you know, to tap talent. Because, as you have said, and I've seen some of the articles that you've written on how the government should come in and save AFC and Gor Mahia, which is something that is okay. But how I wish you would have gone down to the village. And my question is about if you digitalize services, government. When I was doing my course, we were told as we also digitalize, then the aspect of cutting employment is also very huge. As you digitalize, then you reduce the number of employment, because if things were done manually, you could see how the number of employees, and yet Kenya Kwanza is there to create opportunities, job opportunities, and to reduce the unemployment percentage. So how are you going to balance as you digitalize vis-a-vis, you know, killing job opportunities that are brought by that? Thank you.
Mule. Thank you very much, Speaker. This goes to the nominee, and my question goes by what is in the public domain, which is the unearthing of state-owned fiber optic network project, whereby the lender, who is Exim Bank of China, is said to be in debt of 21 billion Kenya shillings, and the access of the project documents, contracts signed between locals and international, has been an opaque and has not been very clearly exposed to the public. As a cabinet nominee, will you be in a position to give us a clear openness on this project, together with device management system being installed in communication mobile for Kenyans, which might lead to serious surveillance of Kenyans without their notice? I know you might not want to comment on this because it's an issue between the Communication of Kenya and the Supreme Court, which they need to pronounce themselves. But your view as an expert of management, are these realities, when if you are confirmed by this committee, to bring to light these two kind of projects to Kenyans to make sure that we are safe?
Eliud, I think we can take the remaining 5 so that you can answer all of them.
Okay.
Where questions overlap, you just
harmonize, yes.
Yeah, you harmonize.
Yep.
Amisi, then Kosing, then George, then Ferdinand, then Mukami.
Thank you.
One question each, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The nominee, you started by describing the various types of markets, from the monopolies or oligopolies, and touching on monopolies that have controlled the market here in Kenya. Most citizens become suspicious of the monopolies that exist, because they basically cause inequalities and they wield a lot of economic power. They exploit, factors of production, labor and capital to the disadvantage of the other new entrants. Do you think it is a common threat to telecommunication in the near future and even in the media? Because when you focus so much on one state media to the disadvantage of the other in a very highly competitive global environment, is this a threat, monopolies?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Nominee, my name is Honorable Kosing David, MP for Poko South. I didn't say my name earlier. Mr. Chair, the nominee is coming at a very critical time. Should this House, through this committee, approves him? And there's been a bit of some controversy back and forth, particularly on the marginal areas of this country, which of course is known as arid and semi-arid areas or counties, which then is about 70–80% of the country in terms of network, Honorable Chair, for purpose of communication, security, and so on. And what's the controversy? The controversy is that, for example, Safaricom don't want to do network or build masts there for people to access network. Why? They think that it is not economical, because then people cannot, or maybe they cannot get enough money from the people living around there for purpose of communication. And therefore Celtel, Telcom, and Safaricom are not interested about this area, 70% of the country. Now, Honorable Owalo, should you be, what will you consider? Because there's this fund called Universal Service Fund, which was established by the people of Kenya because of that, so that this fund can be able to build networks in those areas so that Kenyans can access network. But nothing much has been done. What will you do in your 100 days? Will you promise this House that in your 100 days, because millions of those Kenyans living in those areas now are listening to you and watching and saying, what will you do? Will you take that one as one of your performance contracts from ourselves, from myself on behalf, and say you will be able to take this fund to where it is supposed to have been working, which is those areas which people consider uneconomical, and yet there are people of Kenya living there. Thank you, Chair.
George. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Nominee, we represent rural constituencies, and a while back we were encouraged through CDF to construct ICT hub centers. Not many were constructed because I think there were reservations, because people felt the ministry may not be able to carry this through. But in your own estimation, and upon being confirmed if that is going to happen, do you undertake to us, even to Parliament, that if these ICT hubs are constructed, you will quickly move in, equip them, and our youths are able to access ICT through those hubs for purposes of employment, research, and whatever else we have to do through those hubs?
I, Ezekiel Machogo Mbaki, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Machogu, welcome to this committee. These are your colleagues. You are with them in the last parliament, I have no doubt. And you, as we'll introduce, you'll find they're all people you've worked with. This is a committee of the National Assembly, founded in standing orders in the law and in the Constitution, to vet or conduct confirmation hearings on all nominees for cabinet positions. The idea is to find your suitability or otherwise to hold office that His Excellency has nominated you to as a minister. We'll engage with you in a manner that is cordial but firm. Members will ask you questions. You are obliged to answer all of them. No direct communication or altercation with members, everything through the chair. Even members will ask you questions through the chair. And at the end of these preliminaries, the committee will give you 10 minutes to tell us the story of your life. Who is Ezekiel Machogu? Up to where you are sitting. And then we will ask you questions leading to the eventual conclusion on your suitability or otherwise. At the end of the proceedings, we'll give you 3 minutes to recap by telling us your wish. This committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly. You are truly here, Senator Moses Wetangula. We have members who will introduce themselves for purposes of the Hansard, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mbaki, and congratulations on your nomination for the position of Cabinet Secretary for Education. My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Kimani Ichung'wah, Member of Parliament for Kikuyu. And Honorable Speaker, I have known Honorable Machogu since I was in primary school when he served as a young district officer in Kikuyu. He may not have known me, but I knew him as my DO when I was in class 3.
Thank you. My name is Opio and I, MP Ugunja.
Thank you.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Yeah, my name is Robert Mbuye, MP Kadhiani.
My name is Rehab Mukami, County MP, Nyeri, and I hear you served in Nyeri.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka Nithi County. No idea whether you actually went there.
Thank you.
Honorable Machogu, you know me. Honorable Kosi, MP Poko South.
Thank you. Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for Northern Menti, and I don't have a recollection of seeing you in Meru.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Good afternoon. Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Thank you.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Mmase Mary, MP Teso South. No interest to declare.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have also the clerk of the National Assembly, represented by Madam Florence. You'll introduce your team.
Sitting in for the clerk, Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and Other Select Committees. With me is Deputy Director, Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru to my left, and behind him is a team of officers in the Committee Secretariat.
Bwana Machogu, I'll ask you a few questions, and as we start, you can see the clock. We want to engage you in 90 minutes, so we want the prudent use of time. Questions, we insist, must be precise and concise. The answers should not be any different, should also be concise and precise. Don't volunteer what you have not been asked, and don't withhold what has been asked, so that we can make good progress. I'll ask you a few issues regarding your documentation. Have you sent us your clearance with the tax obligations to the state? That's KRA, tax compliance.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
And when we finish the tabulation, if you have sent us copies, the clerks will look at the originals in your possession. Clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Certificate of Good Conduct from the DCI?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Have you ever been charged in a court of law and convicted of any offense?
No, Honorable Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any investigatory report of a parliamentary committee?
No, Honorable Chairman.
Or commission? Are you a dual citizen of any sovereign apart from being a citizen of Kenya?
No, I'm under Kenyan.
You will, apart from your documents, also show the clerks your original identity card. At a personal level, what is your financial net worth?
590 million, Honorable Chairman.
How is it made up?
I have buildings in Nairobi, 3 buildings in Eastlands, specifically Chogo Road. I have another building in Pangan area. I have a building, an apartment in Mirimani. I have an apartment at Kerereswa and another one at near Yaya Center. Chairman, I also have an apartment in Mombasa, Sansu area. I also have apartments at Ngong. I also have a piece of land which is rightly over quarter acre, where there's a car passer along Ngong Road. I also own a plot, is not built yet in Kisii town. I also have 30 acres of land in Kisii. It's 590. I own vehicles. I own a Mercedes Benz and a V8. Yes.
They're all within the 590 million?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Okay. Now we'll open the conversation with you by starting with yourself. 10 minutes or less. Tell us your story.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, plus the honorable members, for this wonderful opportunity. I'm Sekir Machogo Mbaki. Mbaki is a Christian, married with 5 adult children. I was born in Kisii, and I went to a primary school in Kisii before proceeding to Nduru Secondary School, which is within Kisii County. And upon successfully completing my Form 4 O-levels, I went to Agoro Sare High School, which is in Mutembei County. In Mutembei, in Agoro Sare, I did my A-levels before getting admitted to the University of Nairobi in the year 1976, and I did complete my Bachelor of Arts degree in 1979. And after completing my degree in the University of Nairobi, I was employed as a civil servant, and specifically as a district officer. I was posted to Nyeri, Central Province, and then from there I was posted to Nyandarua. I worked in Nyandarua DC's office, and then after that, I was transferred to Tetu Division in Nyeri District. That time they were known as districts, Honorable Chairman, currently known as counties. After that, again, I was transferred back to Nyandarua, Northern Division, where again I worked until the time when I was transferred to Kiambu, Kikuyu Division. I worked in Kikuyu Division, and then I was also transferred to Kirinyaga in a division known as Gichugu. After that, Honorable Chairman, I was again transferred back to Kikuyu, and after Kikuyu, I was transferred to the Greater Rift Valley, where I worked in the Provincial Commissioner's Office, and then I worked as District Officer 1, Nandi District, and then from Nandi, I was transferred to Naivasha Sub-District. After Naivasha, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Members, I was promoted to the rank of a District Commissioner, Nyandarua District. So again, I went back to Nyandarua as District Commissioner. I served in Nyandarua as District Commissioner for 7 years before again I was transferred in the same capacity as District Commissioner Busia. After Busia, I was transferred to Deputy Provincial Commissioner Coast Province. After Coast Province, again, I was transferred to Wajir District, and after which I was also transferred to central government. In the central government, I served in many ministries, among them Public Service Commission. I also served in Northern Kenya and the other arid lands. I served in the then Ministry of Commerce, Tourism, and East African Affairs as Senior Deputy Secretary. And finally, I served as Senior Deputy Secretary, Minister of Trade, before retiring in October 2016. After that, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Members, the good people of Nyaribari Masaba gave me an opportunity to serve them as their member of Parliament, which I served from 2017 up to 2022. I would like to inform the members and the Honorable Chair that India, Mauritius, and Tunisia. And Chairman and honorable members, during my tenure in civil service, I would like to give few examples. I cannot be able to mention each and everything that I was able to do directly as an officer. When I was District Officer Kikuyu, during that time, the then President was putting up a school known as Moi Girls Kamangu, and actually I supervised the construction of that school. I remember the then Provincial Commissioner Nairobi was known as Fred Waigancho, used to get money. It was like the crack of wax, getting materials and ensuring that the work was done. and also expediting payment. When I worked in Nyandarua as district officer, Northern Division, which was covering Orichoro Rock and Ndarawa, Nyandarua then was actually entirely a settlement area, and it was during that particular time, Chairman, that we were settling people from all parts of the country, and mainly from central Kenya. There were no schools, so I acted as a catalyst. Together with other stakeholders, the local leaders, we were able to put up the necessary infrastructural facilities, and particularly schools when I served as district officer in Orichoro Rock. And also when I served as district commissioner Nyandarua, Honorable Chairman and the members, you will remember that during the 7-year period that I served, Nyandarua was #1 nationally for those 7 years, because I was able to work very, very closely with the other stakeholders, which made it possible for us to have #1 countrywide for the 7 years. Actually, in 1993, I was given a trophy by the then president as being the best overall district commissioner in the country in mothers' education and also spearheading development. When I went to Busia, the educational standards were not that impressive. Again, with other government officers in the Department of Education, we worked, and Busia, which was being ranked 37 that time, was able to improve to position 16. I served as chairman of Board of Governors, what we now call Board of Management, in many schools. Among them was Nyandarua. The other one was, when I served in Wajir, I was also the chairman of Board of Governors in Wajir. I also served as a Board of Governor chair in a school known as Mesavisavi, chair which I think out of my personal initiative and efforts, we were able to improve the mini score from around 2 to almost 6. I've also served as the chairman of District Education Board when I served as District Commissioner, because during that particular time, the Education Act empowered and made it possible for District Commissioners to chair all matters in the district, and one of them was mothers' education. Honorable Chair, in the Ministry of Northern Kenya and other arid lands, because I was deputizing the permanent secretary, because during that time they were known as permanent secretary, not principal secretaries. I remember that among the other duties we did was supporting infrastructural development in areas like Northern Kenya and other arid lands. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezekiel. That is a very rich history. You were rotated around the country quite a bit, so you know Kenya very well.
Thank you.
And I believe you know and understand the salient issues in each and every region.
Yes.
We'll now open up to members to field the questions. Please, like I said, answer questions clearly, precisely, without meandering around and skirting around the issues. I'll start with the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I'd like to ask you, Mr. Honorable Mbaki, about CBC. There's been complaints across the country that it's very expensive for parents and children also in rural schools and marginalized areas, and that the teachers, there's also been complaints that teachers were ill prepared to roll out and implement the CBC program. And appreciating that we already have a task force to review and map out a way forward, as Cabinet Secretary nominee for Education, What are your thoughts about it? What strategies are you going to put in place to ensure that at the end of the day we'll have high quality education for our children? Thank you.
Ezekiel will take batches of 4 questions in a row, then you can be able to respond. So you just note the questions. Kimani Chungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ask it your DO question.
Yes, as I indicated, he was a very diligent DO. I was very young, only in class 3 when he served as DO in Kikuyu, but he was also a good friend to my father. And it's indeed true. He was instrumental in the construction of Moi House Kamango, and we appreciate. But CS nominee Honorable Machogu, I don't repeat what the Honorable Sholai has asked about the working party for review of the many things in the education sector, including the CBC to university education. But I really want to dwell on university education, because Honorable Machogu, you are aware that government is paying for government-sponsored students in private universities. But there exists a cartel in the Ministry of Education and private university players that influences how KUPS, the Kenya Colleges and Universities Placement Services, places students in either public or private universities. I'm sure by now you're aware that a number of our public universities, including premier institutions like the University of Nairobi, are financially they're on their deathbed. Moi University is almost collapsing. Egerton University is in ICU. If you go to Murang'a University, it has no students. Karatina University is on the verge of collapsing. Anywhere, Bondo University, even Kisii University in your own county, and these are public institutions. But they're collapsing at a time when government is spending billions of shillings sponsoring students in private universities. I would want to hear what you plan to do to dismantle the cartels that influence the placement of students in a very lopsided way. If you check your records at the ministry, maybe if approved and you settle in, you realize one private university in the last 1 year has more students placed to them than Kenyatta and Nairobi University combined as a private university. You also realize maybe when you settle down, there was a program that was called the Teacher Professional Development Program that trains teachers. Teachers are asked to pay a sum of 6,000 shillings, and I've seen there was a petition in the last parliament where teachers were appealing that this be opened up to more universities so that teachers are able to access this program in universities that are nearer to them, and in many areas, public universities. But again, you realize that program was designed by those cartels in the ministry working together again with people in private universities to make sure that one university, again, the way the program was designed was to basically favor one private university at the expense of public universities and at a great cost to teachers, because teachers are being asked to pay, and the petition, I think, was asking the government to help them with part of the 6,000 shillings, and they pay part of it and also open it up to other public universities. You can imagine many teachers in this country were trained by, through the teachers who taught us, UON and Kenyatta University. They were never included in this program. I would also want to hear your views on how you will deal with those. Lastly, Honorable Machogu, is on the fair allocation of resources in the Ministry of Education, especially infrastructure money that is appropriated by this House to help build infrastructure. You know, the last 2 years, the Ministry of Education has allocated resources towards the construction of classrooms. I would invite you to visit a school by the name Karaide Secondary School in my constituency, or 5 minutes from here, the new HGM Secondary, where I built classrooms, about 15 classrooms and laboratories and offices at a cost of about 30 million shillings. The ministry has come and built one classroom at a cost of over 2 million shillings. The 15 classrooms are all not in use, and the ministry is building a new classroom apparently for the, what is it called, the new junior secondary school. What are you going to do to ensure that you rationalize how the Ministry of Education, because from the budget committee, I can tell you this is a ministry that gobbles up the largest portion of our budget. But how these resources end up being used is either a duplication of what members of parliament are doing using CDF. They have no reference to members of parliament. You will go and find a classroom being built at a cost double what the member of parliament is doing at the constituency level. And when we raised the issue here, you remember the ministry was adamant that those resources cannot go to CDF or through the members of parliament. And it is the corruption cartels that persist in the ministry. I would really want to hear what you intend to do to deal with those cartels that exist in the Ministry of Education, including either recovery of the monies that were paid through the Ruaraka land theft, which happened at the Ministry of Education to the tune of almost 1.5 billion shillings. That was public money paying for a public school's land. I would want to hear, because it still exists as an audit query, since Parliament never approved it, what you would intend to do, and especially considering that the minister then hailed from your neighboring county of Nyamira. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'll be very brief. Honorable Machogu, I had wanted to ask some question here, but from the history you've given us, it would appear that you are only deputy PC in Coast. Because during my research on you, I had come across a Mr. Machogu, who was a DC in Mombasa in 2003, who was charged in an anti-corruption court with the offense of misleading a tender board to award a 166 million road contract. Could that have been you?
That is me.
Ah, good. Very good. Yes, so if it was you, then we want to help us understand how the matter ended, or the status of the matter as you speak.
What did you say was the charge?
The charge was misleading a tender board to award a shillings 166 million road contract in 2003.
Okay.
Then my research didn't mislead me. Two is the issue of teachers' employment. You know, during the campaigns, my coalition, the Azimio, had undertaken, upon assuming the reins of power, to employ all trained teachers who are unemployed. And a similar, more or less similar commitment. Indeed, it did sign a contract with or some kind of agreement with the teachers that it would also employ these unemployed teachers but are trained. So my question is, how soon, if and when you get lucky to be approved by Parliament, how soon should you expect a supplementary budget from you to enable you employ all these unemployed but trained teachers and to empower TSC to undertake its mandate effectively? Last is the issue of Egerton University specifically. That university is in a sorry state. The lecturers have been on strike now for I don't know how many years, since 20 whatever, and they have been on half pay since the middle of 2020. What urgent measures will you be taking to salvage that university, which is very critical for our national development? Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, you know, this country, we pride ourselves in saying that we have free primary education, and I've also heard of free secondary education. But the reality is that parents have to keep paying for teachers, they pay for examinations, they pay for activities. They are constantly going into their pockets to make payments. And you know, this is one of the reasons why a lot of our children are constantly on the roads, going back home to pick money so that they can attend classes, which is against the Basic Education Act. Now, I think in the 11th Parliament, when C.S. Matiang'i was the Minister for Education, I had asked a question concerning that, and the Minister indicated that no one is supposed to be, no principal, no head teacher is supposed to charge any levies without approval from the office of the minister. Now we know, all of us, that this continues happening all over the country. How are you going to solve this problem once and for all, so that our children can remain in school from January to December?
Ezekiel, you can, Owen, so that I finish with your side.
Okay. Ezekiel, I have two very short questions. One, there are a lot of secondary schools that have been built using CDF. A lot of them, probably you, when you are MP in your area, you built new ones. But the ministry, especially during Magoha's time, he refused to register secondary schools. And those schools are there. Kids are gone through Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, but they have to do exams in another school because that school has not been registered, because there is a moratorium that you cannot register new schools. Yet population in this country keeps on increasing. New kids we want to reduce distance from home to school, but the ministry has been an impediment towards registration of new schools. What are you going to do about that? And secondly, I want to also talk about universities just a little bit. Usually universities receive expenditure estimates from the budget, and they are allocated 100 million, but the ministry only ends up sending 30 million to that university. The rest of the money, we do not know where the money is going. Universities are collapsing in this country. As you take leadership in that ministry, I hope you will not be that one who only goes to primary schools, a professor who goes to primary schools and supervises primary schools and leaves universities to die. What are you going to do to give the universities in this country a new face, a new energy, and a new eager? And then lastly, on the issue of the sweeping laws, which were actually withdrawn at Parliament, where minister wants to appoint vice chancellors, he wants to be in charge of all universities in this country. Do you still want to bring these laws, or will you withdraw them? Will you give vice chancellors an opportunity to manage universities without interference, and stop sending girlfriends to be members of council of universities? Thank you.
Yes, you can. Ezekiel, answer those 5
Thank you.
Interventions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Members. I know it is the concern of each and every parent in this country about the new system of CPC, and people are anxious. And of course, because of that anxiety and the concerns voiced by the many Kenyans about this system, it was within the wisdom of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to appoint a presidential working party with very clear terms of reference, so that they can be able to get views and comments from each and every Kenyan, such that once they have been able to come with a clear recommendation, then as government and Minister for Education, I will be able to get a roadmap. Of course, the way Madam has said, Honorable Madam, it is clear that parents sometimes are complaining of the expense, that it is a system which is capital intensive, such that they are required to buy so many things. And you know, our system and this administration in particular, I want to assure members, will not like anything that is going to be so costly to their parents, because education, according to Article 53(1)(b), is supposed to be free and compulsory, basic, that is primary and secondary. So once I get the recommendations of the task force, this is one of the areas that I'm sure they will be able to come up with, such that it is made manageable, because Kenyans, with the COVID and the economy the way it is as of now, parents might not be able to afford certain things as it is indicated in the CPC curriculum. The teachers have also, I was checking, they undertook an induction course of about 1 week. 1 week might not be able to be enough for them to understand the content of the curriculum the way it is, because this is subject-based, and I think the kind of induction that they were taken through was not subject-based. So another opportunity, probably once the task force also goes around, has to be given to the teachers, and I'm sure among the people who will be able to give their views on this particular area will be teachers, so that teachers can be able to give their comments, and the task force will be able to consider which time and which time frame will be enough for teachers to be able to understand and comprehend this curriculum. We want to ensure that there is high quality, because one other thing that the task force has to look at is the assessment, because, you know, this has been categorized into two. There is what they call formative. Formative is the continuous assessment, such that when one is in grade 4, they are graded and given 20 marks. When he's in grade 5 and 6, equally 20, which now makes a total of 60, and then that now a continuous assessment. How regulated is it? What instruments of measurement are used so that we know the measurement is right at that particular level? And this is one of the areas that the task force will be able to look at, so that we ensure of quality of education from this level. And also summative, of course, now comprises of 40% of what they are supposed to be tested on. University capitation, yes, as members have clearly indicated, there is a lot of problems in our universities. There is underfunding, there is all kinds of problems facing our university. And Honorable Chair and members, you are aware that government gives capitation to all public universities, and according to the amendment that was done by the National Assembly, I think in 2016, is what made it now possible for private universities to access capitation money. But when you also look at the figures, anyone going to a private university is given, I think, about 63,000, when one who goes to a public university and the government sponsorship is given about 153. So up to now, we have, I think, in a 4-year period, about 86,000 of our Kenyan students in private universities, and of course accessing public funds. This is not a policy matter, but I think a legislative matter, because it's an act of parliament, and parliament has to probably come up with an amendment in case the stakeholders feel that it has to be done. Honorable Chairman, I'm a bottom-up person. I understand the government system. I know the way it operates, and in case there are cases in that ministry, I think it is time for them to start packing and going elsewhere, because with Machogu at the helm of that ministry, if there is anything I will not allow, I will like value for money, shilling by shilling, and we will be able to do very proper monitoring, so that we don't lose any any money at all. I agree totally that there is duplication. In actual fact, if you see what CDF has done in a number of constituencies, because when I became member of parliament, honorable chair, I did benchmarking actually in Kipikeron East and in Tinderet, and I used a paper-based contract. So a classroom that I was doing at 600, same size, same quality, you find brought the ministry at 2 million. So these are some of the things that I have an opportunity, and if there's anything I will do, because I've been a member of parliament, is to work very, very closely, hand in hand with my honorable members, so that you are able to provide oversight, including even identification of the schools which are to benefit out of infrastructural funds, because I think the way and the manner in which it is done probably is a little bit opaque, and I will make sure that it is totally transparent, so that there is that participation, so that we are able to get a school from each and every constituency, each and every sub-county, and the input for me or us in the ministry level to arrive at that particular decision would have been made from the constituency level. Teacher shortage is real in this country, Honorable Chairman, because I think as of now, almost each and every part of the country, both primary and secondary, there is a serious shortage, and that's why this administration in the Education Charter has made it very clear that in a 2-year period, we will be able to employ at least 116 teachers. Honorable members, you are aware of the very tight fiscal space that we are operating in, but progressively we will be able to employ these teachers, and I'm aware that with effect from January, we will be employing not less than 30,000 teachers to be spread all over the country, and more so areas that are having an acute shortage of teachers. And apart from employing teachers so that we are able to improve on the quality of education, it will also afford an opportunity to those who have not had employment for some time. And we also have internship program. We intend, once I get in the ministry, to institutionalize this system of interns, because it is a little bit cheaper, affordable, such that once one serves as an intern for some time, from there we can also be able to give him or her an opportunity of getting permanent employment. Honorable Chair, I'm aware about what is happening in Egerton University and many other universities, and once you give me that permission to get into office, because it's you, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members here, I will be able to look at this particular issue, because I know there are CPS which were made, and there are 2 categories of CPS that universities make. One, that all the universities make, dealing with the salaries and dealing with a few other things. Others are made by individual universities. The last one was made, I think, 2017 to 2021. It's supposed to be 4-year period. So there are areas that I think a lot of negotiation, a lot of mediation has to be done, so that we are able to get a way forward, so that we don't allow that Egerton University, which one time had a niche of being the best agricultural and livestock university, to collapse. So once we get to office, we will be able to discuss with the National Treasury and with this Parliament, so that we are able to get a solution for Egerton University. We, Chairman, I also would like to say that once I get into office, the university funding board it will be operationalized so that whatever capitation money which comes is not some officers in the ministry will be doing it, but the way it has been legislated by Parliament, that is the body which is supposed to disperse capitation money. I will make sure that in my first month in office, that is actually operationalized. Honorable Chair, finally, the appointment of Vice Chancellors, I personally, that is my personal opinion, that the amendment done, that Public Service Commission is the one which is to invite applications and to interview Vice Chancellors, and then when they are now sent the university councils, in case of disciplinary matters, in case of firing, it is now the councils which are supposed to do that. I think there's a disconnect because a body that is hiring should be the same body that is actually firing, and is one of the areas that Parliament might like to look into. Even appointment of chancellors. When I graduated from the University of Nairobi, the president was the chancellor and was the one awarding us the degrees. Now, if you invite applications, because these are supposed to be eminent Kenyans, people who have served the country with distinction, and we have many probably who are supposed to be appointed by the president of the country so that they act on his behalf. But if you invite applications, I'm sure that you are not going to get men applying. And I think out of our public universities, that tells us why we have only 9 chancellors out of the 44 public universities that we have.
Next round.
Mr. Chairman, did he answer all the questions?
You have not answered about the case.
Even the TSC.
Sorry.
TPD. Tuition of teachers or schools.
Yes. Sorry. Now, when I worked in Busia, District Commissioner Busia, 1998, I was, by virtue of my office, the chairman of the tender board. The tender board used to comprise all heads of department, and it was now anything that a head of department or a ministry wanted to be discussed in the tender board, we initiate through the district procurement or supplies officers, as they were known then. So a request came from the district public works officer. In actual fact, we had no money, and even by the time I arrived to Busia, there was no money. Ours was now to recommend to the Ministry of Public Works, the PS, for the road to be done, graveling. And after recommending that particular contract, the PS Public Works signed, and it was countersigned by the PS Finance. But as it were, about 5-6 years later, because that thing was done 1998, some of these cases, if I tell you a story, if we had the time, you will understand how some cases can be instigated by certain other people for certain other reasons, personal vendetta, reasons which are not real. So a case was actually instigated against me, where people said, arbitrarily informed the tender board that there was waiver from PS Finance for selective tendering, arbitrarily informed. So informing would have appeared in the minutes. There was nothing in the minutes indicating Machogu informed anybody. When I questioned that actually you have brought a person to court who was not supposed to be brought, they substituted that. Now said arbitrarily convened and chaired a tender board. That one count. Nobody ever accused Machogu of anything. So convening the chairman, you don't convene. Actually, this is the secretary, and in that particular aspect, I had a letter inviting me as chairman to the meeting. The other thing I had to prove to the court was the circulars of that particular time that the person who was supposed to chair the tender board was actually the district commissioner, and also to prove the court that I was not some imposter from somewhere. I was properly appointed as district commissioner, and actually I was not an imposter. So the court said Machogo had no case, and because of that...
Where was the court? In Busia?
No, here in Nairobi.
In Nairobi.
And because of that, government, for malicious prosecution, Machogo was paid 10 million, and actually it accrued interest. So when the government paid, it paid me 14,873,000. I was not a millionaire, but they made me one. Courtesy of people prosecuting cases.
That's fine, that's fine.
The other one,
and the
I undertake, Honorable Chair, that indeed the way to go in this country is day schools. Boarding schools right now, and the boarding day schools, we have over 70%. If we have to have 100% transition, we require day schools. So one thing that I would have to look into, the first month, as you allow me to get into office, is to have those schools which are not registered to be registered, because they have teachers, and we should not be an impediment to any such as a ministry.
Very good.
Teachers' employment.
How many teachers?
Yeah, we are starting.
You said 116.
We are starting with the 30, and as the economy becomes vibrant, I'm sure I will be working very closely with the Parliament, because it is this 13th Parliament that will be able to give me funds in order to employ more teachers. But we are starting with about 30 in January, and I'm sure that the figure will be able to improve.
Thank you. Now, this time, we start from the front. No soliciting Sharia.
Chairman.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Chairman, the question of the Mamamboga and the Boda Boda parents hasn't been answered by the Kenya Kwanza nominee.
Can you repeat the question?
The question was about the illegal levies, Chair, that have been levied to parents out all over the country.
Chairman,
yes,
Chair also didn't hear the answer to the cartels on TPD, university placement, Ruaraka land. I've not had the answers, the Honorable Machogo answering. And I believe he's the nominee for Cabinet Secretary in the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you. Thank
not Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you. Once I get into office, the 6,000, because our teachers are doing very good work for our children, and actually they should be commended for what they do. One area that I will look into, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is this, and the 6,000, and review me that I will be able to take the necessary remedial action. The necessary unnecessary levies, Chair, I will create systems, and those structures are already there. And out of those systems and the structures, monitoring, I will make sure that indeed parents are not subjected to unnecessary harassment, unnecessary levies, and because I'm one of you honorable members, anything that it will be, anywhere that it will be happening, because I will be accessible, I will be able to get that information, if not officially from my officers on the ground, then even from the people and the members of Parliament, and we will not allow anything like that, because if it is allowed, it will then affect even the Constitution, which says free and compulsory, because this is a constitutional matter.
Point of order.
Yes,
maybe you could advise the nominee to just be direct to answering the questions, other than
I was just the microphone
to advise him. So, because they are straightforward questions. Do you have the temerity to deal with corruption in the Ministry of Education? Are you able, and do you have the capacity to re-engineer the placement of students, or do you even believe that the government-sponsored students a majority of them should go to public universities or to private universities? It's a very straightforward question. Do you believe the teacher professional development program should be going to institutions that are private institutions or supporting our public universities? It's that simple.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe that placement, our teachers, their development should go to public universities. Again, I also believe, when I look at the figures, Honorable Chairman, because the people we have qualifying for universities, 125 in a year, actually our public universities will accommodate all of them. So it's one of the areas that I think we would have to look into with members of parliament.
Waziri nominee, you help inspire and instill confidence.
Yes.
By not looking into it, by acting when you get there. Is there any justification in truncating Egerton, Moi, Kisii, Southeastern, all these universities, and you are taking students to private universities and spending public money to bolster private universities when public universities are collapsing? It is not something to look into. It's something you have to go and act.
I will, because it is not only a policy matter but also legislative, I will come committee of parliament so that parliament now can be able to, so that we do the amendment, and it will not be in piecemeal, it will be thorough because I've looked at the act.
Okay. Now, we'll start from the front row. Mama Mishi, Daud, Posing, George, Ferdinand. One question each.
Yeah,
and I just want to emphasize, Ezekiel, please just answer the question.
Thank you.
Story mingi wacha.
Thank you.
Yes. When a question is asked, what will you do with the cartels? You don't need a story to deal with cartels.
Thank you.
You'll either deal with them or you'll not deal with them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just want to reiterate what Honorable Ichung'wah has just said on the issue of skill distribution of resources. And I want to say it's not only on the infrastructural funding, but also in terms of recruitment to the universities, in terms of the scholarship we get, either the presidential scholarship we get from friendly countries. We also need to ensure that we employ the principle of equity to ensure that those areas where education level is still very low, we need to put some focus and emphasis on those areas. And my question, Honorable Chair, will be on the issue of Higher Education Loan Board. During the olden days, the university graduates used to be recruited by the government to different sectors in the country so that they can be able to repay back the loan. Nowadays, it is different, and this is because of the scarcity of employment opportunities, and that is why it has become very difficult to sustain this fund. So what plans do you have to ensure that this kind of fund will still be sustained to ensure that the poor children from especially rural area, marginalized areas like the Asal, Coast Region, and other areas in this country can still access this kind of loan? Thank you.
Thank you. Daud.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Honorable Machogu has not answered Honorable Mbui's question very well, because it's not just illegal levies. They need to know, when the government says free primary, free secondary education, it is not free because some of the levies are not on paper. They are just told, students are sent home and told to come with this or the other. The other thing, Chair, is exam certificates. I believe the government has time immemorial said exam certificates should be released to the students who have already done exams, even if they have not paid for the fees. How do they look for a job when the exam certificates are being held by schools? Is there a way the Ministry of Education will give those students their certificates so they can go and look for a job, instead of marking time, seeing how they are going to pay those fees? And placements in Form 1. The other day, you get a boy being placed in a girl's school, a girl being placed in a boy's school. Can we streamline that as well? Thank you.
Very good. Pausing.
Thank you, Chair.
If you follow that trend, we'll do very well.
Thank you, Chair. I will exactly follow. Honorable Machogo, Kenyans are looking at you, including myself. And there is a question which has been going on around in terms of building confidence. And people expected that the Minister for Education should have been either a professor or a doctorate in terms of PhD, not medical, or a bare minimum of a master's degree. When I was perusing your CV, I only saw a bachelor's degree of 1979 when I was about 4 years. And nothing has changed. So what will you tell those Kenyans to build confidence? Because if this parliament approves you, you'll be actually the Minister for Education. So what will you tell Kenyans to build confidence, including myself? And finally, the issue of delocalization. That policy has really dismantled families. It has caused chaos. Even the teachers which were delocalized to some other places, they don't even teach, Honorable Machogo, they don't teach. They're in problems, psychological problems. And therefore we have affected education. Kenyans have suggested that that policy should be scrapped and return people back to home so that they can teach properly. Will you agree with those Kenyans that are saying that we should be scrapping, including myself? Thank you, Chair.
George.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mheshimiwa Machogu. This is on behalf of the teachers. Problem number one is delocalization. That has been addressed. Problem number two is the government trying to usurp the powers of unions for the teachers, KNUT, KUPPET, to make them puppets, so that for whatever reason, teachers are controlled and they are not able to agitate for their rights. Number three, the difference between the salary of an ECD teacher who is required to have a D- or a D+ and a diploma, and a P1 teacher who is supposed to have possibly a C+ and a certificate. The ECD teacher earns 60,000 while the P1 teacher earns 30,000. How do you propose? Another problem is also promotion of teachers, because the ministry argues there are too many. You find that most of them, P1 teachers, will never be promoted. That brings disparity between what P1s earn with the senior teachers, deputy head teachers, and head teachers. The other one is the medical scheme you have.
George.
It's a problem for the teachers, so it is good I put them together here, how it's going to be. The medical allowance, because teachers complained they were not consulted. What happened is ministry scrapped the medical allowance, heaped them into an insurance company so that they would take medical cover, as a result of which their lives have not improved. In fact, possibly it is worse, because this is centrally managed and they have difficulties making claims. The question is, teachers' welfare. You as the Minister for Education, what policies are you likely to put into place to ensure that teachers, who are stakeholders number one in education, are actually catered for?
Let nobody emulate Murugara.
You be sure I'll not do that. Be sure I'll not do that. I just want to ask you, the appointee, I want you to be very clear. I sometimes having a problem with the teachers. You send commitment letters to the teachers that they're going to pay school fees for students, and even make that commitment the date. And yet students actually send away. They want hard cash to be taken to schools. So that at the end of the day, you have a lot of school dropouts, because there's no consistency in school attendance. And this is basically because teachers don't even work with leaders. You tell them you are going to do ABCD, you have it in writing. I normally call it a commitment, because CDF may not come on time and I pay school fees for them, pay for university and what have you, and then yet teachers send students home in that discipline. What are you going to do about it?
Finish that front row.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mashogu, congratulations for your nomination. I just want to ask you about the school feeding programs. Because as I'm seated here in Nyeri County, the children are not able to go to school in Kieni. Ensuring that people are well fed, healthy, and able to learn is essential to the effectiveness of the education system. What will you do to enhance the sustainability in the school feeding program to ensure universal primary education and education for all, especially in the marginalized regions? Thank you.
Raquel, you can answer those.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Skilled recruitment. I will ensure that we do this on assessment of need basis. Areas that have acute shortage, areas that are lacking teachers, those are the areas that will be able to recruit and send teachers, and not in areas where we already have almost enough. Scholarships are many. We have the RIMU scholarship, we have Kenyatta, we have now Equity, and other bodies. I will make sure that I streamline this so that every part of Kenya, and particularly the disadvantaged and marginalized areas, are able to benefit from these scholarships. Making help sustainable, I'm aware that indeed the funding has been constant, but there has been an increase in the number of students both in universities and at TVET, and also their own repayment, because this is supposed to be a revolving fund, so you get their own repayment that they are supposed to pay is not forthcoming, not because of a fault of their own, but because some have left the university, they have not been able to secure employment. So this is one area that we will also make sure that a proper assessment is done in accordance to the number of applicants we have, so that we are able to consider the very needy cases to qualify for these loans. Illegal levies, I assure you that during my time as a Minister for Education, I will not allow this to happen anywhere, and upon the teachers, in cooperation with Teacher Service Commission, I will ensure that these levies are not supposed to be there. Actually, primary school is supposed to be 100% free, apart from the parent only buys uniform. On the uniform. And the other thing that parents, in conjunction with the school committees, in case they find it necessary, another area to provide food, lunch, then they agree on the amount that each and every parent is supposed to give, and that information is also supposed to be given the ministry. I think those are the only things that a parent is supposed to do. So I undertake that this one, I will make sure that no such illegal levies. Exam certificates, indeed, the ministry, I remember seeing those circulars clearly saying that even if a child has not been able to pay school fees, they should be able to be given their certificates. Mine will be to enforce and make sure that whatever circular which was issued earlier, these certificates are given out, because I remember there is a circular, but on the enforcement that requires to be done.
Chair, he's just said, can I?
Yes.
Clarification. You see, that circular, Chair, has been there for ages, but the students can never access that one because enforcement has been difficult. Is there any other way that the students can get their certificates, probably from a Huduma center, directly without going to the school?
Deputy Speaker, just hold. Yes. Deputy Speaker has a minor intervention.
Yeah, sorry, I have to make an intervention. You've mentioned school fees, school uniforms. So you've said that the only thing parents need to pay for is the uniforms. But do you know that the uniforms are more expensive than the school fees itself? In a secondary school, a student has 2 types of jerseys, has a tracksuit, then has a fleece, and then has something else, and has shoes purchased from specific a specific vendor, which is like maybe sometimes it even goes up to 3,000 shillings a shoe. Well, parents, they should just tell parents black shoes, and the parents can go to Mitumba and buy it for 500 shillings. So actually uniforms are, so school is out of reach because of the challenge of uniforms. And the teachers are in bed with the school uniform suppliers.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, can I just start on the uniforms?
No.
On the uniforms.
You'll have a chance to ask again.
because of the uniforms is one thing.
Okay.
Chair, besides being given directive as to which shop, schools these days now are directing that they buy from the school, such that the teachers have now abandoned their responsibility. They have become tailors, and they are now starting selling the same uniforms in schools.
Chair, you can see of your work
yes,
cut out for you if we approve you.
My system and style of work is that I'm going to move almost county per county, and not only moving around for the sake of it. I will ensure that what the government has said should be implemented will be implemented. We will not allow those cartels where somebody is restricted. We are in a free market economy, such that you cannot say you specifically go to such and such a shop, because then there is conflict of interest. It means you have interest. So I assure you, those are now cartels. And at the aim of that ministry, if there's anything I'm not going to allow, is the existence of cartels. So I will make sure that things are done, and done in the right way. Chair, teachers' welfare, certificates, Chair, once I get into the office, and I would like to get specific cases, even the Member of Parliament, because it is all over Kenya. But apart from issuing that, I will try to use all machinery as available, including my officers in the field, to ensure that we implement and enforce the circular, as it were.
You know, nominee, what you have to address, there are 2 competing interests. The school is owed fees, wants to hold on to the certificate to say, parent so and so, you pay fees before you get a certificate for your child. Right? The child has finished school, must get the certificate to go out there and struggle to look for something to do. Now, as minister, what are you going to put in place to mitigate this problem? Are you going to find some form of insurance undertaking that schools must release the certificates? Are you going to force schools to release certificates regardless? What are you going to do? And as a member of parliament of a constituency, until very recently, I'm sure you know, schools are holding thousands and thousands of certificates of children who have finished and cannot get them to go anywhere.
Thank you, Chair. This is one thing that once I get into office, I will think through, even if it means Kenya National Examination Council in some of these cases, issuing now direct where teachers are behaving like that, because we have to work very closely with the Teacher Service Commission where we find the teachers not complying, then disciplinary action is taken.
Yes. Have you finished answering all of them?
No, I'm answering.
But I just want to add, as an experience.
Let him finish.
Let him finish the answers.
Thank you.
I'll give you an introduction.
One other thing I want to answer is that Machogu is a manager. Machogu has been tested. He's seasoned as a career civil servant, a prolific administrator, and actually what the Ministry of Education requires is a manager, because I will be able to understand the dynamics which I will be able to grasp within no time. And once I know the mandate of that particular ministry, I am able, with the experience, I will leverage on the leadership, management, and administrative experience I have. And there is no doubt that this will be the best among the top ministers that ministry has ever had. Because really, what a minister requires, you are dealing with matters of policy, which I will be able to deal with. I will be able to engage so much with all stakeholders. Ministry of Education has many stakeholders, more than another ministry. I will be able to coordinate, because you deal with the policy, you coordinate, and you get all these other people, because human beings, once you know how to build teams and to manage, there is nothing that you cannot be able to do. So I have what it takes to ensure that we take the ministry to another level. Feeding program, we have it in 10 arid areas and 16 semi-arid areas. That is 26. We have informal settlements, we have slums, and this number, this administration undertakes to increase the number from 2,000 to 4,000. And I know we are working with the development partners. We would like this number to be increased even more, finally to approach 7,000-8,000, with the funds being available, because it's something that retains our children in school, also improves the quality of learning, because, you know, once they get food, it improves the quality of learning. Yes.
Very important, delocalization.
Thank you. Delocalization, Honorable Chair.
Emotive.
I would like honorable members and honorable Chair to know that this administration has totally changed that policy, and once I get into office, that is my first assignment. We are actually coming up with something we call nationalization, because what was happening there before, a teacher is transferred, not considering the circumstances. Even somebody has probably 1 year to retire, somebody is sickly, and then some of it was being used for punitive purposes. That one, this administration has done away with it. And where we find a teacher wanting to remain, like for example in West Pokot, this administration is going to provide certain other incentives for that particular teacher to remain within that particular area. Otherwise, we are not going to do what was being done in the other administration.
Mr. Machogu, there is Honorable Machogu, somebody, Dr. Hassan, he says he's from Northern Kenya, and he doesn't see anybody here from Northern Kenya. He either doesn't know Sharia and Russell, or doesn't recognize them. He says schools in Northern Kenya have no teachers. He knows of a school in Wajir with standard 1 to 7, but with only 2 teachers. What are you going to do about it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. We have a program in Northern Kenya. Actually, I worked in that particular area. There are 2 ways of working out this, Honorable Chair. One, we have to work on matter security, because we have so many unemployed teachers, but because of cases of insecurity, they have not been comfortable working in those areas. Two, we have to provide a mechanism where even if it is in service courses, such that we are able to employ the local people to work within their areas, and we subject them to in-service courses. We don't insist that one has to have qualified as a P1 or diploma teacher in order to access employment, because I know and I'm aware that is a very serious problem. And once I take office, we will be able to discuss with the local leaders and the Teacher Service Commission so that we are able to get some kind of permanent solution to the problem that is existing in northern Kenya.
The next batch, Koech, Amisi, Raso, Shurie, Emase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chair. Mine, Honorable Machogu, and just for the record, my name is Nelson Koech. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, for walking in a bit late when you had started. Mine will be on universities. You saw the case of Kenyatta University. These universities, most of our universities are now reeling in huge debts. Yet they have some of the most prized assets. How will you harness, use PPP to unlock the wealth and potential in our universities and its assets?
Amisi.
Thank you, Chair. There is this paradox that I want you to help me unravel. The first is that you look at the education, the budget every year. It has the highest chunk on our national budget. But conversely, the results of the education is actually still affecting our budget. The degrees holders are on the streets. It still comes to back and get budget to take care of youth population bulge. Second, there is a disconnect between success and education. Something that is discouraging even the students, that the most successful people in Kenya are mostly dropouts or maybe just averagely educated. Maybe globally, not just in Kenya. That you'll see the people who pursue their talents are the most successful and rich. But the professors and the doctors are maybe averagely or just poor. Is this something that bothers you? And what is these new ideas are you going to really improve our education so that it matches the success and the effort that students put in? They must be hopeful in life that once you finish education, you want to be somewhere. But it is a big disconnect, so much so that graduates that are burning papers on the streets, they are burning their certificates and getting disillusioned. Some are committing suicide because they see their fellows who dropped out in class 2. There are members of parliament, there are governors. You are being told that you can go to a cabinet without a degree. You know, is this really the education sector you want to build? And is it giving morale to students?
Russell.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Machogu, congratulations on your nomination. Nelson Mandela said education is the greatest equalizer. It is true to say, looking at your CV and your exposition to this honorable committee, that you worked in Nyandarua and also in Wajir. From your experience, those two regions are Kenya, but the education standards are obviously very different. Where more from Nyandarua access higher education, going to universities and higher colleges of learning, the same numbers are unlikely to be attracted from Wajir. If the House is going to give you this job, what are some of the measures you are likely to do so that those who live in outlying districts in this country also, by virtue of getting almost equal education, that they consider themselves as Kenyans. Finally, during Amina Mohammed, after consultation, I'm just following up what Honorable Chair there was asked by Dr. Hassan. She said that those from northern Kenya with the grade of D+ can access teacher training colleges, so that as many of them from the local environment will remain there and teach the local children. Because the experience we have, those from outside the ASAL areas, they get employed, they stay 1 year, and they buy themselves out of those areas. And that is why a school with 8 classes, that is from standard 1 to 8, actually likely to end up with 2 teachers. But also this is exacerbated by the issue of insecurity. Once there is a firefight, then the teachers from other parts of Kenya, actually, they run away from northern Kenya. So what are some of the initiatives you are likely to undertake so that as many as you could get of the local cadre that is likely to join teaching? Thank you, Chair.
Sharia.
Thank you, Honour Chair, and I think the worry that Northern Kenya has is that's why they had to try and get to you, because they're not sure if maybe we'll ask the same question that you just asked. And Mheshimiwa Machogu, I'll just put more emphasis on what Dr. and Mheshimiwa Raso said. Dr. Amina, when she was at this education, she had a program which was just to at least cover Northern Kenya in the short term and help them get teachers, because you can imagine, as Dr. Hassan said, that there are only 2 teachers in a whole school. Maybe you might have 300-400 students. You don't expect those kids to get the same education with maybe students here in Nairobi. Please, if you are approved, consider Dr. Amina's proposals. Thank you very much.
Mary Amase.
Thank you, Speaker. My concern goes to primary and secondary education, because without those 2, which are the foundation, then we do not need the universities. To the nominee, these education circulars from the ministry, guidelines, directives, whatever, I put it to you that they have been completely ignored. The issue of illegal charges, and case in point, I want to put it to you as I speak to you. There is a primary school, a public primary school in Busia County that is charging a standard 8 pupil 32,350. This pupil has to pay for a prayers day, has to pay for sufuria. Each child is contributing money to buy sufurias, pay for the cook, you know, different types of welfare, different types of exams. So we are wondering, you've said you're going to enforce. How exactly are you going to enforce so that there is compliance? And as I conclude also, most of the ministry sends disbursement to schools in form of capitation that are supposed to take care of maintenance, continuous maintenance, and what have you. But I also put it to you, a number of schools are dilapidated. And that tells us 2 things. Either the money is being embezzled, or you need to relook at M&E, monitoring and evaluation effectiveness, because something is definitely wrong somewhere. And apart from the dilapidated schools, we also have very good schools that have been run down. We have giants that previously posted very impressive results, like a school in my constituency called St. Paul's Amkura High School. It was a 6-streamed school. Very many dignitaries in this country have gone through that school. But today, the school has completely been run down. It has lost traction. It can hardly manage 2 streams. So what are you going to do about such institutions? And finally,
Mary,
finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to just remind the nominee on the question that Honorable Mukami asked on school feeding, because we campaigned on that platform. We aligned our manifestos to our presidential manifesto, and Kenyans are asking, when are we to expect implementation? If we approved your nomination, how soon should we have that in place? The issue of sustainability and the issue of how soon would you implement? Thank you.
Ezekiel, we can deal with those 5 very quickly. We are running out of time, and we still have 3 members who want to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. To start with Kenyatta University and many other universities that are in financial problems, I think we would encourage universities not only to depend on the exchequer, but also explore on other ways of making money, because Chairman, actually this program goes back when the universities, we had Module 2, commonly known as the parallel programs. Universities had a boom, but when this now changed, the entry grade from a B to a C plus, such that they don't have any more students. So they have to look for revenue streams apart from what they are getting from government, like research, innovation. Actually, universities, their core mandate is research and innovation. We want to encourage our universities to get into this, because by so doing, they will also be able to generate money. There is a lot of idle capacity, idle land. Others can be able to engage even in commercial agriculture, like the university that he has talked about. I'm aware it has about 700 acres. So we have to go into certain ventures, and also universities have to downsize to right size, such that they look at the employees, such that they are able to rationalize in a way that with what they have, they don't exceed and go beyond their budgets. So we will also be discussing with the vice chancellors on this, because it's not one university, it's almost all of them, and I'm sure once we discuss, we will be able to come up with ideas that should be able to save the situation. Even endowment fund, where the alumni, if Macho was in Nairobi University, there are so many people who can be able to come in one or the other and assist, and even making universities as destinations in the region. Once we have best universities, we can attract the people from Rwanda, from Tanzania, from the neighboring countries, and by so doing, they will also be able to generate additional income. The relevance of education, question number 2, your Honorable Chair, it is through that education takes the greatest percentage of our revenue, 25.9%, or they're about to be exact. And sometimes we have children going to university, even middle-level colleges, and when they come out, there is no employment, or when there is actually underemployment. So this situation of joblessness, also when you analyze how relevant are the courses that we offer in some of these universities, does the market require some of the courses that we offer in university? So this is one other issue that we have to look at, that we our university courses are demand-driven, such that what the market, the industry requires at any given time is what we are able to train our children in, so that when they finish college, chances of getting employment will be better. Education as an equalizer, I agree with you, Nyandarua and Wajir, because I worked in the 2 places. I will, once you give me permission to assume office, discuss with members of parliament from Northern Kenya, because I also understand the program so much, having worked there for almost 3 years. I know that even matter security, because when I was in Wajir, before I went there, used to be a lot of banditry,
and we were able to deal with it. By the time I was leaving Wajir, there was no banditry. So one other thing, I will be able to liaise very closely with my counterpart in internal security. We deal with that problem. Two, I propose that we must have a way forward and domesticate this in a way that even if we have in-service courses, and I think Teacher Service Commission has no option in some of these things, because we cannot be able to move ahead when another part of the country is actually lagging behind, and the solution is not going to come from anywhere. We have to have homegrown solutions. So I will be with you in this, and I assure you that we should be able to get a solution. And one of them is low-cost boarding schools, because the nature and the lifestyle of our people in northern Kenya is nomadic. Sometimes they are able to move from one place to another. So establishment of low-cost boarding schools will also be one of the issues that I will be able to look into. Directive was ignored. Macho has been a career civil servant. When a directive is issued, and as it were, if it is from the president, that is an executive order. It has to be implemented come what may. I've seen even orders issued from the highest office and the people don't comply. Because if you don't comply, then you are asking for dismissal. That is insubordination. It amounts into insubordination. So, with the career civil servant at the helm of that ministry, we are not going to have a situation, Honorable Chairman, where directives are issued and the people just ignore with impunity. That impunity in this country is one other thing we will have to deal with, and I assure you, if it is in the means of education, I will deal with it squarely. Finally, we also have 32,000, Madam, I worked in Busia, Mukura was a giant, and some of these schools, Honorable Chairman, my personal experience is that a school is as good as the principal or the head of that institution. So sometimes we have appointed people as principals. They were good in the classroom, very good, but you find they have not been undertaken through the necessary courses for management. So capacity, what we are also going to do with our head teachers, some of them who have done so well but they have not been capacitated, we will be able to build the capacity so that when they are heading such schools, then they know financial management, they know how to deal with the various stakeholders in a school, so that we are able to improve the standards of this school. Bamukura being one of them. We will also be able to make the quality assurance officers, because like in my constituency, if I give an example, I know this used to be inspectors of schools. During our time, you will be able to confirm that these are the people who used to go around schools, and when they used to come and inspect the schools, then whatever they said used to be done. So we'll also make sure that that particular department, we are able to strengthen it, we are able to support it, so that they are able to do the work that they are intended to do.
Next, Naisula. Gikari, you already asked the question. Naisula, and then Mule.
I didn't ask. It was just about.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Please take a minute each. You can see we have 52 seconds.
Okay.
And we have 2 nominees waiting.
I'll be very brief. I just want to reiterate on the school feeding program that as you look onto it, please just consider water for schools, and especially during this time of drought, even if it's water tracking, students are really struggling in schools, and to make sure to understand that some children just go to school even to have that meal, 1 meal a day. My question is also on sanitary towels. I know that there was an amendment and we passed in Parliament that our school-going girls, both in primary schools and secondary schools, should all be entitled to sanitary towels, because there are some who miss the schooling and during their menstrual period. And I know that it was taken to the Ministry of Gender, but how will you liaise with the Ministry of Gender to ensure that our girls do not miss school because of their menses?
Yes,
Thank you, Chair. This is a case-by-case basis depending on where. And this is about teachers and their house allowances and their hardship allowances. And misplacement. Others are placed as if they're in rural areas, yet they are in urban areas or cities. So that is, I don't know how you'll be dealing on a case-by-case basis, because when it comes, then you have to address as it comes, because and I will say in my constituency there is a lot of house allowance which was taken away from some teachers, which is supposed to be. Honorable Chair, the other bit is about the students and their discipline in school. Chair, especially in urban areas, and you need to look at and see how you can help on matters to do with discipline. Within some urban areas, the schools, particularly secondary schools, have become breeding ground for criminals, where people are, they are recruited into criminal gangs, and to a point where sometimes when the banning of schools, for example, that the banning of boarding schools, which have been a big problem in the country. So again, how are you going to address on matters to do with discipline for the children within our schools, especially secondary and boarding schools? Thank you.
Honorable Mulde.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just need to introduce myself. I found you had introduced Honorable Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu. Mine to the nominee. Why is it very impossible to replace the KCSC certificate for NEC when somebody has lost it or destroyed it? Whereas you know it very well, it is a basic right for basic education. It's actually unconstitutional. What will you do to make sure that those who lose their certificates at one way or another, they are able to get a replacement at NEC or within the circles of education, so that they will be able to continue their lives? Some, especially when you find some fires gutter the slums. Quite a number of children loses, households lose their documents. But to replace just the NEC certificate for KCSC is a very tall order in this country, whereas education is a basic right. It's actually unconstitutional if we cannot provide that basic right. Thank you.
Ezekiel, can you quickly answer those three?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. As I said, I will ensure that the school feeding program is actually strengthened. This administration undertook to increase the number from 2,000 to 4,000, and we have a very ambitious program that even the 4,000 figure should be increased gradually to get to 7,000 or 8,000. Water, I agree with you. The capitation money that we give is supposed to cover some of these things. It's an issue that we would also be able to look into. Sanitary towels, indeed, is something that has to be done. I'm not aware that it has been taken to the Ministry of Gender, but if it has, it's something
actually, I just got a text. It had gone to gender, and gender reverted it back to the Ministry of Education, so it's solely under your ministry now.
This is one portfolio. Once you have something that you are supposed to deal with, it's better that it is in the ministry. These are our children. They require that green environment. They require to have this, and we'll make sure that this is dealt with as a matter of priority. It's something that I will be able to make sure that I make a follow-up, and there will be no failure at all in the supply and the provision of sanitary towels. House allowance and hardship, this one, our teachers must get what is due to them. Any case where a teacher is supposed to get house allowance and is not getting, we must ensure that they get. Any teacher where pro is within a municipality and is not getting the amount of house allowance that is supposed to get, these are some of the cases that I will ensure that Teacher Service Commission does comply, because that is what they are supposed to do, so that we are fair to each and every teacher. Discipline, Honorable Chair, is quite a problem. We have had cases of our young children indulging themselves in criminal activities. We have had children getting into substance and drug abuse. We have had children getting out of school and some doing things which indulging in social behavior that is not proper. And some of these things, I think, requires a concerted effort, not only from the school administration, but even the parents. Because, you know, Kenya, we are entirely a patriarchal society. The father figure is so important, so critical. And in some of the families, in some of the homes, unfortunately, you find there is negligence, there is abscondment, there is absence. So the poor child does not have anybody to mentor him, does not have a role model, and these are some of the factors causing all this. But within the school, we say we have to have proper professional counseling services so that we are able to deal with some of these cases. Otherwise, it requires a combination of the school administration and also the local administration, plus the community and the parents to deal with some of the indiscipline programs that we have. I get what Chairman about the replacement of certificates. If we can replace a title deed in less than 1 week, I don't see a reason why Kenya National Examination Council should not be able to replace a certificate in a day, because we should not do things in the old way, and this is one of the things that I will be able to take up to ensure that the necessary action is taken, so that any Kenyan wanting a replacement, it is done within the very minimum period, not taking more than 1 week.
Thank you, Ezekiel. You've answered questions reasonably well. You can see from the interest from the members that you have been nominated to a docket that touches the foundation of our country, our children, their growth, their mentoring, and so on. So in the event you are confirmed, you have to do the extra mile. Avoid showbiz and help Kenyans. We've seen a lot of fanfare in constructing a classroom from a minister when parents are crying about CBC and many other things. Please look at our universities. At lunchtime today, I had a vice chancellor who has come to see me just to tell me she can't hold it anymore because there's no money. And that's the point that Kimani Ichung'wah started with. Why would you finance private enterprise at the expense of public good and public institutions? Those are big questions waiting for you. Yeah. And I'm sure you are up to the task if we confirm you. 3 minutes, tell us what you want us to do for you.
Thank you.
Oh yes, just before that, Dawood had actually walked to me to ask me to give him 30 seconds to ask you about special schools.
Thank you, Chair.
Special education or special
Yes,
schools?
special schools.
Yes.
Special schools are completely ignored in this country. The Education Ministry has forgotten about them. So if you are confirmed, will you take special emphasis for special schools or PWD schools? Because they're an integral part of our education. So Do you have anything you know about it, or you will look at it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Actually, I had a special school in my constituency, which was known as committee, and they were my children. I gave them special consideration, and in this particular one, I will make sure that I cover for their welfare, because these ones have to be given special consideration. Actually, affirmative action has to be really looked into as far as this one is concerned. So that one I will.
Good. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for the opportunity, and I thank God and His Excellency the President for also giving me the opportunity to serve Kenyans. I make an undertaking to you, Honorable Chair and members, that I am equal to the task. I will be able to take the education sector to another level, because, as it were, education is actually the major determinant to the success of all other sectors of the economy, right from basic to tertiary to our universities. I will make sure that all the challenges that we have, we will be able to sort them out. And mine is an open door policy, such that we will be able to engage widely with the teachers, with the union officials, KNUT, KUPET, and every other person, because almost everyone is an interested party as far as education is concerned. So I want to assure you that, given this opportunity, I will also create systems that will work so that monitoring and evaluation will also be done for us to achieve the best results ever. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you, Honorable Ezekiel Machogo Mbaki, CBS. You are now released to go to your other duties, and we wish you well.
Honorable Chair, I was requesting, the many courses I attended are not attached. If you can
sort out with her.
Probably they can also.
Yes, you'll go and sort out with her. They are of a persuasive value only.
Honorable Chairman, I have a proposal.
Yes.
If you allow me. Looking at the time, and I know many people will want to engage most of these nominees, is it fair that each member, when given an opportunity, instead of skirting around issues, just directly go to the question, to give as many members as possible time to ask questions? I have so many words to use on a question, but I restrain myself because I want to afford my colleagues time to also ask the same questions.
Honorable Koech, since we started, that's what I've been crying for. Ask one question, be clear, be concise, be precise. But some of us decide to make a speech as a prelude to a question.
An intervention on the same, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
if you allow me.
As we do that, look for the Honorable Ababu Namwamba. Yes, Mary.
Speaker, I would propose you give us a minute or two. If I can prosecute my 2 questions or 3 within the 2 minutes, then well and good. I think that would be the best thing, time. Then I manage my time to prosecute my issues. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Na mtazamaji anayeondoka kwenye mbele ya jopo ama mbele ya kamati ya uteuzi ya bunge la kitaifa ni Ezekiel Machogu, ambaye alikuwa anapigwa msasa baada ya kupata uteuzi katika wizara ya elimu, ambapo anatarajiwa, iwapo bunge litampitisha ama bunge litamwona nafaa kukalia kiti hicho, basi ataweza kuchukua nafasi yake Profesa George Magoha, ambaye ndiye sasa waziri wa elimu. Machogu hapo akiulizwa maswali chungu nzima, maswali kuhusiana na maslahi na utendakazi wa walimu, kutokana na mambo ambayo yameweza kushuhudiwa humu nchini, kuanzia swala hili la CBC ambao ni mtaala mpya ambao hivi majuzi tunafahamu kwamba rais alitoa agizo kwamba kuundwe jopo ambalo litaweza kuchunguza vyema na kutafuta maoni kutoka kwa washikadau, kuweza kueleza maoni yao na changamoto na hata swala zima la CBC ama huu mtaala mpya, kulingana na changamoto ambazo zilikuwa zimeelezewa hapo awali. Wazazi wengi walikuwa wanalalamikia kuhusu fedha zinazohitajika katika ufanikishaji wa mtaala huo. Kwa hivyo ni masuala ambayo ameweza kujaribu kuyaelezea hapo mbele ya kamati hiyo. Vile vile wabunge wameweza kutoa maoni yao, ama wamemtaka Machogu ajieleze ni vipi atakavyoweza kushughulikia hili swala, ambapo vyuo vikuu vya kibinafsi vimeonekana kupata fedha nyingi zaidi kulingana ama kutofautiana na pesa ama fedha zinazopelekwa katika vyuo vikuu vya umma, ambapo wanasema vyuo vikuu vya umma vimeonekana kutelekezwa na serikali ama mgao ambao unapelekwa kufanikisha shughuli za vyuo vikuu. Wanasema kwamba vyuo vikuu vya kibinafsi vimekuwa vikipokea mgao mkubwa ama fedha nyingi, na hivyo basi ni swala ambalo limeweka tabani vyuo vikuu vya umma. Kwa sasa anayeingia ni Ababu na Mwamba, ambaye amepewa nafasi ama amepata kuteuliwa katika Wizara ya Michezo na masuala ya vijana. Iwapo ataweza kufanikiwa, basi atakuwa anachukua nafasi yake Amina Mohamed, ambaye ndiye anayeshikilia wizara hiyo kwa sasa. Mtazamaji, kama unavyoona tayari ameshafika kizimbani. Ni ruhusu tu ni kupisha uweze kufuatilia mahojiano haya moja kwa moja kutoka jumba la County Hall.
The Bible, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, Ababu. Sergeant, can you clear the foyer? Either people are there quietly or they go and talk elsewhere. Go ahead and take the oath.
I, Ababu Namwamba, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, the Honorable Namwamba. You're welcome to this committee, a committee of the National Assembly, set up under the standing orders, the law and the Constitution, to conduct confirmation hearings or vetting of persons nominated like yourself to hold position as Cabinet Secretary. In this regard, we are here to engage you in the next 90 minutes. The committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly. Yours truly here. I'll ask all members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Congratulations, Honorable Ababu, on your nomination as a Minister for Sports. My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Asante.
Kimani Ishong'o, member of Parliament for Kikuyu.
My name is Opiyo Wandai, MP Ugunja.
I'm Robert Mbui, MP for Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Good afternoon. My name is Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament for Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
And I'm David Kosing, MP Pokot South, West Pokot County.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for North Imenti in Meru County and a member of this committee.
Honorable Mishi Mboko MP Likoni, also a member of this committee.
Nelson Arap Koech, MP Belgut. To your left, Honorable Babu.
Yeah, good evening. Caleb Wamisi, MP Saboti.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Emase Mary, MP Teso South. And Mr. Speaker, I want to declare my interest that the nominees from my county and worked closely with me during the campaigns, the bottom up Busia County, but that will not in any way affect my work. Leo Kunikazi. Thank you.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Kikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Will introduce themselves. Florence.
Yes, sitting in for the acting clerk is Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and other select committees. With me is Mr. Michael Karuru, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the committee secretariat.
Honorable Ababu Namwamba, you have been nominated by the President as the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts. The purpose of your appearance here is for this Committee of Parliament to engage you and establish your suitability for the office to which you have been nominated. Our engagement is not adversarial. It ought to be cordial but firm, fair, factual, and legal. We discourage ourselves from you as the nominee directly engaging members. You do through the chair, and members have also been very good in their conduct. All questions are asked through the chair. Even if you ask a question that pricks your inner feelings, so to speak, avoid the temptation to lose your cool and engage us in a manner that enhances the confidence of Kenyans in this process. We will, as a committee, act fairly, and we expect you to answer all questions truthfully, concisely, precisely, so that we can save on time. We have one other colleague of yours waiting to appear before the close of the day. Before we start, we will ask you some procedural questions, and after that we'll give you about 10 minutes or less, if you can do less the better, to tell us the story of your life up to where you are sitting before this committee. I must also inform the committee that the Honorable Ababu Namwamba is very well known to me. He's a professional colleague in the legal profession. He comes from the same region as I do. He's a friend, and we have served in cabinet together before. That does not in any way affect my ability to chair these proceedings. Honorable Namwamba, do you have the following documents? One, tax compliance certificate.
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Higher education loans board clearance certificate.
I do.
Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission clearance.
I do.
Certificate of good conduct.
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been charged and been convicted of any criminal offense in a court of law?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction?
Mr. Chairman, I'm exclusively a citizen of Kenya.
You have your original identity card. You'll pass it on to the clerks to see.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And if you have the originals of all these documents, you'll share with the clerks to compare with what you already forwarded to us. Then they'll give you back your originals. At a personal level, what is your net worth in terms of finances?
Mr. Chairman, may I, with your permission, just draw your attention to the fact that my bachelor's degree certificate from the University of Nairobi, I submitted a copy of the same, but I do have a confirmation letter from the university confirming my status as a graduate of that university.
What happened to the original?
It was misplaced, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead and answer the last question.
Mr. Chairman, my net worth is 425 million Kenya shillings.
How do you segregate that?
If you allow me, Mr. Chairman, I would quickly make reference to the questionnaire that I submitted to this honorable committee, which provides details of the spread of that net worth, which includes my residence here in the city of Nairobi, my country residence back in Busia County, a business titled Chase Bay, 2 land holdings, a shareholding in Safaricom, the Cooperative Bank, and the Kenya Power. And my pension income is part of that net worth. 2 motor vehicles, a Range Rover and a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon, and 2 water vessels, Mr. Chairman. That is provided in the details of the questionnaire, totaling to 425 million.
Those are fishing boats or luxury boats?
Mr. Chairman, you know, when you talk to anybody from the land of my natural domicile, they'll tell you we cherish our boats as much as we cherish our women.
Yes.
And so those are boats for private use, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. We'll now give you 10 minutes or less to tell us the story of your life.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm proudly a country boy. A country boy, or you could say a boy of the village, from Port Victoria, Budalangi. We call Budalangi the land of lions. This is the home of the Abanyala people of the larger Luya community. These are people that pride themselves for being great fishermen, for being great hard workers. They really do know how to hustle. They're great wrestlers. We love our boats as much as we love our women, as I've said. We love a swig of our local brew, but we also cherish education greatly. This is the land of the great Professor Callistus Juma the Late, one of the most eminent intellectuals out of this country, to grace the halls of the great Harvard University in Boston, Massachusetts. The land also of my brother, Professor Namwamba, who is here with me, who has been recognized as a sage globally. And Mr. Chairman, it is in this community that I was born to the late Peter Luecheche Namwamba, my father, and my mother, Agatha Maina, who I like to call my prayer warrior. Mr. Chairman, I was born the 8th, the last of 8 children in this family, and led an ordinary life of a village child attended Port Victoria Primary School, where I sat my KCPE, and proceeded to Kolanya Boys High School in the north of Teso for my KCSE. And thereafter I was admitted to the University of Nairobi School of Law to study my bachelor's degree in law. I graduated and got into practice, Mr. Chairman. And a few years down the line, I got an American government scholarship to do my master's degree at the American University, Washington College of Law in Washington, D.C. After which I returned to Kenya, Mr. Chairman, and went straight into the 2007 elections, which I won and was elected as Member of Parliament for Budalangi constituency, and served for 10 years in that capacity in this Honorable House. Mr. Chairman, during that period, I also had the privilege to chair a number of committees in this House, including co-chairing with the then Mandera Central Member of Parliament, Honorable Abdikadir Mohammed, the Parliamentary Select Committee on Constitution Review that presided over the process that led to our 2010 Constitution. I also chaired the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Public Accounts Committee, and the Parliamentary Select Committee on Cost of Living. Mr. Chairman, I'm nostalgically proud of the period earlier in my life in school, because I had the opportunity to get inducted into leadership early, being a prefect in primary school, a school captain in high school, now they call them school presidents, and also chairman of the Kenya Law Student Society while at the University of Nairobi. And later on, even in the US, I was involved in activities of the African student groups. At one time, being part of the group that met the then Senator Barack Obama in the build-up to his historic election as first black president of the United States. Mr. Chairman, after the 2017 elections, I was appointed Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a position I held until February this year, when I resigned voluntarily on my own volition to take up the position of Head of International Relations in the presidential campaign of His Excellency William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza coalition. And that has led me here, Mr. Chairman. Let me add that during my time as a Member of Parliament, I also had a privilege to serve in cabinet when I was appointed Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports by His Excellency Mwai Kibaki and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, then Prime Minister in the coalition government. I look back at my 10 years in this House as a key period in my journey in public service, with some very special highlights, certainly top among them being the Constitution of Kenya 2010, that I had such a great privilege to be part of the leadership that led to the conclusion of that process. That period also had some low moments, like the fate of the Public Accounts Committee at the time of my leadership of that committee in 2015, which got caught up in what I believe to date to have been a political moment of madness that, Mr. Chairman, maybe at a later stage I'll be able to expound. But Mr. Chairman, that is who I am. Let me just conclude by saying, Mr. Chairman, that I have led a journey that for me epitomizes the life of what has come now to join the Kenyan lexicon as the hustler. Because I'm a boy who, I said I'm a country boy, a village boy. I'm a boy who walked to school barefoot. I mean, I would walk to school barefoot and sit in class with pangs of hunger, but never lose a smile on my face or gladness in my heart or determination to finish school. But that's the story of many of us. Mr. Chairman, I conclude by saying it is so important for parents to inspire their children no matter what. One time my father came home with a newspaper, a Taifa Leo newspaper, with a photo of some lawyers nicely clad in the courtroom regalia of the wigs and the gown. And he told me, my son, you must become a family lawyer to protect the interests of this family. And he planted the seed in a small standard 6 boy to work hard and become an attorney. And so every so often, Mr. Chairman, I do a pilgrimage where I take my children on the 3-kilometer walk from my mother's home to Port Victoria Primary School to have an experience of what it meant to grow up in those circumstances, not so that they can do the same, but so that they can understand how far their father has come. And this is the same message I want to share with the people of Kenya, that no matter your circumstances, you can rise and achieve your dreams. That is my story, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Abab Namamba. That's the story of many of us. I want to invite members to the interactive session. Members, you yourselves said you want to ask one clear, precise question each. And Honorable Babu, avoid any unhelpful stories in answering the questions. Just answer them as they are asked. I'll start with the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gladys Boss.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to ask the nominee to give us a roadmap of what you will do to change the plight of our sports people, particularly athletes, who the ministry has never attempted to help them on pension issues, financial management, mental health, and protection also from rogue agents who have swindled them or signed them up for races which contracts are not disclosed to them, and therefore they don't get their full pay on it, or even con them into doping. And then secondly, I know you might know that I had made a petition in 2013 seeking to have Kasarani have a school, a sports academy annexed to it, so that the unutilized sports facilities can be used by the sports academy. And I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Thank you.
We will take batches of 4, then you answer all of them.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Babu, you served in this ministry, and therefore it's you're going back home. By the time you served, there was no sports fund. Now we have a sports fund that exists. What do you intend to do to make sure that the sports fund is utilized for the purposes that it was intended, if you are approved?
Yeah, Honorable Babu, I reckon that you served in this very ministry 10 or so years ago. So what new thinking are you bringing on the table if and when you get a chance to be approved to assume this role? Secondly, you will realize that the NYS, with the setting up of the NYS Council and the bringing on board the new management, the NYS has undergone some transformation and its image has been redeemed somewhat. What do you intend to do to sustain that momentum? And finally, on our way to Busia, kindly pay a visit to the NYS unit at Langala and find ways of expanding it. Thank you.
Have you approved him already?
if by any chance he gets the approval of the House.
Okay.
Yes.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, our nominee, the Honorable Puistofik, I hope I've pronounced that right. There was an affidavit that sworn by Sheila Masinde, I think, and Davis Malombe, which laid claim to the period when he served as a PSC chair in 2014, where there were serious allegations of bribery by himself and members of that committee, in fact leading to the first ever watchdog committee in the history of Kenyan Parliament to be disbanded. And the allegations were extortion and blackmail. I would like the nominee to maybe shed light on what happened on that matter.
4, you can answer those. Babu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, should this committee, in its wisdom, find me worthy of holding the position to which I have been nominated, it is true that I would be going to a space that is not entirely strange or new to myself, having served in this ministry between 2012 and 2013. And so, to answer the Honorable Deputy Speaker on the roadmap to change the plight of our sports people, I can confidently tell you that I have a fairly good idea, a good view of the sport or the sporting terrain, and I am not under any illusion as to the state of this terrain at the moment. It is actually in absolute turmoil. As we speak right now, our football activities are in limbo, having been suspended by the World Football Governing Federation, FIFA. The Badminton Federation is banned. The Swimming Federation is banned. So the whole arena of sports is in total chaos. Kenya is in a state of a doping crisis. This year alone, there have been no less than 30 cases of doping, which is threatening to shatter the very fine, glittering image of Kenya as a fine state sporting nation. The whole benefit of pension is not available to our sports people. And that is why a lot of our sports people who retire from active sportsmanship, they live in penury. We've seen it with sporting giants like Kadenge, like our fine boxing hero Aruinge, who passed away the other day. And it's because there is absolutely no framework to take care of these sports people in their retirement. We have rogue agents who do not seem to pay any regard to the laws of the land. And I have reason to believe, from past experience, from information available to me, that they may actually be part of the syndicate that is drawing our sports people, special athletes, into these increasing doping cases. And so, should I be cleared to assume this office, I am determined to move with haste to start cleaning up this space, starting, of course, with the FIFA ban. If you cleared me, if I was to be sworn into office, my first morning in office, I would be on the phone with Mr. Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, to resolve the ban on FKF and Harambee Stars. I want to listen a lot. I would say that in my first 100 days in office, I would do a lot of listening. I want to listen to federations. I want to listen to sports people themselves. I want to listen to stakeholders so that we together can draw a roadmap to return sports to the pedestal it belongs. But most importantly, in line with the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, I would want to work with all stakeholders to turn sports into a huge industry that can help in resolving our burgeoning unemployment rate and also protect our sports people from exploitation, from the challenge of drug abuse, and the challenge of being able to live in dignity after retirement. Quickly to conclude the question of Madam Deputy Speaker, the Kasarani Sports Academy is something I'm familiar with because it is around the time when I served as minister here that we started the journey to put this academy in place. Regrettably though, this is a brilliant project that got stuck and has not moved much, but we have to elevate this academy to a point where it becomes a focal point for nurturing talent in this country, identifying talent, nurturing talent, and unleashing this talent onto the national and the global stage. I'm a keen follower of football. I'm aware, for instance, of the Clairefontaine Center in France, which is like a conveyor belt. It keeps churning out incredible talent. Talk of Thierry Henry, talk of Kylian Mbappe. You see players who have been nurtured at this French academy. We can do it here. And I would be very determined, should I find favor with this committee, to occupy this ministry, to put in place the measures to get this academy to the point where it should be. Mr. Chairman, quickly, to the point raised by the Honorable Leader of Majority of this House, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Yes, I'm familiar. I'm aware that at the time I served in this ministry, in fact, one of the biggest challenges was financing sports. And Mr. Chairman, my biggest achievement as Minister for Sports at that time was the enactment of the Sports Act. In fact, for the brief period that I was in this ministry, I took it upon myself to accelerate the process of enacting this law. And it is in this law that we provided for the establishment of the fund. But I left the ministry before the institutions established under this law were actualized, one of them being the Sports Fund. After the law became operational, there were changes. There was an amendment to this law that spread the benefits of this fund and even renamed the fund from what we had crafted in the original piece of legislation. And it's now called the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund. And Honorable Majority Leader, you may want to know that under the regulations put in place by Treasury, 60% of this fund for the last several years has been going to healthcare. It is something which I believe government should take a fresh look at, because if this fund was intended to accelerate the development of the sporting and creative industry space, then the priority should go to providing support to those two areas. Today, sports is only entitled to 35%. And often I hear even those percentages are not remitted to those two important departments. And so it is an area that I would definitely pay priority to. And I would definitely engage Treasury and other departments of government in the spirit of collective responsibility in government to return priority of this fund to its original intention, so that we do not have cases where we hear our athletes arriving late in Oregon for important competitions, where you hear of incredible stories of horror of our athletes spending nights at airports because of mismanagement and limited resources. So yes, Honorable Majority Leader, this is an area that I'll pay attention to. My good neighbor and friend, Honorable Minority Leader Opio and I, what new thing could I possibly do if I were to make a return to this ministry? A lot of water has flown under the bridge in the 10 years since I was last at this ministry. But what gives me confidence is that I was part of the team that put in place the existing legal framework, the existing policy framework. I'm informed that the outgoing cabinet secretary has already initiated a process to revise these laws and the relevant policies. It is a process I would want to support, because the law is supposed to be living, it's supposed to be current, it's supposed to be relevant. So it's a process that I would want to support and progress. But we have also moved on greatly. Now we have a new government that is putting great emphasis on sports and the arts as a big driver of the economy. That is something we did not pay much attention to previously. I definitely want to pay keen attention to that. I did mention the Clairefontaine Academy in France. You could also add St. George's in England, which are centers of excellence. These are spaces which we want to learn from. And we have experiences here, by the way, Honorable and I, with the history from people like Zgol in the 70s, Reinhard Fabisch in the 80s, who dared to do things differently, and we saw results in our sports. I am prepared to do things differently, and I'm prepared to listen. I'm prepared to run an open door policy so that together we can make a success of this. NYS, Honorable Andai, you are right that NYS is now in much better shape. When I was first minister here, NYS was part of my mandate, but then after I left, NYS sort of became a nomad. It ended up in all sorts of places, but it has now been returned to this ministry. And I want to assure you that the very good work that the current Director General and her team have done at NYS is something that I want to support and to progress the work of NYS. NYS is now a full-fledged statutory body. It is a full-fledged paramilitary unit within our security architecture. So the way NYS is operating is definitely different from before. And these progressive steps are steps that I would definitely want to look at. And Honorable Andai, being a good neighbor in Ugunja, I know that if I did not visit this facility in Rangala, I might not get passage rights to access my Dala down in Budalangi. So should this committee clear me, definitely I would be glad to visit the NYS unit in Rangala alongside other units to make sure that they operate in a manner that is beneficial to our young people. Finally, Mheshimiwa Mbui, I am aware of the matter you have raised of the two affidavits sworn by Mrs. Masinde and Mr. Malombe. And Mr. Chairman, I did file with this committee an affidavit in response to those matters. It is a comprehensive 21-paragraph affidavit. And I know that in the interest of time, I may not have the opportunity to go through this affidavit.
We have it.
Pardon?
We have it.
Yes.
So take half a minute on that.
Okay. Suffice it to say,
Robert, you've seen it, right? Yeah, okay.
Suffice it to say, Mr. Chairman, that number one, the report that is subject to the affidavits that Honorable Mbui refers to did really not investigate matters of the alleged bribery. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I have quoted verbatim a recommendation from that report appearing in paragraph 325, page 117 of that report, which says they did not delve into matters of the alleged bribery and referred this matter to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission delved into this matter and did not find it worth their time to progress it any further, meaning that they found the allegations nothing more than hot air. Mr. Chairman, significantly for purposes of this process, and I want to request you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee to give attention to the affidavit that I have filed. But suffice it to say that the so-called allegations were actually all withdrawn on record, as recorded in the report of the committee, which I have with me, a copy of which I have with me here, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, of course, we know that if I make an allegation against you and withdraw it, it expires that allegation ab initio. If that allegation is investigated by another body, which finds it not worthy for any further action, then that matter is extinguished in its entirety. Mr. Chairman, I believe that in all the positions I have served in this House previously and in government, I have come out clean as the snow that global warming is wiping off the Mount Kenya peaks of Batian, Nelion, and Lenana. So, Mr. Chairman, I am completely blameless, as anybody would confirm from that report. And my position is as stated in the affidavit.
Good. The next batch. We said one each. Gikaria, Raso, Emase, Naisula. In that order. One question each. You have one more nominee to deal with. And if a question has been asked by another member, you don't have to re-ask it.
On the ban by this, I will leave it because he has answered that. Let me ask this question. Honorable Chair, the music industry relies on royalties generated by the licensing of copyright songs and recording as a primary form of payment for musicians. However, musicians fail to get their rightful share of royalties, a scenario that has now been the norm for a long, long time. And of course, they have always been complaining and meeting different people. So maybe you're the right person to address. What measures will you put in place to ensure that musicians get what they deserve?
Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Ababu, congratulations on your nomination. You are going back to the same ministry where you served 10 years ago. I'm sure for those who don't know, maybe you might almost feel like you'll walk on water this time around because you have been there before. We interacted intensively when you were the Kazakh Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When you look at our sports, actually we see talent. It borders on hobby, and it borders on pastime. From where you sit, tell us how we must turn around sport where the players, the country, and everybody is going to make money out of it, so that our athletes, our footballers, actually are in gainful employment, and at the end of the day we can say from that ministry our contribution to GDP is so much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well done, Mary. Follow suit, one question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be one question. Honorable nominee, thank you for enacting the 2013 Sports Act that encompassed the 5 pillars, namely the Kenya Academy Sports, that was to deal with talent, the Registrar's Office, that was to regulate sports, Sports Kenya, that was to work on the infrastructure, the Sports Fund, that was to do resource mobilization, and the Sports Tribunal. My concerns are as follows. 65% of the nearly 4 billion for Sports Fund goes to health and only 30% to sports. What are you going to do about that? Kenya Academy of Sports is a factor of talent.
You said
but as they are just related to that. But as it stands, most of the officers are in Nairobi, stranded in Nairobi. Instead of going to Garissa, going to Teso South, to Charcoal, and scout for these talents, reason being, there are no funds. Yet we have so many teams that have been formed in all our villages, and some of them are registered in the national leagues. But who is scouting this talent so that we can expose our young people, the youths, for them to be noticed and for it to be of use to them? Then finally, we understand that the Sports Act is due for review. What will your priority be in the review? Thank you.
Thank you. Naisula.
What is the plan to tap talent in art, sports, and nurture it from an early age, and especially from all parts of the country, and especially the rural areas, because there's a lot of untapped talent there? And lastly, on our, especially athletes, you know, every time our national anthem is played out there and how proud they make us, do you feel, or do we really appreciate them as much, even our footballers? Why are people changing their citizenship to other countries? Is it that, what is the plan to ensure that we take care of them so that they don't have to sell their nationality to be appreciated out there?
Those are 4. Above, let's take the 5th, Amisi and Koech. You can do 6. They are very short questions. If you answer them the same way, we'll make very good progress.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I had two, so I reserve
Only
one at the tail end if we get time. I'll ask one for now.
Okay.
So remember to give me if there's time. The ministry, one nominee, the ministry seems to not be keen on our community clubs. We find, in fact, myself, I've spent millions of shillings trying to sponsor a tournament as a member of parliament. Once the tournaments are over, these boys are just remained with trophies and a cash sponsorship. But beyond there, they are remain in the villages. And yet, they are talented. You try to invite the sports organizations, all the 18 premium clubs, they don't turn up, they don't come to scout. What is new that you are bringing so that our local clubs, even the stadium, they are dilapidated. And that is where the talents are. You are talking about bottom up. The talents are actually at the bottom. There are no football manufactured in towns. They are manufactured down there. And I believe this is the gap. We are supposed to be a football nation. What are you going to do different this time? I will see you in Matisi, Black Stars there, Mitume FCs, that you are playing with them. In fact, probably could have come in your sporting gear, not in a suit, because that's where you are going.
Thank you. Coach?
Honorable Babu, my question has been asked, but I will just, to the left again, but I'll just give you something to food for thought. That our athletes generally are totally not recognized and appreciated in this country. Look, for instance, why did we have to go for Naomi Campbell to market our tourism, our Kenya as a tourism destination? Our sportsmen, particularly at AK, an anonymous athlete has written me a message to say there's a lot of corruption that you must check, especially when our athletes are going to perform or to compete in international stage. Number two, harness and tap on athletes, specifically someone like Eliud Kipchoge, who's been used by international brands as a marketing sensational, and tap on such face to market our country and our sportsmen. Above all, please, if we approve you, make sure that there is a total restructuring of the sports industry in this country.
You can quickly answer those 6, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, very quickly starting with Honorable Gikaria. The question of royalties and benefits generally to, let me go beyond music. Music is a big part of it, but let me call it the creatives. The creatives, whether it is musicians or fine artists or thespians in our theaters or performing artists. This is a huge problem. And Mr. Chairman, it should be noted that we have a body in this country called KECOBO, the Kenya Copyright Board, which, with due respect, I believe is in the intellectual property, because this really must be recognized as part of the intellectual property that we get from our artists. We should be able to get more out of it. But we also have organizations called CMOs that collaborate with KECOBO to sort of collect royalties on behalf of their members. And we have 3 main ones. We have the Music Copyright Society. I think this is the best known. We have the Kenya Association of Music and Performers' Rights Society of Kenya. These organizations have not done justice to the artists that they represent. In fact, just the other day, there was a case that made headlines where these societies were actually taken to court by some of the artists. And what came out is that it is a space that is riddled with opaqueness, if I could borrow that popular lexicon. but it's also riddled with a lot of mismanagement, and it's a space that will require a lot of attention. We need to take a look at the law. We have a law in this country called the movable for the House to consider recognizing the creative space and the artistic talents as intellectual property, but also as movable property, so that we can give sufficient weight to the creativity of our young people. It is an area which, Honorable Gikaira, through the chair, I want to assure you that the architecture of this ministry, as has been communicated in the Executive Order number 1 of 2022, provides an opportunity, perhaps for the first time ever, for this space of creatives to be given form. If you approved me to take this office, I would move with haste to establish a whole directorate for the arts. A directorate that would give form to this sector, but would also then make it possible for us to allocate resources, to allocate funding to this sector and support our young people engaged in the creative industry. You also did ask the question on the artists getting what they deserve. I believe that once we have put in place, we formalize that space, then it should be possible for us then to raise the entitlement that they get. Honorable Russell, and Mheshimiwa, you know that while working with you in my recent past life at the Foreign Office, during which again we successfully got the Foreign Service Act enacted, you saw the deliberate effort we put in to start profiling our sports people and turning them into ambassadors for this country. For instance, when we sought to sit on the UN Security Council, among the ambassadors we put forth to market Kenya as being worth of a place on the UN Security Council were our sports people. One of our highest profile activities was a marathon we organized in the streets of New York at the tail end of our campaign for the UN Security Council. And we tapped the profile of great sons of this land, great sons and daughters of this land like Eliud Kipchoge. And this is something that we have to do. But as you have correctly said, this must be turned into an industry. We cannot continue running sports and the arts as a sideshow, as a pastime. This is something which you should know. You can actually live from it fully and be able to take care of yourself. And it can be such a huge contribution to our GDP. It is happening in other economies. It's happening in places like the US, in South Africa. I mean, when you look even the way Tanzania is managing their sporting space, football, you can see there is already progress towards industrializing sports and the arts. We must do it, and I commit to do so, should I find favor of this committee. Honorable Emase, Mr. Chairman, you are right about the share of the fund, with 65% going to healthcare, and just a little bit, 30% going to sports and 5% going to the arts, for a fund which was created by the Sports Act for purposes of this particular area. We have to change that. We have to change that. We have to provide money into the academy, as you have correctly said. Our officers are in Nairobi. They're not visiting the rural areas. I know that Teso South is abound with talent. We have to provide resources to be able to nurture this talent, to identify this talent. And in terms of the priority in reviewing this law, we need to strengthen the discipline in our sports federations. There are a lot of issues within our sports federations, but we need to pay even keener attention in streamlining this funding space. But most importantly, as we review this law and this policy, my focus definitely would be on how we unleash the full potential of this country as a sporting and artistic country in an industrial, in a very economic, very commercial sense, Honorable Emase. Mheshimiwa Naisula, the plan to tap talent, we don't appreciate our sports people enough. And you're right. We have seen an unprecedented number of our sports people changing nationalities. The other day, there was an interesting ceremony in Gaborone, Botswana, where a few of their sports people who had just come back from some international event were feted in a massive national event, and they were being given three bedroom apartments. They were being given resources to boost their businesses and all that kind of stuff. I believe that we can do more in motivating our sports people. But for me, what is more important, artists can comfortably live from the sweat of their brow, and providing that legislative and policy framework for them to do that, and make it really proud for them to represent Kenya, to be proud to represent their country. Mheshimiwa Amisi, we will go to Matisi with you, Mheshimiwa Amisi, to make sure that we start demonstrating in a very clear way that we need to pay attention to grassroots talent development. And if you look at many countries that have grown exponentially in this space, they just get the basics right. And if you go back in the history of this country, when we did very well in sports like hockey, at one time Kenya used to be represented at the Olympics in hockey. Kenya used to be a powerhouse in boxing. Kenya used to be a powerhouse in cricket. These sports are no longer anywhere on the horizon. We just got the basics right. I remember when I was in high school at Kolanya, hockey was a big thing in Kisumu City. Big thing, and some of the best players playing for the Kenya national team in hockey were from Kisumu. We are not just paying attention to the breeding grounds of sports and talent. And I can tell you, if Ferdinando Manyala had not happened on us, we would never have imagined that we can actually crack the short distance space. Angela Okutoi is now winning tennis games at the very top level. The other day, she became the first Kenyan to win the doubles at Wimbledon. She won the singles at the Australian Open. Those are really premium global events. Now we are just realizing that we actually have talent in tennis. But for us to be able to do this, we have to dive deep and start identifying this talent from the source and nurture it to the top. So I am with this committee. I'm with you, Honorable Amisi, absolutely, 100%. And in the spirit of the Kenya Kwanza bottom-up, I will really do this bottom-up, like really go bottom-up, go to the bottom and develop this talent up in the spirit of our government. Finally, Mheshimiwa Koech, I was as dumbfounded as you were that Naomi Campbell would be hoisted on us as some kind of emblem or symbol of Kenyanness. Because if you needed a lady with a global image, we have Lupita Nyong'o, who is an Oscar winner
no less. We could have used Lupita if you wanted someone in that space. But Eliud Kipchoge is something of, it's a global rarity. It's a global rarity. I think it's one of those people that happen once in a generation. We haven't deployed him sufficiently. And so I agree with you, Honorable Koi, that we need to do more. What I can assure you is that I want to work with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, space that I'm very familiar with, to make sure that sports diplomacy is exploited fully, and that brand Kenya can actually ride on the sporting prowess and the artistic prowess of this country. We want to see many more Lupita Nyong'os on the global stage. We want to see many more Eliud Kipchoges. We want definitely to see more Victor Wanyamas on the stage.
Thank you. You have answered all of them.
Mr. Chairman, there was just the issue of corruption, and just to assure that the Kenya Kwanza government has zero tolerance to corruption as a policy, and is a policy that I would definitely carry with me to the ministry.
Honorable Daoud, I'll not see if you don't have your flag up. Honorable Mole, Honorable Mukami, Honorable Ferdinand, Honorable Kosing, and George will be the last. All of you, 1 minute each. 1 minute, one question. In the manner I called you out. Mama Mishi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I raise my question, I just want to make a polite plea to Our Excellency the President that through my observation I've seen in the nominees for the CS, I've not seen the face of the youth, nor the face of the people with disability, but I believe His Excellency still has some more appointments. I want And my question is on the hustler funds. I know right now, according to Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, you're going to create the hustler fund. Meanwhile, we already have the Women Enterprise Fund, we have the Youth Enterprise Fund, we have the Ways of Fund. So my question would be, what transitional arrangement would you propose to avoid duplicity? And also again, that the hustler fund, on the same issue, the hustler fund has noted that for somebody to access that fund, you need to have done some saving. It will also attract some interest. So I don't know whether our hustlers in this country will be able to access that fund. What plans are you going to ensure that even those who cannot save, they can still access this fund? I thank you.
Actually, there's a nominee coming for that. At the end of the questions, fine. Wait for Chelugui. That question will be very pertinent to Chelugui. Let's take the rest.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, one of the functions of the CS for youth is business innovation and incubation. And one of the other institutions which is under the CS is Sports Kenya, which takes care of our stadia in the country. And a case in point is last Parliament I had spoken to your predecessor and brought it to Parliament as well, that Sports Kenya had committed in Meru to do construction and all that. But when the CS came to answer the question in Parliament, she completely disowned Sports Kenya's commitment. I want to know from you whether Sports Kenya, under you, will they be answerable to the commitments they had made on behalf of the CS, or what will happen? And regarding the business innovation and incubation, what is your take on that? What are you going to do for the youth?
Yes, Mole.
Thank you very much. This goes to the nominee. Due to poor governance and administrative structures have ravaged most of the federations
in this country, which has led to corruption, financial misappropriation, and some becoming squarely briefcase federation. On this side. Thank you. And these federations or organizations only work up during global competition like Olympics, Commonwealth, and other games, and which has led to poor payment of coaches, like the coaches to deal with Harambee Stars, the athletics coaches, volleyball coaches, and the entire management. What are you going to do as a sports minister to ensure that Kenya sees a different sporting fraternity which can generate revenue for this country and employment?
Thank you. Ferdinand, you're the next. Then Kosing, then George. I didn't. Were you on the list? Oh, okay.
Nominee, I think I want to be very specific. And from what you're explaining, I think the sports in this country will definitely improve. The way you're tackling, the way you're actually answering the questions. But specifically now, football, which I think is one game that everybody loves in this country. And there are three teams that I know, that you know, the Goromaya Goromaya, AFC Leopards and Breweries were very good teams in the past. They've gone, in fact, they are doing very badly, either because of support from the ministry or whatever. Tell me, or tell us, what are you going to do to be able to improve the sense of these teams so that you can get through this, can get our youths actually being called to play professional football elsewhere. The three teams are very, very key in this country. Me having been an official in AFC and played for the club at one time, I just want you to tell us what do you do specifically on these three teams.
Kosing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to ask Honorable Babu Namwamba through you that, Mr. Chair, is the nominee motivated to work in the Ministry of Sports, really? Because we are trying to assess his suitability or confirm his suitability to that ministry, Speaker and Chair. Why am I saying that? Because, Chair, prior to election, we saw Honorable Namwamba, I saw Honorable Namwamba, and many Kenyans saw him playing very important and pivotal role in terms of issues of international relations, taking the candidate to very prominent appointments internationally, all over the world, Honorable Speaker. And the work, which in my view, he did exceptionally well. So now, many Kenyans, including me, expected that he was going to be nominated for Foreign Affairs. That is where he was going to really have a lot of motivation, energy, and eager. To see him, Honorable Chair, in sports, I'm not seeing the candidate motivated sufficiently, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we might be approving, and I want him to convince me. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Posing, we are ask him questions that test his suitability and motivation, to use your word, for the office for which he has been nominated, not the office for which he has not.
Speaker, can I continue?
Just ask the question or make your comment.
For him to explain to me specifically, Honorable Speaker, allow us the latitude to prosecute our questions, Honorable Speaker. This is a vetting process, confirmation process. And I want him to explain to Kenyans and me.
He's very
good sufficiently motivated to take the office. I thank you.
It's very good to ask questions. If you ask him why he's not in foreign affairs, he'll tell you, go and ask the appointing authority. Yes. What else would you ask thereafter?
Speaker, you are paraphrasing, and you are paraphrasing my question. I asked him to explain to me, is he motivated sufficiently to take over the Ministry of Sports? I didn't ask him sports. I didn't ask him foreign affairs, Speaker.
Yes.
You are boxing me towards a corner. That Kenyans will look at me as if I'm not asking relevant questions. I'm asking very relevant questions.
Very good.
Yeah. And
your question was very relevant.
Very relevant, yeah.
Is he sufficiently motivated?
Correct.
To be in this ministry?
Yes.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis
that
what,
he did
what
very well elsewhere is neither here nor there.
Yeah, so exactly. So is he motivated? He explained to
Morugara.
me. Thank you, Chair. But don't help him too much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Nominee.
Why am I being boxed?
The youth of Kenya is actually watching you today. And possibly they got very high hopes in you when you take over this ministry once, if you are confirmed. Their question is, millions of them, especially summer graduates, are out there unemployed. The government is supposed to first and foremost take them as interns. And after that, the government is also supposed to work extremely hard to see to it that they are absorbed and not downloaded out there. You take them as interns for 1-2 years, then you just let them go and they are back to the streets unemployed. As the minister in charge of youth affairs, do you propose to work with the government to ensure that the numbers in the government, the parastatals and all other agencies are increased in terms of interns, and also to ensure that majority of them are retained in government service in line with the Kenya Kwanza manifesto of ensuring that almost every youth is employed?
Thank you. Thank you. Rahab?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask almost a similar question. How will you ensure that the youth are empowered to pursue sports, not only as a hobby, but also an economic activity that will offer job opportunities to them? Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Naisula, you had your bite already.
I have never asked for another opportunity. Kindly. CS, and this is important. CS nominee, there are many studies that have been started, and they are now incomplete and stalled. We have Kipkeino Stadium in Wasingishu, we have Kamarin Stadium in Elgeyo Marakwet, we have Mombasa Municipality Stadiums, and having in mind that we'll Kapsabet, and we lost the bid to host the 2025 World Athletics Championships because of lack of infrastructure. How can we be the best in the region, in the world, and we are not able to complete? And just so that you answer that question, having in mind that I have a great feeling that we don't get value for money in the projects where we put money and we don't complete them. I would like to get your thoughts about it.
Yes, Ababu, if you
Thank
can
you, Mr.
round up all those very quickly.
Asante, Mr. Chairman. Very, very quickly, Mheshimiwa Mishimboko, I stand guided by the chair that this is a matter which my colleague Simon Chelugui will be very well equipped to handle this. But just to tell you that my understanding, having served in cabinet previously, my understanding that the principle of collective responsibility will come to bear on how the Hustler Fund will be managed. And the Youth Fund, the Women Fund, the Wezo Fund, all those funds should work in sync, and there should be some synergy. And I'm aware that consultations are already going on how that space will be managed with symphonious harmony, so that you don't lose time, you don't lose energy, and you don't lose resources. And I believe that I'll make my contribution in that direction and in that regard. Mheshimiwa Dawood, Sports Kenya. Once a commitment has been made, the commitment should be honored. And what I can tell you is that it will be important for us to review all these commitments and see how they can be implemented, because there must have been a motivation, there must have been a reason why these commitments were done, including in your constituency. And I want to assure this House that when I was first Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, I was also Member of Parliament. So I already had a habit of working very closely with the House, basically having the Ministry and the House working in sync. I intend to do the same should you confirm me in this position. So a lot of the issues you are raising here, I'll be very happy to revisit them with the specific attention to respective constituencies. Business innovation and incubation is important. I believe that we can, we must raise the space of sports and the arts to the next level. You know, today you can go to Amazon, you can go to eBay, you can go to Alibaba, and you will access anything in any part of the world. I believe we can do the same in this country by creating a portal that can help us. If you have a young, talented artist in Samburu, they should be able to log into a portal and say, I am here, look at me, assess me, okay? Or some brilliant talent in Msambweni telling you, come look at me. But they should be able to have a way to talk to us. Artists that are churning out fine art, they should be able to have a portal where they can upload their production and say, here it is, any buyer out there. So I would be proposing the establishment of a portal that would work very much along the lines of the Amazons and the eBays and the Alibabas of this world, to make sure that the artistic and sporting talent can be portaled for our young people and our young talent, our talented people, to be able to take full advantage of the digital space. And it can be done. You drive down Ngong Road and you see Jogoo Road. It's amazing, whether it's furniture or pieces of art. It's incredible. But they struggle to market these pieces. We will provide a portal where they can market these pieces and where we can purchase these pieces. And we should also be able to sit in cabinet and ask government. Government is a key driver of any economic sector. Government should buy stuff from these young people. Government should make it a policy that all the nice paintings, like the paintings I see around this hall and the pieces of art, we should be able to see them in every government office, in every parastatal office. And there should be a place where government can actually get these things directly from the artists, in a way where we age out the usurious middlemen who suck the blood literally out of our young people. Mheshimiwa Mule, I couldn't agree with you more on cleaning up the space around our federations. And you know, Mheshimiwa, yes, a lot of our federations operate within a framework of the international legal space. FIFA has statutes. The World Athletics Federation has statutes. FINA in swimming has statutes. But these statutes have to be in sync with our domestic legislation. And we must make sure that this is done, so that if corruption is corruption, we must be able to call it out, and we must be able to take action without our sports people suffering. So this is an area which, Honorable Mule, I would be very happy to work with the House. One area where we didn't do very well with the Sports Act, it is in terms of sanctions. Sanctioning federations, sanctioning individuals when they go contrary, or when they act again contrary to the law. And so they keep on running to the international space. So we need to clean up that, and definitely something I would be interested in. Honorable Ferdinand, I know what you're talking about. I feel you. I have played football at a rudimental level. Mr. Chairman, actually at one time I was the lead striker for Bunge FC. I don't know whether my record for most number of goals scored for Bunge FC has been broken yet. So I'm very
such record is kept here.
Okay. Now, that record does exist, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that one was broken by Kipchumba Murkomen.
Was it? It has not been communicated officially. But Mr. Chairman, that with a light touch, that I have also been an official of one of the clubs that you mentioned, and I'm very keen to see when we talk about developing community or grassroots football, we must connect it to what we call our community clubs, our community clubs. And so we have to develop these community clubs at all levels. At the national level, talking of teams with real national and international pedigree, like Gor Mahia, like FC Leopards, and other clubs that really represent spirits of their local areas. We have to see how we can support these clubs. And one of the things we are going to do very strongly is to strengthen sponsorship. It is sad that a partner like SuperSport left the local sporting scene, yet it used to play a very significant role in terms of even just marketing our players by airing our live games. When I was minister, I traveled all the way to South Africa to make arrangements in that space with SuperSport. I would want SuperSport to come back. I would want other partners to strengthen that space in terms of sponsorship and exposure. But most importantly, we must put money in our football. Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, it is an area which I will be very committed to if you find me worthy to serve in this ministry. Mheshimiwa Kosing, if you had a passion meter here, you would actually find that I'm 100% passionate about coming to this ministry. And I'm highly motivated to serve in this ministry. It is a ministry where I have worked previously. And those of us who have had the privilege of serving in government, you serve where you are assigned by the appointing authority with similar passion. And so the current cabinet secretary in charge of sports started off as cabinet secretary for foreign affairs and moved to education and has finished her tour of duty at the Ministry of Sports. That is just how the ball rolls. And you roll with the ball and you serve your nation with passion and motivation where you are assigned. During campaigns, everybody played different roles. There are those who played security roles. I don't think they're going to be required to run security in this country. There are those who played communication roles. They may not necessarily end up running communication. We played our role during the campaigns, and in the spirit of collective responsibility, we'll continue working together. But yes, I'm highly motivated to serve in this docket. Honorable Murungara, let me, when you talk about the youth of Kenya and jobs, Mr. Chairman, the youth of Kenya are disillusioned. They're dispirited. They feel disenfranchised. And it is not accidental that in the last elections, the largest portion of Kenyans who did not turn up to vote were actually Kenyan youth, because they just feel disconnected from what you can call the mainstream economy of this country. We have to give the youth of this country fresh hope. And we have to start by putting in place policies and measures that can enable them to have a dignified existence. And so if you have young people who are being absorbed through the Ajira program, for instance, we have a program in this country called the Ajira program. There must be a way where after you have played a role in the Ajira program, government somehow mainstreams you into the system. As I talk to you now, Mheshimiwa Murungara, 1,300 young people are engaged at the judiciary, doing transcription, doing scanning, basically helping in the digital operations of the judiciary under the Ajira program. there must be a way where these 1,300 young people, and they are young people who have gone to school well, there must be a way where they can be absorbed. And so I am going to be the #1 champion for young people to be integrated in the mainstream economy, and to make sure that those who want to live off their talent, they live off their talent with dignity. And we can do this by investing in infrastructure, helping with marketing, opening avenues for them to earn a dignified living, and protecting them in terms of protecting their intellectual property and making sure that what they're bringing to the table is recognized. It be assured of my full support and availability. And my policy would be that nothing for young people without them. And so a lot of the things we want to do, we want young people to be at the center of it, driving it, whether it's the Youth Fund, whether the National Youth Council, whether the National Employment Authority. You want to see young people fully engaged in these programs for them. Mheshimiwa Rehab, empowering young people to pursue sports as an industry, as a formal engagement, I am with you 100%. And that is why I'm talking of innovations like eBay, Amazon, Alibaba, where we provide a space where young people can share their creativity, they can share their talent, but also make it clear to federations in this country that these young people do not exist to just service their interests. So the way they operate must be in a manner that serves the best interests of these sports people. And if for nothing else, at the end of the Kenya Kwanza government, and I know His Excellency President William Ruto is very passionate about this, we should have elevated sports and the arts into a roaring industry and a mega employer of our young people. Mheshimiwa Naisula, stadia have stalled all over the place. Cameroon, I think, is stalled at just about 40%, and many others all over the place. And you're right, there is definitely no value for money in a lot of these places. And the sad thing also is that we are still building stadia in the old mold. A stadia, we are still thinking that a stadia is a terrace, a green pitch in the middle, and some track around. No, the world moved on. Stadia now are integrated facilities. Stadia have theater. Stadia have recording studios. Stadia it's an integrated space where sports people and artists can do so much more than just kicking a ball on the green patch or running around the track. And so one of the things that we must do also is to revisit even the design of our stadia. And we must turn all our stadia must be turned into centers of excellence so that we have activities going on there continuously. I mentioned Clairefontaine, which is run by the French football, but there are also clubs. When you go to Barcelona, they run a great academy called La Masia, where they churn out great talent like Messi, who was discovered at the age of 6, 7. Who is discovering talent in this country at age 6, age 7? And where would these talents be discovered? We must make this the spaces where we can spot this talent and grow this talent so that we can be able to compete with the rest of the world. And it is an area where I'm going to be available. We will assess the facilities that are in place and then start a new journey on how to manage that space better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Namwamba. I'll give Honorable Posing one last chance.
Was there anything remaining?
Yes, I'll give you one last chance.
Was there anything remaining? I wish the candidate wish the candidate success.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I wish the
Mishimbogo has sent me a question He was afraid of having another bite, but I'll allow you to ask yourself about the rehabilitation of youths' substances.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me this chance once again. To our nominee, I know you are aware about drugs menace in the Coast region and even in the entire country, Nairobi, even now in the area like Nakuru. The other time I was talking to Mheshimiwa Gikari, and he also told me that it's a big problem in Nakuru. Right now, currently in our government, we don't have any public rehabilitation centers. What we have those which are privately owned. I don't know whether you have some plans to ensure that we actually have public rehabilitation centers, and this should be at the constituency level. Because right now, what we have been seeing, the mushrooming juvenile gangs, it's as a result of drugs addicts. We have really tried to do some outreach program, sensitization. We have talked to the government regarding the barons, the agents of drugs, but it's like, it's a big cartel. There's so many people who are in this cartel, and it has become very difficult. What we are hearing is that maybe some of the police officers are on payroll weekly, monthly. So it is very difficult. We don't know what you can do. When you go to Lamu right now, you can just cry, sing, big numbers of youth in drugs. It's not like 100 youth. You see like 2,000 youth in Lamu. You come to Mombasa, you see like 5,000 youth in drugs, hard drugs. We don't know what we can do. We have really tried so many times. We have even identified the barons, those we call vichuzi. We take information to the police personnel, but nothing has been done. Up to now, I don't know what's wrong with our borders. Like for instance, our border Lunga Lunga here, Horohoro, Tanzania and Kenya, where most of the drugs which come to Mombasa passes through those borders. I think there must be something differently which is going to be done to ensure that we save the youth of this country. Otherwise, as parents, we have our daughters, they will not even get husband where we are going in the Coast region. Because you know, for them, they're not even interested in having girlfriend, in marrying. What they're interested is just getting the kete, that one kete, you buy it at 200 and it's all. Nothing else. They're not interested in anything in life, in what, nothing. Just drugs. It's really pathetic, Honorable Speaker. I'm really crying anytime I talk about drugs. I'm really crying. In my constituency, anytime I go, anytime I just land in Likoni constituency, I get around 1,000 youth coming for me. Mama tujapona, and you can give them money. They don't buy food, they don't buy clothing, they just buy the kete, that hard drug. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Namwamba, there's a Kenyan who has sent a message asking me to ask you what you are going to do about youth addiction to gambling in the country. Yes. We need to close. Yes, Gikaria.
Thank you. Just as I was going through, just before, somebody else sent me a question regarding, when you talk about sports, Bwana Namwamba, and the big clubs, then we forget the route where it starts. And that route, your offices are devolved, but they don't have even enough funding to be able to do some little bit of some activities at the local level, so that they can be able to somebody can be able to nurture. Myself, I've been in football for 30 years, and I will tell you how important it is for us to start the youth clubs at our local level. And lastly, change about
thank
this.
You. I gave you one.
Okay, so.
Russell.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Ababu, it is looking out of the box that we may, this really will just be a statement, a shopping list in case we will approve your nomination. In our region, a lot of youth are the ones who are involved in wrestling and causing chaos in terms of security. Recently, we saw a lady who was teaching youngsters archery in Baringo. I think Baringo or West Pokot, one of the two. That brought so many youths together, others who are perennially trouble causers. If that thinking out of the box can actually be encouraged in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Babu, shortest time possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mheshimiwa Mboko, the drugs challenge is, goodness, it's a monster. It is destroying our young people incredibly. And the sad thing that it's just not localized around the coastal belt. It is now pretty much all over the place. And as I said earlier, it has now even infiltrated the sporting arena. In fact, the challenge I posed earlier of doping must be recognized as drug abuse. And even those substances that our young people are being caught with, those substances must be rated as drugs, and the penalties meted on the offenders must be as severe as the penalties we have for what you want to call the hard narcotics. And so this is an area where we have to work. We have to approach it through education. I know there is a very useful program called the Olympic Values Education Program, which integrates a number of values that can be part of our CBC training program. And this can be done in partnership with bodies like NACADA and ADAC. ADAC is the anti-doping agency of Kenya. But it is a space which will take a multi-agency, a multifaceted approach, and it requires incredible volume of resources. It is something which government must have an integrated, clear framework. I can tell you that because the majority of the people who are affected are young people, Honorable Mboko, what I can commit at this stage is that if I'm confirmed in this office, I would be a champion against drug abuse within cabinet to push for a framework by government, an integrated framework that can confront this monster before it destroys a whole generation right before our eyes. Honorable Speaker, alongside drugs is gambling. Gambling, and this is another huge challenge. And I remember the last time I was in this honorable house, we grappled with this challenge of how do we. I remember especially the contributions of the late Jacoyo Midiwo, who was very passionate about this agenda on the risk posed to our young people by gambling. Again, this is an area which we have to manage. The gambling industry is a big global enterprise. The betting firms are also now some of the key partners in the space of financing sports, and so we need to find a framework to balance this. And again, it is an area where I'll be available to listen to best practices to see how we can manage that space better, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Gikaria, we just must fund local. I said earlier, we have to go basic. We have to start right from the bottom. I do recall that in the early days when some of our teams were doing very well, Harambee Stars was doing very well, teams like Gor Mahia were winning continental tournaments. Is a time when they had a stream of talent flowing in right from the grassroots. Teams like FC Leopards would get players straight from Kakamega High School. You could see some form of conveyor belt conveying talent, and that talent feeding the national teams and our Harambee Stars. We have to go back to those basics, and we have to send funds to where the rubber meets the road. Honorable Russell, for me, it's not even looking out of the box. It is thinking completely, entirely, absolutely, without ambiguity, without the box. So that we throw away the box and just now think afresh, anew, so that we can take this country to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Babu, I'll ask you just one or two questions. I want to focus on our athletes, because in our sports, they're the most visible ambassadors. Honorable Naisula mentioned of Kenya's national anthem being played in the most unexpected places because one of our athletes has struck a gold medal, has beaten the world. But eventually, these world beaters get captured by promoters and agents. Would you consider if you get the opportunity to run this ministry, to engage the Attorney General and start a vibrant legal support program to help these young Kenyans when they want to engage those agents? There must be a lawyer on hand to draft a contract that is enforceable, that will guarantee and protect their interests, so that the agent doesn't become the athlete and the athlete becomes a guinea pig. You also need to engage probably the Ministry of Finance, the Treasury, to help in how to manage the resources these young people get. When they come in with their money, who advises them how to invest it for the future? Because they'll never run forever. You must have read a book called The Old Man and the Medal by Ferdinand Oyono, where an old man called Mecca is given a medal, like all our athletes have. And he goes to the local market, puts it around his neck and walks around, and he realized nobody either recognized him or was interested in him. And yet he was supposed to be the hero. And that's what we're having. Henry Rono, the others. You know, if the legacy you live in this ministry, cascading from athletics, because that's our biggest sports enterprise, how to help these young people earn their money, keep it for later years, have contracts properly executed, have proper advice, be given incentives, gifts, tax breaks, whatever. You know, that's what is lacking. That's why they live here and go and run for Qatar, because they appreciate them more than we do. Where Honorable Posing comes from, there's a Samson Kimombwa. He won a gold medal in one of the Olympics, the only one that Kenya won in one of the Olympics. Nobody hears about him. Even in Kapenguria, where he was born, there is not even a street named after him. Nothing. So that's what I want you to, among other things, of course, look at. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I couldn't have put it any better than you have. You know, there's no feeling more tiring, more inspiring, more touching in a nationalistic pride sense than hearing that national anthem play. That flag rise, whether it is in Brasilia or Amsterdam or New York or Beijing. I don't believe this country has any other branding value bigger than that. And we have definitely not. One, we have not exploited it fully. Secondly, we have not done even the basic quid pro quo. Because if you are just to do the basic quid pro quo for these athletes, they're scratching the national back. No one is scratching their back, Mr. Chairman. Just basic. So I want to make a commitment, Mr. Chairman, that this is an area where we must work seriously. The idea of having the AG's office involved is brilliant, and they already have a pro bono scheme. It's a pro bono scheme which you can log in as a public interest program where our athletes can be provided free services as part of that quid pro quo, and they can be given information on contracting. They can be given information even just on basics of the risks that lead them into doping. Engagements with agents, because not every agent that comes here is a nice person, and some of them do terrible things. There are even serious cases of sexual harassment, sexual abuse of some of our young people. So it is an area which definitely, Mr. Chairman, I'll pick up. Investment and market intelligence is something which Treasury can provide, where these young people can be given training, they can be given information to know the investment vehicles that are available. For instance, now the Kenya Kwanza government is going to be very big on affordable housing. It's an area where our athletes can be guided on how to direct their resources, be part of national government development, while also putting their money to good use. So yes, Mr. Chairman, I am very well guided by your supreme wisdom, Mr. Chairman.
3 minutes. Tell us what you want us to do for you.
Mr. Chairman, let me first of all say that sitting in this room in front of you and these honorable members, I'm a very proud Kenyan that our institutions truly have matured. The manner in which you have conducted this exercise, the decorum, the maturity, just makes every Kenyan's heart fill with pride that we are maturing as a country and our democracy is on another level. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members for making this house and making this country so proud. Let me also use this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for finding me worthy of nomination to this office, and give the assurance that should this house find me worthy to serve, I would definitely put my best foot forward with passion and full motivation, Honorable Singh. And just to conclude by saying that I am a hustler, and the son of a hustler, like hustlers like many of us are. I have walked that journey of coming from the village to be able to sit here and get the privilege to serve my country. And I want to thank the people of Budalangi. They are Abanyala people. Honorable Chair Mheshimiwa Wandai would tell you that the people that they call Jomanyala, they are actually the real Jonam. And while our good neighbor and Shemej think they are better fishermen and sailors, Jomanyala actually say we taught these good neighbors how to fish and how to sail. And we also taught the Igbo of Nigeria how to wrestle. Amalinza the cat can confirm that. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank these people who gave me the platform to become who I am, and just to give an assurance to the sporting fraternity that if I'm confirmed in this position, I'm going to be listening very keenly to everybody, and I'm going to run an open door policy where my door will be open to all stakeholders to work in so that we can improve this sector together. And the young people of this country, I want to be a friend of the youth of this country. I want to give them voice. I want to open doors of opportunity to them. As they say themselves, Nawalambotov na ninawarank sana as young people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Namwamba. You are now released to leave the committee and go to your other duties. Thank you for answering questions clearly. Honorable members, a stretch of 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Then the Sergeant, look for our next nominee.
Mtazamaji, Babu na Mwamba hapo akiondoka mbele ya kamati ya uteuzi ya bunge ambayo imempiga msasa kuhusu mipango alionayo kwenye wizara ya michezo na masuala ya vijana, ambayo ndio wizara ameteuliwa kufanya kazi ama kuisimamia ama kuishikilia. Lakini hivi leo amefika mbele ya kamati hiyo kujieleza ni namna gani atakavyoboresha masuala yanayohusiana na wizara hiyo, ni mifumo gani atakayoweka kwenye wizara hiyo angalau kufanikisha masuala yanayomgusa kijana na masuala yanayogusa michezo kwa vijana humu nchini. Wabunge wakiibua masuala tofauti kutoka kwa fedha ama kitita cha michezo, vile dawa zinazosemekana kutumiwa na wanariadha katika kusisimua misuli. Vile ameulizwa kama tayari, kumbuka alikuwa ameshahudumu katika wizara hiyo mwaka 2012 na 13, na kuulizwa kwamba ni yapi mapya atakayoyaleta, na kama alihudumu wakati huo ni kitu gani ambacho nadhani hakukifanya ambacho pengine kwa sasa atakifanya. Babu na Mwamba hapo akijielezea kwamba wakati alipokuwa afisini mida hiyo aliweza kupitisha mswada mmoja ambao umewezesha ama sheria moja ambayo imewezesha wanariadha ama wizara ya fedha wizara ya michezo kuweza kupata kitita cha fedha kwa wanariadha ama kwa wanamichezo ama vile kwa wanaspoti katika nchi hii. Masuala yameibuliwa pia kutokana na mambo ya michezo ya bahati nasibu ama ukipenda gambling ama vile betting, ambapo vijana wengi wameonekana kutumbukia kwenye lindi hilo la kupoteza hela zao kwa minajili ya kutaka kuingia kwenye mchezo huo wa bahati nasibu. Akasema kwamba kampuni hizo zinazotoa nafasi hiyo ya kufanya betting basi ni kampuni ambazo pia zinasimamia mashindano mbalimbali ya michezo humu nchini, na kwamba atajaribu kutafuta njia mwafaka tu ya kuona kwamba kampuni hizo hazifungwi na vile wa vijana hawatumbuki katika swala hilo la kuingia kwenye mchezo wa bahati nasibu kiasi cha kupoteza hela zao. Swala liloibuka lingine ni kuhusu dawa za kulevya kwa vijana katika maeneo mbalimbali. Mbunge wa Likoni Mishimboko akizua swala hilo na kusema kwamba maeneo mengi kama vile Mombasa, Lamu, Nairobi, Nakuru, kuna vijana wengi ambao wameweza kuathirika na dawa za kulevya, lakini hakuna mpango mwafaka wala mpango maalum wa kuwawezesha kupata usaidizi, akisema kwamba vile vituo vya kurekebisha tabia za vijana hawa hakuna moja inayomilikiwa na serikali. Nyingi zao ni zile ambazo zinamilikiwa na watu binafsi, akisema kwamba hela za vijana hawa kuweza kufika katika vituo hivyo kupata usaidizi hazimo, na kwamba waziri ama wizara basi ya masuala ya vijana inafaa kuingilia kati na kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wanashughulikiwa ipasavyo, imani kutokana na kupata kwa ajira ama ni masuala yao wenyewe, maisha yao wenyewe waweze kusaidika vilivyo. Kuna swala lingine pia ambalo ameligusia kuhusu fedha za ama kile kitita cha wanamichezo ama wanaspoti, akisema kwamba atahakikisha kwamba fedha hiyo hakuna ubadhirifu wa fedha. Unakumbuka hivi majuzi kuna mwanariadha ambaye alifaa kufika nchi ya ng'ambo kwa mashindano fulani, lakini alichelewa kwa muda kutokana na pengine mipango ambayo haikuwekwa vizuri, lakini amesema kwamba kitita hicho atakiweka vizuri, kwamba hakutakuwa na ubadhirifu wa fedha na kwamba hakuna mwanariadha ama mwanamichezo yoyote ambaye atachelewa kufika nchi za ng'ambo kushiriki michezo yoyote, ima ni riadha ama ni michezo ya kandanda ama ni soka, mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo huyo amekuwa ni Babu na Mwamba, amezungumzia mambo mengi, lakini kwa sasa kamati imechukua pumziko mafupi ikiwa inapangia nafasi yake aliyeteuliwa kuchukua wizara ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ambaye ni Rebecca Miano. Kwa sasa Rebecca Miano ni mkurugenzi mkuu vile vile afisa mkuu katika kampuni ya umeme ya Kenyan kuanzia mwaka 2017. Anayo tajriba ya miaka 30 katika sekta ya kawi, na yeye ndiye amepewa uteuzi katika wizara ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na maeneo kame vile vile na ukanda ama ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki, mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo ni mapumziko mafupi tu wanaochukua, lakini tayari Miano ameshafika kwenye jumba hili. Muda si muda atakuwa anafika katika kiti kile ambacho wengi tayari wameshakikalia. Atakapomaliza Rebecca, watakuwa wamekamilika mawaziri walioteuliwa 20 kwenye zoezi hili ambalo lilianza tangu Jumatatu, leo ikiwa ni siku ya 4, kamati ikiweza kuwapiga msasa mawaziri wateule 5 kwa kila siku. Leo ni siku ya 4 na Rebecca Miano ndiye atakayekuwa anafunga zoezi la leo ama kikao cha leo ambacho kimeweza kuwapiga msasa waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya kilimo na mifugo, vile vile waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya elimu, waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya ICT ama kupenda mawasiliano na uchumi wa kidijitali ama dijitali ya kiuchumi. Pia vile vile ametoka sasa ni waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya michezo na masuala ya vijana. Kwa hivyo aliyesalia mwisho ni Rebecca Miano, atakayekuja kujipigia upatu, atakayekuja kujieleza vyema kama wizara hii ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na maeneo yaliyokame. Kumbuka kwa sasa ni mkurugenzi mkuu vile vile afisa mkuu kwenye kampuni ya kutengeneza umeme ya Kenyan kuanzia mwaka wa 2017. Masuala ambayo yanamkodolea macho Rebecca atakapochukua hatamu, iwapo kamati itamhurumia na kumpa nafasi kuhudumu katika wizara hii, basi kuna masuala ambayo atatakana ama Wakenya wana imani kwamba atakuwa anaweza kuyashughulikia. Masuala ya biashara baina ya nchi ya Kenya na nchi zilizopo katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ikiwemo Uganda na Tanzania. Inaarifiwa kwamba mwaka wa kuna biashara baina ya Kenya na nchi nyingine katika muda wa miaka iliyopita, ni kwamba biashara ilipungua na kwamba kunahitajika kuwe na maelewano ama mipango mwafaka ya kuwezesha biashara hizo kuinuka. Inaelezewa kwamba mauzo ya Kenya ambayo yalikwenda nchi jirani ya Uganda na Tanzania na vile vile Rwanda yalipungua kwa asilimia 19.9 katika miezi 6 kufikia Juni. Mauzo ya kutoka Kenya kuelekea Uganda na Tanzania vile vile Rwanda yaliweza kupungua kwa asilimia 19.9 katika miezi 6 kufikia mwezi Juni. Kwa hivyo jambo hilo na imani ya kwamba baadhi ya wabunge wanaokaa kwenye kamati hii watakuwa wanamtaka Miano kuelezea ni mbinu zipi, ni maarifa gani ama ni mienendo gani atakayokuwa anaileta kwenye wizara hii kuhakikisha kwamba mambo ambayo yanaizonga wizara hii yanaweza kushughulikiwa ipasavyo. Vile vile tunaelewa kwamba Rebecca atafika mbele ya kamati jioni hii leo na kwamba kunayo masuala mengi ambayo ataweza kuuliziwa, lakini cha kufahamu ni kwamba Rebecca tu ni mmoja wa wale wana teknolojia ambao Rais William Ruto aliweza kuwateua katika wizara yake, akiwa na mwenzake yule wa wizara ya hazina ama kwenda treasury Njuguna, ambaye alifanyiwa mahojiano hayo pale juzi. Wao ndio tu wawili ambao ni wana teknolojia walioweza kupata nafasi katika wizara ama kupata nafasi kuteuliwa katika katika cabinet yake Rais Dr. William Ruto. Wengi wa wale waliopewa nafasi hii wakiwa ni wanasiasa, lakini hao wawili Rebecca Miano na mwenzake wake Njuguna Ndungu ambaye alipigwa msasa juzi akiwa anatakiwa kushikilia wizara ya hazina. Wao ndio wawili ambao ni wanateknolojia tu na wala sio wanasiasa. Kwa hivyo kama unavyoona hapo ni kwamba wanakamati wa kamati hiyo ya uteuzi ya bunge tayari wamesharudi baada ya mapumziko mafupi, na muda si muda ni kwamba Rebecca atakuwa anatokezea pale, na kama ilivyo ada atachukua kiapo na kuonyesha kwamba yote atakayoyazungumza mbele ya kamati, yote atakayokuwa anayasema yatakuwa ni ukweli, na kwamba hatokwenda kando ama nje ya yale anayotakiwa kuyazungumza. Kila mwanakamati pale akiwa amepewa muda tu mchache wa kuweza kuuliza swali moja, angalau akienda zaidi maswali mawili tu, lakini kwa kifupi, ili kuweza kutoa nafasi kwa kila mmoja kuweza kupata nafasi ya kuuliza swali kwa waziri mteule atakayefika mbele ya kamati hii, ikiwa ni kikao ambacho kinatarajiwa kuchukua takriban saa 2 kutoka sasa. Iwapo wataanza, basi pengine mwendo wa saa 1, saa 2 ndipo pengine watakuwa wanakamilisha mahojiano hayo naye Rebecca Miano. Kwa hivyo kama unavyoona tayari spika wa bunge la kitaifa Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula ambaye pia ndiye mwenyekiti wa kamati hii tayari ameshafika pale, na wabunge mbalimbali walio kwenye kamati hii wameshachukua nafasi zao. Itakuwa ni kwamba saizi Rebecca Miano pengine anapangwa tu mahali alipo aweze kufika kwenye kile kiti ambacho hakijakaliwa na mtu kwa sasa, manake yeye ndiye anayestahili kuja kukalia. Tayari mwenzake Ababu na Mwamba ameshatoka pale na ameshajieleza vilivyo, akisema iwapo kamati hii itamwangalia na jicho la huruma, basi lake tu itakuwa ni kuboresha masala ya vijana, manake kumbuka pia vijana wengi ndio wanaohusika katika fani ya michezo, fani ya usanii na fani pia inayohusiana na mambo ya kidijitali. Kwa hivyo akasema yeye atakapoingia pale basi atakuwa ana elekeza macho yake zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba maslahi ya kijana yanaweza kushughulikiwa ipasavyo, angalau kuweza kuwainua katika kujijenga kiuchumi, kiajira na pia katika maisha ya baadaye. Rebecca Miano kama nilivyokujuza hapo awali ni mkurugenzi mkuu na vile vile afisa mkuu wa kampuni ya umeme ama ya kutengeneza umeme ya KenGen kuanzia mwaka 2017. Anayo tajriba ya zaidi ya miaka ama takriban miaka 30 katika ya uzoefu wa katika sekta ya kawi. Inarifiwa kwamba Rebecca alianza taaluma yake katika kampuni ya umeme ya Kenya Power mnamo mwaka 1991. Anayo shahada na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona Rebecca Miano ndio huyo tayari ameshawasili, ameshakikalia kiti hicho ambacho wenzake tayari 19 amekikalia na kuweza kujieleza. Kwa hivyo ni ruhusu tu kwa sasa nikupishe uweze kupata matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka kwa kamati hii inayoongozwa na spika wa bunge la kitaifa Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula ambaye pia ni mwenyekiti. Rebecca Miano ndio huyo tayari ameshafika na atakuwa anachukua kiapo kama ilivyo ada kabla ya kuanza mahojiano hayo na kujielezea uwezo wake na wasifu wake ambao utakuwa unampa nafasi kwenye wizara hiyo. Mtazamaji, ni hayo tu kwa sasa, wacha nikupishe umsikize Rebecca Miano ni yepi anayo kusema.
On your right hand, lift it and take the oath.
Okay. I, Rebecca Miano, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Welcome, Ms. Rebecca Miano. This is a committee of the National Assembly, the House of Parliament, constitutionally vested with the authority to conduct confirmation hearings, or vetting as it's called, to establish the suitability of your nomination by His Excellency the President to occupy the position as the Cabinet Secretary for East African Community, Arid and Semi-Arid Lands and Regional Development. The committee is chaired by the Speaker, here speaking, yours truly, and we have members who I'll invite to introduce themselves, starting with the Majority Leader.
MP Kikuyu.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
My name is Robert Mbui, MP Kadiani.
My name is Rehab Mukami, County MP, Nyeri.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
My name is George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka Constituency, Tharaka Nithi County.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kosing David, MP Pokot South in West Pokot County.
My name is Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for Nordimenti, Meru County.
Honorable Mishimboko MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Nelson Arab Koech, Member of Parliament, Belgut.
Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Abdi Shuria, MP Palambala.
Masemeri, MP Teso South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have the parliamentary team, secretariat led by Florence. You introduce your team.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sitting in for the clerk, I'm Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and other select committees. With me is Mr. Michael Karuru, the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the committee secretariat.
We are going to conduct an engagement with you for 90 minutes, within which members of this committee will ask you questions, will make comments about you. You will be obliged to answer every question put to you clearly, precisely, concisely, no beating about the bush, no unnecessary and unhelpful stories. When you ask a question, it's asked through the chair, and you answer all the questions through the chair. Avoid any temptation to exchange or engage members directly, because in the rules of the House, we all speak through the chair. We will be focusing on one singular objective: to establish your suitability or otherwise in holding the office to which you have been nominated, so that the President can be advised whether you foot the bill. Before we do that, we'll go through a few preliminaries, and thereafter I'll give you about 10 minutes or less to tell this committee the story of your life. Who is Rebecca Miano? How have you walked your journey to where you are? I'll start by asking you the documents that you ought to have come with. If you have sent them to us, the clerks will want to see the originals. to compare with what you sent to them, they'll release back the originals to you. Do you have a KRA clearance, tax clearance certificate?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have.
Do you have your High Education Loans Board clearance?
Yes, I do.
Do you have your clearance by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a certificate of good conduct from the DCI?
Yes, I have it.
Have you ever been charged in a court of law and convicted of an offense?
No, I haven't.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and then other sovereign?
No, I am not.
You have your national ID card, the original?
Yes, I have.
You'll show it to the clerks. At a personal level, what is your financial net worth?
Mr. Chairman, my financial net worth is 397 million shillings.
How do you segregate that?
I had submitted it in my questionnaire.
We know you do, but
Yeah.
you are now testifying.
Yes, I have a house in Nairobi. We also have a house back at home in Nyahururu. The rest are properties that we have acquired over the last 30 years. And what I have shown now,
Say we. You mean?
they are in joint property,
Yes.
my husband and I.
Okay.
And the value is the current market value that has appreciated over time.
That's all? No cars, no nothing?
I have a Toyota Prado, a Mitsubishi Pajero, and an Isuzu truck.
They're all within the three, you said 300 and?
97, 397,100,000.
Good. I will now open the floor for these good members to ask you questions. I'll start with the leadership. Majority Leader. Oh my, sorry. I think I'm jumping the gun, diminishing returns. The journey of your life, Rebecca. In 10 minutes, who is Rebecca Miano? Kenyans want to know.
Thank you, Chair
Yes.
and honorable members. I am Rebecca Miano. I would describe myself as a humble country girl born in Daragwa scheme that is in Nyandarua County. I was born in a large family of 14 siblings, and I am number 13 out of 14. My father was a civil servant and the sole breadwinner for the family. And therefore, Chair, we grew up with little resources, but I thank my parents that they invested in education for myself and my siblings. And when I look back at my life growing up in Daragwa, I have realized that what was packaged as challenges has contributed to my life. Chair, I was sent to a boarding school at a tender age in class 4 because the weather in Daragwa was quite cold and I would miss school often. And so at the age of 8, my father made a bold decision to take me to boarding school. And Chair, boarding school teaches the pupils to be independent, but what I recall most about boarding school are the opening days. We used to open school on Mondays, but my father never took an off to take me back to school on Monday, he therefore would take me to school on a Sunday. Classmates would describe me as the girl who used to be brought to school on a Sunday when everybody else will come in on Monday. The matron would receive me, Chair, and in the evening would put me in the dormitory. The only privilege I had, she would ask me to choose which bed I would want to sleep on that day. And it was a big dormitory. We had no electricity. And I remember vividly, I used to be very lonely the whole night. Then the following day, I would be alone in the compound until other students arrived around 3. Looking back, the matron should have kept me in her house for that night to make me better, but all the same. So after primary, I passed, and I went to secondary school, a school called Kapropita Girls in Baringo, where I sat and passed my O-level and my A-level in the same school. Again, opening days, my mother would take me to the road. I get to a matatu, and Baringo was quite far. I would arrive in the evening. And my father and mother trusted the process that she has gone, she will close school and come back. And so that's the kind of life I had in primary and secondary school. Later admitted to Nairobi University, studied law, then Kenya School of Law, and I was admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I had a short stint in legal practice, and my career detoured into corporate world. I joined the energy sector as an assistant legal officer. And Chair, I grew through the ranks up to what I am now. And I describe my career as a staircase career, where I served in each and every grade that was in the establishment. Some of the roles I served, senior legal officer, later became company secretary and legal affairs director, to whom elevator or escalator in my career. I steadily rose the staircase, and when I thought I have landed, it looks like there is still another staircase that I am here to discuss with you today. Chair, in the energy sector, I am proud of many achievements, and the one I'll point out is being able to steer a company that has provided security of power in the country. Chair, if you recall, around the year 2007 or 008, we had a similar drought like we have now, but we didn't have enough power. We would buy newspapers to check the schedule of when your area would have electricity. Right now, we do not have water, but we still have electricity because of the diversification of power generation, especially venturing into geothermal. We have done many other things. Kenya is now number 6 in the world in terms of geothermal development, which is something to be proud about. And there are many other achievements that I have included in my CV. Chair, I have also undertaken professional and postgraduate trainings and qualifications, including advanced management from Strathmore University and the University of Ayese in Spain, program on negotiations from the Harvard Business School, management of power utilities, a course that I did earlier on in life, Chair, at that time I was more interested in travel, but looking back, that is one of the most important courses I did, and I managed to understand fully power generation. After Kenya Power, there was unbundling of the energy sector and separation of functions, generation, transmission, and distribution, and that's when I moved to Kenyan to start a legal department. I am a member of professional bodies. I will start with the Law Society of Kenya, East Africa Law Society. I am also Group Advisory Council on Gender and Development. I am serving as the Vice Chair of the UN Global Compact, and this is a movement that enables leaders to discuss business sustainability and practices that will promote business. Mr. Chairman, I also serve in other capacities, but I'll leave that for now. I am a family lady. I am married. I have 3 children, all in their youth and teenage, and I do hope, together with the other youth in this country, they will prepare themselves to participate in nation building for the benefit of our people. Chair, for the docket, I have been nominated. If my nomination is approved, I look forward to pursuing and protecting Kenya's interests, especially in the first theater of our interaction, which we call our neighborhood, which is the East African community. I also look forward to participate in development of our regions and our arid and semi-arid lands for posterity, prosperity, and for the good of our people in Kenya. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. We'll now open up to questions, comments from members of the committee. I'll give the first bite to the majority leader.
Thank you, Chair. The first one probably would just be a clarification whether Mrs. Rebecca Miano is the same as Rebecca Mwangeli Mwendo, because the degree certificate in her profile reads a different name from all her other credentials. So maybe she would just clarify that. Just to know if you know all the member states of the East African Cooperation community, and the last member state to be admitted into the community, and that will be all for me.
Thank you. Madam,
you record the questions. Okay. You'll answer them in batches of 4-4. Yes, Wanda.
Yes, Chairman. Madam Rebecca, from your profile, I can see you are largely a corporate person, and indeed you served a record duration at Kenyan, about 24 years to date, which is an extremely long time in the corporate world, serving in one particular station or corporate, with one corporate. That notwithstanding, I've heard your achievements, which you have gleaned through, but then what particular achievement that you would really look back and say you left at Kenyan? What kind of legacy that you would transfer with yourself to this new docket, if by any chance you get approved? Apart from the geothermal power expansion or development, which is I would call the hardware bit, on the software side, people development what kind of people have we left behind at Kenyan? Yes, to be able to take up this very vital role. You are in Kenyan. Secondly, and lastly, the Asal region of Kenya has endured 3 severe droughts in the last decade. That is 2010, 2011, 2016, 2017, and now 2020, 2022. The current drought, of course, has been the most severe and longest, with widespread livelihood losses and massive displacement of populations. So, and you know the role of the National Drought Management Authority, okay, in the overall coordination work over matters through the drought, risk management, and other mechanisms to end the drought. Now, what exactly, if by any chance you get approved, would you embark on as a matter of priority to first of all equip or position this drought authority, NDMA, to be able to deal with, to execute its mandate effectively, but more importantly, to mitigate the effects of this prolonged severe drought? Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, sorry, I think the law of diminishing marginal returns had set in. But from Honorable Pio's first question, I just remembered something, because Rebecca said she has scaled the stairs in her career. And that she's still scaling. She is still scaling. In actual sense, she said she didn't know whether there was still another stair to scale. Yes. But I find it's like the president has now elevated you from the corporate sector to CS level. I thought probably the next staircase would have been a PS. Are you comfortable with the elevation, with using the elevator now to CS, other than scaling the stairs?
Owen. Thank you very much. Rebecca, we heard you very clearly, very eloquently presented yourself, but I have 2 questions. One, I'll focus on your new assigned docket. One, Kenya has invested a lot in the East African community. Which direction will your leadership in this portfolio take, noting the challenges that historically has faced the East African community? You remember very well that this is not the first time we have attempted to unite the East African community, and the new things like currency integration and very many things that are in the East African docket right now. Rebecca, what different things do you bring this time around? How are you going to help this country and the East African region to actually achieve what it wants to achieve? Secondly, you have, in your presentation, you talked about your role in the UN Women and gender and issues like that, and that you bring in a lot of wealth in that area. But despite the affirmative actions that are the provisions of our Constitution have given us, we as a country still to be struggling with the gender parity issue and gender equity issues. In your capacity as CS, how will you help us achieve gender parity in your docket? And what have you done to demonstrate your ability to deliver on this, given your history and the high levels that you have gone on this staircase? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the nominee, because she's been CEO of Kenyan for a while, the allegations that the procurement of spares for equipment in the organization were moved from original manufacturers to brokers, which led to, of course, a very high increase in the prices of the spares. Maybe you can make a comment on that. And finally, now that this position you've been nominated to is deals with the partnership of states within the community, And you know there has been conflicts between some of these partner states. Some actually sometimes don't even talk to each other. There's also been times when investments, international investments that are supposed to go across borders are affected by those conflicts, including the time when Kenya was part of that coalition we are calling the coalition of the willing, which was within the community. How do you think you will be able to handle those conflicts between partner states?
Dawood.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would want to ask the nominee about, because she's the MD for Kenyan, and Lake Turkana Wind and Power Project squarely falls under her docket, previous docket. It is in the public domain that a lot of money was paid to the company, whereas the transmission was not on grid. So a lot of losses have gone to the country because of that situation. What has she got to say? Because those losses are huge.
They call it dimmed supply. You get it? Dimmed supply. Is that correct, Rebecca? Dimmed supply. You'll answer that. Now answer the 5 questions.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with a question by the majority leader about my name by saying that I had a maiden name that was given by my parents. When I got married, I changed my name to Rebecca Miano. And so the certificates that you see were when I used my maiden name. So I want to confirm that all those Rebeccas are Rebecca Miano, and that's my current name. I also know all the member states of the East African Community, all of them. DR Congo, we have Burundi, we have Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and South Sudan. The latest entrants are South Sudan, and the very latest, DR Congo. I then go to the question by Honorable Wandai about being a corporate person, being in one place for a long time. And Honorable Wandai, if you look at Kenyan and its size, a corporate that does the national electricity generation with an asset base of 450 billion, a turnover of about 45 billion shillings every year, a workforce of 2,500, operations spread all over the country. I want to say, apart from my management skills, managing a fleet of 1,904 megawatts, among other things, I have been tested and tried. I have built a scaffolding on which the country has built its power needs, an economy that needs electricity. I have been involved in implementation of big power projects and therefore adding capacity. If you look at data and the information available, at Kenyan, it is on record that we have been implementing the projects on time and on budget. So one of the legacies is implementing the power project successfully. The other one is boldly being a steward and a trustee on behalf of the government and the people of Kenya of a critical function that drives the heartbeat of this nation. The other legacy is the leading role Kenya has in renewable energy. And Chair, 92% of electricity consumed in Kenya today is renewable energy. These are some of the highest percentages you will find in this world. And on a Sunday, when there is low demand, we consume about 96-97% renewable energy. I have been a champion of renewable energy. I have found myself having meaningful conversations in the world tables, including COP27, and lately, United Nations General Assembly, where I represented Kenya in showcasing our development in renewable energy. And just a little detail, I was among the 16 global CEOs that were picked to go and have a round table with the Secretary General to discuss that. Mr. Chairman, I have also brought in Kenyan some initiatives that will probably outlive my tenure there. For a long time, the women in Kenyan comprised of less than 10-20%. It's a male-dominated technical company, but we have put in place forums, measures, and policies that support the participation of women in this industry. I am the founding patron of a forum known as Pink Energy, where we have made it possible for women to be more confident, to undertake technical work, discuss their professional growth. We have sorted out even logistical and infrastructure issues that make it possible for them to participate. And Chair, this movement has been a mentor to many girls, especially those in the STEM studies, and we have shown them that we can work together and provide them an opportunity to be engineers, technicians, scientists, geophysicists, and others that girls have been shying away. And currently, we are not yet there, but I am happy to say we are at 27% women. And recently, we recruited the first operations manager in Kenya, who is a lady. That being the example, we have other fora. The YGen for the youth. Recently, we started the blue energy, but the blue are still putting their color and their manifestos and their strategies together. And I would say that then these forums have provided professional growth, professional comfort, and when the three merge, we have seen the benefits. The next question from Honorable Wandai was about the National Drought Management Authority. And yes, Honorable Member, the National Drought Management Authority has done a lot of work, especially in managing the drought and alleviating the effects. And going forward, the strategy I have seen from the National Drought Management Authority is to come up with strategies for more sustainable ways of managing the drought, including managing the effects of climate change, sorting out the water issues, the conflict issues we have seen, so that the strategies they have are not only food relief when there is a drought, but more sustainable ways And I have looked at their document, and they want to make our country resilient when it comes to drought. Mr. Chairman, I look forward, if approved, to participate in this particular strategy, knowing that power stations are located in areas that have drought, starting with Olkaria all the way to Takwel, the Eastern Hydros in Embu County. And I know that I've been involved in climate change work, and I will be able to study the strategy and give an input into that strategy. So, Chair, I think we will work with the National Drought Management Authority, maybe refocus, and I know the document is good, but there is always room for more creativity, room for innovation, and room for learning to be able to handle drought in this country. Chair, the question by the majority leader about the staircase. Mheshimiwa, there are times that you take too long in one step, in one stair, so at times you may do 2 steps to catch up, but I am fully prepared and ready to take up this docket. I think my qualifications, experience, and skill set have prepared me well, equipped to take up this docket, and I will not call it an elevator. I will just say it is a stair, probably at the right time, and I am blessed that when I least expected a stair, I looked, it wasn't a landing, but another stair. So thank you for that. The question by Mheshimiwa Mbaya.
Owen Mbaya.
Owen Mbaya. Oh.
Owen Mzuri.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Yes. About the new docket, especially the East African community, and you have rightfully said that there were earlier efforts that did not work, it disintegrated. I remember reading that maybe the main reason why the 1966 to 1977 community did not work was a feeling among partner states that there was no proper sharing of resources and investments, especially in East Africa Airways, and I think East Africa Ports and Harbors, and East African Railway. And at the same time, there could have been ideological differences among the countries and the leaders. It seemed like Kenya pursued an aggressive capitalist ideology, and Tanzania socialism. I read that Uganda was still deciding on their ideology, so with that, it did not work very well. But efforts were made, and in 1999, the leaders then, their excellencies, came back together and revived the East African community. Honorable Mbaya, you asked what will be different this time. I have carefully listened and read the intent of our leaders, especially our own president, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. I listened to the speech by His Excellency Museveni, and I have also listened keenly by the address by the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Suluhu, when she addressed the National Assembly. What I see is that the leaders are not basing the new community on ideologies, on the leaders alone, but they have clearly pronounced themselves that the community is about the people. The people will participate. They all have said that we have a lot in common, that we have our origin that is the same, and therefore our destiny is the same. And we should come together to harness the resources that are in this region and coalesce everything together so that as communities we have shared vision, we are able to have economies of scale, and all this for the benefit of our people in the East African community. And Chair, as I was looking at this, it also dawned on me that a strong East African community will also be a springboard for the success of the African Union. And I truly believe that what has been pronounced is that when we are a bigger bloc, there will be more to achieve. There will be greater strength in working together, because as it is said, a high tide lifts all the ships, and therefore, going forward, I believe that everyone will participate. I've also realized the East Africa community issues are not known very much, not only in Kenya, but in the other community countries. We do need to communicate, and Chair, I am sure the Honorable House will be able to support, have civic education, so that our people are able to know what opportunities exist in the community, what they need to do, how they can harness that, be able to transfer their goods, their skills, their ideas, their intellect, because we share a common culture, we share common religions, tribes, and everything. So going forward, Honorable Mbaya, we have work to do and to unite the East African community. We also look forward to support from each and every group of people, and even our youth, so that as we describe our neighbors, as we talk about our neighbors, as we talk to them, we know that the strength you have about your neighbors, it also participates, it's also built on how we treat each other. So I do look forward to a great success in this particular East Africa community, as envisaged by the anthem of Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. On gender, you asked how I am going to promote gender parity. In the docket that I will be holding, I will check on the policies that exist, because I know there are policies. I will check how they have worked, and then come with the ideas, and based on the experience of what I have handled, be able to strengthen that. I serve as a member of the advisory council for the World Bank Group. There's a lot of learning, a lot of ideas, which will make us benchmark with other countries and with other jurisdictions and borrow from what has been done before. I then take the question by Honorable Mbui on procurement of spare parts. And Chair, if I may, the procurement of spare parts is included in the procurement plan that is submitted each year by the operations department. These are the engineers who run the power plants. They come up with a schedule of the spares that are required. And they are categorized in various categories. The first one's strategic spare parts. And these are those that have a long lead time and you need to stock them in case there is an outage, in case there is a breakdown, so that you don't keep the machines down buying those spare parts. The second ones are the consumables you need in operations and maintenance.
Mrs. Miana, his question was very simple. You, as the captain of Kenyan, he says you've presided over a shift from procuring spare parts from manufacturers that would give you a price advantage to using middlemen, commonly called cartels, who then cause an inflation of the eventual pricing. Isn't that your question, Robert?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's my question.
That is the question. So I just just explain very clearly whether it is true or not. If it is not true, fine. If it is, then you can explain.
Thank you, Chair. It is not true. Regulations that exist, we are required to support local companies, but not blindly. We did check and we realized that it is cheaper, it is faster to procure the spare parts through the local companies because there and easily accessible in terms of any clarifications. And Chair, the local suppliers have been able to unlock some of the delays that may be experienced in the EOMs, original equipment manufacturers, who probably get orders from other bigger utilities and companies, and we may not be able to deal with them direct. Our operations team is running power stations, and Chair, I do believe that we have attained efficiencies and we have supported the local suppliers.
Dawood's question.
Honorable Dawood's question is in regard to Lake Turkana. Chair, the Lake Turkana power plant is an independent power producer and not in the mandate of Kenyan.
Thank you. Naisula, Koech, Amisi, Mule, Raso. I'll come to you, Posing and Group.
Thank you, Chair. To Rebecca, one of the dockets that you'll be holding, the one on ASAL areas, in our 2010 constitution, one of the key funds that was to unlock most of these areas was the equalization fund. And although it is domiciled at Treasury, I just want to know how you will liaise with your counterpart to ensure that these funds are disbursed to these counties and constituencies? Because so far it has only been disbursed once, and it has not served the purpose that it was supposed to serve. And my question on the East Africa community, what comes first, the country or the community?
Madam Rebecca, Aror Kimore Dam falls squarely under your ministry, a project that I strongly believe. To your left, Rebecca, have you? No one seems to.
Sorry.
Aror Kimore falls under your docket, Madam Rebecca, a project that I strongly believe was stopped because of toxic politics by the previous regime. One, will you revive the halted project? And two, what will you do with the huge penalties that is being slapped to the country, treasury, by the contractor and the financiers? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This is a ministry that Kenyans normally have scant information about. Maybe don't bother so much. Just want to know if you know much of the areas of cooperation between the partner states. And on the regional development, do you know the regional development authorities? And do you think they're still viable? Or we collapse into the county devolution units instead?
Yes, Mule.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, nominee. And I just want to congratulate you for the good document you gave us.
Very good.
Very good. I just want to refer you to the same document, the report to the presidential task, page 15. You are getting into a docket whereby it carries the entire region together. And as a country, we are faced by a challenge of investors coming in and disappearing to our neighbors because of high costs of production, majorly driven by electricity. As you get to this docket, I want to hear your comment. When you look at the cost of production on page 15 and how much is being sold by Kenyan against the independent power producers. If you look at table 1 on page 15, Kenyan produces over 8,000 megawatts against IPPs who produce 3,000 megawatts, and then they generate revenue. Kenyan generate 41 billion shillings for producing 8,000, and IPPs will producing 3,000, they generate 39 billion. And the table goes through from 2016 to 2020. The same time, if you look at the costs by the Kenyan and the power independent producers below the second table, you'll find that the cost of generation for Kenyan ranges between 4 and 9, but the other independent producers, the cost goes up all the way to between 10 and 11. My question comes hereby: how do you intend to advise the Kenyan government as the Minister for East Africa to become a competitive hub for our investors when this kind of scenario, you are leaving them behind the company you have been overseeing and you have worked for many years diligently?
Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Miano, congratulations on your nomination. If I read through your CV and what you have supplied us, and the docket that, if the House approves, you are likely to undertake, is now the difference between using a lift and using the real staircase. Here we are looking at the East African community, where you have Yala, diverse mistrats competing. Then you have regional development authorities that are underfunded and appreciated, and also to be disbanded. Then you come to the region that I represent, the ASAL. Famine and drought, conflict, fighting and killing, displacement, underdevelopment, marginalized. You are corporate, so everything was basically available, although some you have to search. But here you have to basically search for everything. What is your strategy in terms of marrying the RDS and the ASAL? Thank you, Chair.
Madam Rebecca, you can answer those. 5. Starting with Naisula, Koech, Amisi, Mule, and Raso.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with a question by Honorable Naisula about the equalization fund that came into effect in 2010 and what I would do to discuss with the CS Treasury about this funding. Honorable Naisula, I believe that when you look at the ASALs, we are on a burning platform. There is drought, there are conflicts, there are issues of livestock, peace, a lot of issues. I should be able to discuss with my colleague at Treasury, provide the information and the data, well-researched data, so that he can consider and realize that these funds are a lifeline in these areas, and so that it is released. These areas need not be marginalized, and we need to put our very best foot forward to develop them, make them resilient. In any case, these areas are very well endowed in terms of resources. If you look at the energy minerals, all the sources of renewable energy, 90% of the wildlife, 70% of the livestock, and therefore these are areas that should be prioritized. I believe if I go with all the data available, with strategy that promise sustainability, we may be able to unlock the funds as can be afforded. In terms of East Africa community, you asked what is the priority or what comes first, whether it's the country or the community. Honorable Naisula, I think the community is tied, the community countries are tied to each other on the hip. However, we respect our sovereignty, and in accordance with the treaty, the protocols, we will safeguard and pursue our interest, but in the best way to integrate with the community. Kenya will not succeed if the neighbors have not, if there is no stability, if there are issues, and even the community will not succeed without Kenya. I think we need to get to a situation where the community countries can Bluetooth each other and share trade, resources, share our technology, culture, just like neighbors, because this is our backyard. And if we do that, I think this block, which is the fastest growing block in the world, will be a force to reckon with. And a lot of work has been done. I believe if we implement over the horizons, we will achieve a lot of good, not only for the country, but for the community. Chair, if I may now respond to the question by Honorable Koech on Aror and Kimwarel Dam. If I am approved into this docket, I will study the reports. I will study the feasibility studies and others, and get a full grasp of what the issues are. Because I believe this project was supposed to benefit a group of Kenyans or Kenyans in providing water. Whatever the issues are, would we work with the AG and segregate so that it provides what it was supposed to provide, the water to the people, as the other legal issues are being sorted out? But I will liaise and get advice from the AG. And even in terms of the penalties, I believe the matter is being handled by the Attorney General's office, but I will appraise myself fully and where required, offer strategic recommendations so that we get a solution and so that the people waiting for water do not suffer any longer. The question by Honorable Hamisi asking whether I know the areas of cooperation for the East Africa community. Yes, I do. We have areas of cooperation in trade. We have areas of cooperation in agriculture, technology. I have seen also areas in health. And the community is working on a monetary unit and integration, and also a political federation. And I recall yesterday the Mashujaa Day speech by His Excellency the President. He said, with the work that has been done, a political federation is no longer a far-fetched dream, but it looks like a possibility. And a lot of effort is being done in that. Other things, we know that we share even in our cultures, our people mingle. And if we are able to make this community borderless, barrierless, and make it easy, it will be one of the quick wins in the short term, medium term, and even long term for the success of our communities. There are other cooperations, including discussions about an East Africa power pool and interconnection. And this will enable the community be able to trade power and therefore maybe share the renewable energy, standardize the cost of power, support each other, I recall vividly in the year 2020 when we had a challenge in the Kenyan system and it had tripped. We quickly discussed with Uganda, and we were able to transport some power from Uganda, and that held our system from the western side, and we were able to revive the plants that had tripped. And so, working in the energy sector, I realized how interconnected we are as a community and the much effort we should put to work together. In terms of regional developments, you asked if I know the regional development authorities. Yes, I do. There are 6 in various parts of the country, and they are based on the water basins that we have. Chair, I have looked at the regional developments, and I have had an opportunity to work with them, especially TARDA and KVDA, because of the dams, both Takwel Dam, Masinga, and Kiambere. The way I see it, Chair and honorable members, the regional development authorities, none of them serves a particular county. Each serves, one serves 17 counties, another one 8 counties, and so they have a lot of work to do in development. The issue we have, they were created in the 1970s, each with a standalone act of parliament, but after the promulgation of the Constitution 2010, the mandates of the regional development authorities was not reviewed and aligned with the Constitution. Because of that, you may find overlap, you may find lack of clarity in their mandate in regard to how they sit in with the counties. I am aware that a bill has been presented, and I believe it will be one of the items that will be brought to the National Assembly so that we are able to align the mandates, avoid any overlaps of conflict of mandates or duplication, so that the regional authorities can support the development that is required for this country. I have looked at benchmarking of regional development authorities in various parts of the country, including the Tennessee Valley and others that we have, and they really spur development that is required. And Chair, if you look at our country, until there is no poverty, until everybody prospers, there is room for players to support each other, the multiplier effect of what each authority or each county is able to do, so that we can hasten development and remove the barriers and the marginalization that exists even in those regional authorities. I'll go to the question by Honorable Mule about electricity. And Chair, I want to confirm that the mandate of KenGen, the mission vision, is to generate electricity that is reliable, that is safe, and also affordable. In that regard, the tariff that you have read contributes to that mission, because it is KenGen generates and sells the power to the off-taker at an affordable tariff. Mr. Chairman, electricity pricing is then done in consideration of the Energy Act, pricing formulas, and many other considerations is done by the regulator. And so, Chair, I would like to say that my advice, as you have asked me to say, I would say that for Kenya to become a competitive hub, not only in East Africa, but worldwide, we need to spur demand for electricity. Because, Chair, the electricity that you generate overally is then shared, the cost is shared by fewer consumers. But if you spur demand, it will contribute to affordable cost of power, because there will be very many more customers who are contributing to that. So economies of scale will help in making electricity more competitive and promote the competitiveness of Kenya and even the region as a hub. I will go to the question by Honorable Russo about the regional development and about the ASALs. I believe that the ASALs hold one of the keys to prosperity in this country. What we need is to have sustainable solutions to the problems therein. The reports I have read and the data I have seen is that we even have a lot of support from development partners and from various quarters. We need good coordination so that we come up with solutions that serve our regions well. I have seen somewhere that one of the shortcomings or one of the challenges is that the communities feel that the solutions proposed did not emanate from them. We need to involve the communities to tailor-make solutions that will alleviate the situation. Chair, I believe people support what they create. So if we go down there and ask for solutions, they will do all they can to make sure that those solutions succeed and those actions are able to alleviate the problems that or challenges they understand so well. In regard to the regional development authorities, I had earlier covered the point. I do not vouch for them being disbanded. We only need a law that clarifies and refocuses the mandate. Then we see how they can work, even in an IPP framework, and bring development to those regions for the good of the Kenyan people, and especially in the ASALs.
You are done. Mishi, Posing, George, Ferdinand, and Mary, the Honorable. One question each in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question will be on fishermen in Lake Victoria, and I cite Migingo, Indian Ocean in Kwale, Shimoni, and Vanga. They face harassment from authorities in the neighboring jurisdiction. How do you plan to resolve regional conflicts arising from harnessing of shared resources? I've just touched on the fishermen, but there is more, even in terms of agriculture and in terms of trade. So what are some of the plans or measures which you're going to put in place to ensure that there is harmony within the East African community? Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Speaker. Nominee, Mr. Miano.
Yes.
What would you say are the do's in your ministry? Should Parliament approve you? Or take it another way, what will you say, say, I'm going to do the following things immediately I enter into that ministry? Or, I don't know what to say, because, Speaker, the context of that question is what Honorable Hamisi asked. Many people don't understand this ministry, really. People don't understand in relation to foreign affairs. Because if you want something in Uganda, will you not use the ambassador? And so when is that ambassador US? And when is that ambassador for foreign affairs? You know? And then finally, maybe finish with elaborating the relevance of regional development agencies in that ministry of East African community. What's the relevance? That may help us understand the ministry of people of Kenya and also understand the accessibility to the same ministry. I thank you, Speaker.
George. Thank you, Chair. Nominee, answers asal areas, Tharaka Nithi, Kitui, Tana River, Garissa, possibly are banking on the development of the Grand High Force Dam by Kenyan and whoever else is going to be involved. We know the cost is enormous. But when you get into this ministry, which really has to do everything to do with arid and semi-arid areas development, would you vouch for the construction of the Grand High Force Dam?
Thank you, Ferdinand. Nominee, hoping that the House will elect you or approve your nominee, and I quite agree a lot has been done in East Africa. And two, as a strong Kenyan representative, you are looking, I want you to tell us, currently we have this drought, which is affecting ourselves here and the other side. So what will you put in place, strategies you have put in place with these other East African countries to be able to tackle the drought that you're having today? Next few weeks, maybe, inshallah, God willing, you might be there. So what are you going to do? Because you'll be our strong representative there. Mary.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee, the position you've been nominated to demands that you should be a person whose character is beyond reproach. It is alleged that your reign at Kenyan was characterized by anachronism, nepotism, favoritism. You promoted and rewarded your cronies and relatives, even created special positions for some of them. What do you have to say about that? Is that what Kenyans should expect of you in the new ministry if we approved you? Thank you.
Rebecca, jibu hiyo maswali.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the question by Honorable Mishi about the fishermen or the fisher folk in various waters, including Migingo. A lot of work has been done to streamline the issue of fishing so that the fisher folk do not get into problems with the authorities. There has been standardization of things like the fishing tools, the kits, the nettings. There are also discussions to see how we can streamline, or how it can be streamlined that the territorial waters and fishing, the issues arising and the challenges are put to rest. Chair, we also need to put a framework of resolving those challenges so that the fisher folk then can continue with their business, which is their livelihood. If this committee finds me a fit to this ministry and approves it, therefore, this will be some of the things I will appraise myself with and resolve any pending matters and bring this issue to rest. We also need to enhance communication. I have seen that lack of information has brought some challenges, not only to the fisher folk, but other business people. And what my ministry will then do is to champion a communication strategy, civic education, and be a fuse to link with other industries, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery, the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Trade, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that we are able to resolve all the issues and strengthen the integration in the community. I will then go to the question by Honorable Murugara on the High Grand Force Dam. Chair, the feasibility study and the surveys of High Grand Force were done many years ago. And I think even by the year 2005, 2006, the feasibility study, the plans, they were all ready. And it was being implemented by TARDA because it is a multi-purpose dam to do irrigation, and part of it will be for generation of power, among other uses. When it came to implementation, some challenges were encountered, and therefore it did not proceed to execution or implementation. It remains a critical project, and on the affirmative, I would vouch for implementation of this project. It has a huge capital outlay, and I am sure, together with the technical people involved in this, we can come up with a framework to finance either through PPP, through EPCF, or any other innovative ways that may be available to fund this project. But it is a project that I would support. Chair, if you may, I would like to refresh on the question by Honorable Kosin, then I can answer it. It seems to have escaped my mind.
Can you repeat, Honorable Kosin?
Yes, I can repeat this way, maybe easier. Miano, what are you expected to deliver in that ministry?
Yes.
Deliverables. Are you supposed to deliver East Africa Federation? in trying to understand the ministry, because I said many Kenyans do not understand that ministry. As my colleague Honorable Missy said, if you answered Missy properly, I would not maybe have answered, question that way. And then, Madam Miano, the relevance of the regional development within that ministry, what is the relevance? Because I was asking you, if you go to Uganda, for example, to do your work for East Africa, who is your staff there? Isn't that not the ambassador? And if that ambassador is doing work for you, what's the difference between that work of the ministry and the foreign affairs? Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I've made myself clear.
Yes, you have. Thank you very much. You asked what I would deliver in regard to the East African community, and you rightfully said it is a ministry that is not known or understood. So the first low-hanging fruit is a communication strategy, dissemination of what the East African community is, where it is not known. With that, we will set a foundation of then implementing the treaty, the intent of the community, because then people will support what they know. That is one. What I'll also do is look at the DR Congo, the new entrant, identify opportunities that will be available, not only for the people of Kenya, but also for the community. DRC is a huge economy. It is endowed with resources. I know it requires quite a lot of integration to be able to utilize these resources and develop them. For example, Chair, DRC can become the carbon basin for the community. We can do carbon trading. We know DRC is well endowed with many resources. And so if we strengthen the integration and the community and identify how we can harness the resources in terms of trade, in terms of agriculture, in terms of ideas, in terms of labor, I think this will help. I will also champion the implementation of the remaining protocols. That is the monetary, the political, with the support of the government, and the strong position and will and vision. And in general, I'll be the vision carrier, not only for the president in this docket, but for the leadership, for the legislatures, for the legislature, and even for the people of Kenya. In terms of regional development authorities, if you look at where they are situated, most of them touch the borders of our communities, of the East African communities. And so the projects under the Regional Development Authority will need to be synthesized with the requirements of the East African community so that we knit it together, and as we implement, we are able to sort out not only our own issues, not only issues that are faced in Kenya, but the development of the neighborhood. So we will relook at the mandates of the RDA and position them in line with the EAC, looking at the fact that they are all at the borders.
Thank you.
I have one question to answer from Honorable Ferdinand and also from Honorable Mary.
I wanted to make a correction. Regional development authorities, I don't know how they come in because I happened, for a coincidence, I was a managing director for TALDA. I was also managing director for Lake Basin Development Authority. I don't know how they are coming in. That explanation.
Surely, Ferdinand, that's not a fair question. She's not the one who has put them together. She's not the one who has put them together.
No.
So that's not a fair question.
No, I think it's misplaced.
Yes, I think they may have been banded together to your discomfort, but it is not for her to say.
Okay, I agree.
Answer the earlier question raised by the Honorable Ferdinand.
Yeah, that's okay.
And Honorable Mary Emase about your nepotism and all those things that are not very socially correct.
Thank you, Chair. The question by Honorable Ferdinand on whether there are common strategies to tackle the drought. In the East African community, there is free movement of food, and so we should work towards removing the barriers so that if one country has food shortage, it can freely get food from another country and make each East African community partner food secure. I have seen policies on fertilizer, and I have seen other policies on agriculture that will tackle this. And Mr. Chairman, one of the things that our ministry or the ministry should do, like I said, we are a fuse with other ministries, is work with the Ministry of Agriculture, take stock, and in future come up with a food balance sheet for each community country. And this will enable full support within the countries so that if Kenya is facing a drought, we can get support from another country that has enough food, and that can be done at planning level, at a strategic level, so that during planning for food and planting, the ministries of agriculture can sort of start putting together a food balance sheet, and any extra food can support the region in case there is food shortage. Chair, allow me to respond to the question by Honorable Mary. And I will say this: if you serve in the position I have served as Managing Director and CEO, and you have a firm leadership strategy, and you are able to run an organization, you will always find that some people may not all be happy with your leadership style for different reasons, but I want to assure you, and it is on record, that we have policies, we have procedures that we follow in these matters. And as I sit here today, I have heard that for the first time. And because we have very many frameworks of addressing grievances, including an anonymous grievance addressing system that is run by an independent international firm, this has not come in as an allegation. I empathize.
Did you get
with
her
the
question? You know, an international audit will never tell who is your relative and who isn't. What she said is that there are allegations. They may be true, they may be false. that you have been practicing tribalism, nepotism, cronism, and all manner of isms that are antisocial in nature in the discharge of your duties. In terms of employing people, you employ people probably what we say that the name defines you more than the content of your brain and so on. I think that's what Mary asked. Isn't that so, Mary?
Yep.
Yes. And she said there are allegations. She didn't say it is a fact. So it's you now to respond, because if you hire Deloitte from London to come and audit Kenyan, how can they tell who is your relative? They will just look at people's qualifications and go away.
Chair, they remain allegations. They are not true. I have served with utmost diligence in my position. I have emerged as a leader that has run this organization with utmost diligence.
So the allegations are false?
They are false.
Mary, do you have evidence? Or they remain allegations?
I said they are allegations.
Okay.
So I just wanted to hear her view, because I got that from a message that was sent to me by a member of the public.
Which you
so
are,
it is an allegation,
you are
which I have asked.
right in raising
yes,
it.
Yes, thank you.
Now, Rebecca.
Sure.
Yes, Rahab, I thought you had forfeited.
No, Rebecca, congratulations.
Thank you.
For your nomination. But I wanted to know what you are going to do about our borders, especially the Tanzania side. Because sometimes our truck drivers can spend even 5 days there, 10 days there. Like the other day, they were going there for maize. And then all of a sudden, they were told that they have to have a permit, and it was not there before. So what I want to tell you, if you happen to get this position, and considering Tanzania president is a ready like you try and have a good relationship with our Tanzanian neighbors, because they are good, they are farmers, but we need to have a better relationship. Thank you.
Our relationship, Mukami, should be good regardless of the gender of the president. That's what we must be committed to. Let me ask you, you'll combine with Mukami's question. We have a commitment to free movement of people, goods, and services within East Africa. And routinely we have seen pronouncements that people can move the way they want. We have a lot of Kenyans working in Tanzania. We have a lot of Kenyans in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi, and vice versa. One of my personal doctors is a Ugandan living in Kenya. But routinely, we have seen this happen, and I want to know what you will do to stop this. Tanzania arresting thousands of Maasai herders cattle from Kenya and auctioning them. Tanzania arresting thousands of day-old chicks from Kenya and destroying them. Kenyan traders crying on top of buildings about eggs from Uganda. Now Kenyans crying about sugar from Uganda. Every other day we see Ugandans have been arrested in Kenya, they're being shipped back. Kenyans are in jail in Uganda because they were found fishing on Lake Victoria. Kenyans are in jails in Mwanza, Tanzania because they were found fishing on Lake Victoria. Zanzibaris and Pemba people coming to Mombasa, arrested on the high seas and thrown back. Now, what is the spirit of integration that you are going to steer so that we have a truly free movement of people, goods, and services? I say this, Rebecca, because Kenya is the Germany of Europe to East Africa. We are the hub, we are the big brother. We are the epicenter of many things. But when we now arrest our neighbors coming in, then they retaliate, and you find it becomes very difficult and the benefits of the community disappear. Because even as we cry about unemployment and so on, some of our youths can get opportunities within the context of the community. What are you going to do to ensure that there is a true free movement of goods, services, and people? Then you can combine with Mukami's. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also want to plead with the nominee in the event that we approve you to liaise with your counterpart in the Ministry of Trade and relook at the agreements that were signed or treaties, whatever it is, government policy regarding clearing of goods along the border. Our towns of Busia and Malaba are slowly dying. There is no business. Business has crossed over to Uganda. Everything is being done in Uganda. We even drink in Uganda. We go to the gym, Uganda. We go eat lunch fish, Uganda. Everything in our border is expensive. All the business people, the investors within those towns, the hotels are empty. We must do something, because if we are to create employment opportunities in Kenya, then those towns must offer those opportunities. So there's something wrong with our agreement. Thank you.
Yes, nominee Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. If I could combine your question and the question by Honorable Rehab, which was more of a comment.
Yes.
And I agree with that. And Chair, it's true, despite all good intentions, there still exists barriers. The protocol provides that no country shall create a barrier or taxation for any goods that are similar, but it's a fact that there exists barriers. We need to have a framework and very close consultation with each other in the East African community so that we can remove these barriers. Chair, there was a framework that was put in place last year for consultation. It is on record that the discussions, especially between Kenya and the United Republic of Tanzania, following the discussions in line with that framework, out of 60 barriers, 41 were lifted. And so it is a goodwill issue, it's a conversation issue which we must harness. And this way we are going to remove all these barriers. There is also need for political support, and we look forward to addressing the issues that are hampering full integration and remove them as quickly as possible. Chair, in regard to Kenya, Kenya is a vanguard country that is bold and is most of the times a first in many ways, technologies, ideas, innovations. It will be a time for Kenya to lead by example. It will be time for Kenya to increase efficiency so that we do not aggravate the situation. As we discuss, Kenya can be a leading example, and we are going to strengthen this integration.
Thank you very much, Rebecca.
And the comment by Honorable Mary, I absolutely identify and agree with her that we need to work very closely and coalesce with the Ministry of Trade and remove all those barriers that Honorable Mary has discussed.
Yes, Honorable Gikaria.
Chair, you know, I was the chairman of energy in the last parliament where Kenyan fell. And before we were kicked out. And we look at Kenyan and we saw an energy sector that we could be able to be proud of. In fact, they were poached by Ethiopians to go and start doing the geothermal in Ethiopia. So
question of playing PR for her.
Not PR, I'm just saying that she's true, she does a good job. Thank you.
That's in the past tense. But thank you for the comment. Mary, Rebecca, we have come to the end of this discussion. I'll give you 3 minutes to tell us your wish.
Thank you, Chair.
Your fate is now in the hands of these good men and women.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I'll just start by expressing my gratitude to His Excellency the President for finding my acumen relevant and nominating me to this docket so that I can support the vision and the plan for Kenya and also contribute to him fulfilling the oath of office to the people of Kenya. I also want to thank this committee. This interaction has been enriching. It has jogged my mind on what I need to do, the issues to be addressed, and therefore it was a very good interaction. Despite tough questions, I think it is enriching. So I want to thank you all and wish you all the best in the remaining process. Chair, I do hope that when you sit back and review, you will find me a good match or a perfect match for the docket that I have been nominated for. And I do hope that you will recommend that it is approved. And if that happens, I look forward to interacting more deeper with the National Assembly and with the committee members so that we can enrich this discussion for good and better implementation of the docket that I have been given. So I look forward to your verdict. I also want to have a shout out to my colleagues, the ministers in the East African region, and tell them that in case this committee returns a positive verdict, I look forward to interacting and strengthening the East African community going forward. Finally, Chair, I want to say, thank God it's Friday. TGIF. Thank you.
And you are the one closing the Friday.
Thank you.
You feel good?
I feel good for taking the sundowner slot. And I know many people have had a good sundowner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca Mian. We shall now release you. The sergeant will show you the way out. If there are any documents you needed to exchange with the clerk's team, you better do so. I can see you have a lot of documents. If they were for us, you can pass them on to us through our clerks. And thank you for appearing and interacting with these good members of the National Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. I had submitted the documents, but I had come with extra copies.
Okay, fine. Those are yours.
Case.
What you submitted has been properly used. Honorable Gikaria, the meeting is not over yet.
I had
You'll sort out with them out there. Yes. Yes, Wahesh, tomorrow is your, is it 4th or 5th allotted day? So tomorrow will be slightly lighter. We will have Simon Chelugui. Maybe you can now ask your issues about the funds. We'll have Salim Voria, Florence Bore, and the last is not cabinet minister or secretary, but secretary to the cabinet, Mercy Wanjao. So, yes, Naisula?
Chair, I just wanted to have your indulgence, and I know that members are tired, but upon some reflection, and when we were vetting the CS nominee for agriculture, I've just thought about it that he adversely mentioned some Kenyans on their role in one of the questions that was brought out by Honorable Mbui. And I just think that the fact that they are not here to substantiate or to agree to it, I think and believe it should be expunged from the Hansard, because then it puts question into their character and they are not able to defend themselves before this vetting committee.
Any comments?
Yeah.
Yes, George?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the concerns that have been raised, but my worry is to what extent are we supposed to receive this information, to what extent are we supposed to reject it, and to what extent we are supposed to decide what to make out of it. In my view, I think this is purely for the committee to see what to make out of that information per se. It may not be strictly in accordance with the rules of evidence, but it is information we can decide what to do with it per se.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sentiments that were expressed by the nominee are extremely sensitive, and you know that we have ourselves raised certain concerns, and one of the issues that you are saying is that if it's an allegation and the nominee is given an opportunity and they decline, if you don't have any evidence, it dies there. But you see, you have an opportunity to defend yourself. These people who are prominent Kenyans, including immediate former President of the Republic, were named adversely, and they have no opportunity to defend themselves. I think I want to support that we expurge that from the records of these deliberations.
Chair.
Robert, in English, in the law, we say delay defeats equity. You are the one who asked the question, and when the names were being dropped, you maintained a stoic silence. What do we make out of that?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't silent. I remember very clearly that when I made my interjection, I indicated that the nominee the issue that I had raised is that the nominee did not show up to actually read his petition on the floor.
And he said there was a gun on his head.
But you see...
And then said many other things and named 3 people.
Yes, but you see, Mr. Speaker, the main major issue was his absence. But when he started talking, he was talking about letters that were never, ever presented.
Letter coming there. You know, that is rather dangerous.
Outrageous allegation.
Yes, very outrageous and dangerous, if you ask me. And therefore, as you like saying, Honorable Speaker, that you let the chips lie where they fell. We could, in this instance, decide to ignore that bit of evidence, okay, completely, without necessarily talking about expunging or otherwise. But then, therefore, it would mean, therefore, that we don't at all refer to it, okay, in our Monday meeting when we consider the report.
Let me hear them.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, I think this is an issue which we can do it internally when you're doing our report writing.
Hello, Chair.
Yes,
Chair. I have to agree with what Honorable Pio is saying, because depending on how we treat his answer and the question, and probably should also inform us as members the kind of questions that we put to nominees. And I have really pleaded even before, let us avoid playing to the gallery. And I'm not saying Honorable Mbui was playing to the gallery, but if you ask me, if I was to judge Linturi's character based on the question asked by Honorable Mbui, it would have an effect. And therefore, it is Honorable Mbui who brought it forth in his defense. And I think someone actually even pushed him when he said he had a gun over his head. And when somebody insisted here, that's when he name dropped. And I also spoke about it, Honorable Chair. And I confirmed that it was indeed true, because I am the one who called the Honorable Linturi to Jacaranda Hotel, and I said that. Therefore, based on what he was answering, then I think if you were to expunge that from the Hansard, then would also be constrained as a committee on how we judge his character based on the question asked by the Honorable Mbui. I would therefore just say, as Opio says, let the chips lie where they fell. It would have been better had the Honorable Lesuda raised that issue when the nominee was still here, so that then he can expunge and explain himself without having to mention other people adversely.
Naisula, you have a point, but delay defeats equity. And perhaps if you raised the matter when the Honorable Linturi was here, it would have given other consequential questions, taking a different trajectory on the same matter. That notwithstanding is a matter that you have raised, and when we retreat to engage in analyzing what has come before us, we can flag it out and discuss it.
Much obliged, Chair.
Yes.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
You know, once you've given the very final verdict, and I totally agree with you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker, the issue I raised earlier on about the Hansard transcriptions.
Yeah,
you
that one is administrative. It doesn't have to go to the media.
Okay.
I think I noted it, and I've told the Secretariat what to do, so that it doesn't within ourselves we can't access our own Hansard, you know. Okay. They will organize that. Tomorrow morning, 8:30. Yes. You report at 8:30. 9 sharp we start. Mukami. And let's not.
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona ndio tamati ya kikao cha leo cha kuwapiga msasa mawaziri wa teule waliofika mbele ya kamati hii ya uteuzi ya bunge la kitaifa ikiongozwa naye mwenyekiti Spika wa bunge la kitaifa Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula. Leo kama kawaida walikuwa ni 5 wakiwa wanakamilisha idadi ya mawaziri wa teule 20 tangu Jumatatu waliopigwa msasa. Kulingana na spika ni kwamba wamesalia 4, 3 wakiwa ni mawaziri na mmoja akiwa ni katibu wa baraza la mawaziri, ambao kesho wamewekwa kwenye ratiba ya kupigwa msasa, akiwemo aliyekuwa gavana wa Kwale ambaye ameteuliwa kwenye wizara ya uchimbaji madini ama mining, Salimu Mvurya, vile vile aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya leba Florence Bore, na aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya ushirika na biashara ndogo ndogo cooperatives na SMEs ambaye ni Simon Chelugui. Huyu katibu katika wizara baraza la mawaziri ni Masi Wanjao, mkipenda secretary to the cabinet ndio watakaokuwa wanafika mbele ya kamati hii ya uteuzi kupigwa msasa, kujieleza ufafu wao na uwezo wao na mbinu zao ama maarifa walionayo ama watakayoleta kwenye baraza ambalo watakuwa ama wizara ambayo watakuwa wanachukua usukani. Kumbuka aliyetoka kupigwa msasa hivi sasa ndipo kukamilisha kikao hiki ni Rebecca Miano ambaye ameteuliwa kuingia kwenye wizara ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, maeneo yaliyokame na vile vile kuboreshwa ama uboreshaji wa kanda hii ya Afrika ama ukipenda pia Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo ni kikao kilichoanza kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi ya leo na kimekamilika sasa. Kesho wanachama ama wabunge wameambiwa wafike saa 2:30 ili kikao kianze mwendo wa saa 3. Watakapigwa msasa ni kama nilivyokutajia, tutaweza kufahamu vyema ni nani atakayekuwa anafika wa kwanza mbele ya jopo, lakini kama nilivyokueleza ni wane tu waliosalia. Tuna imani kwamba kikao cha kesho kitaweza kukamilika mapema. Kama unavyoona ni wabunge funganya virago vyao kuondoka, na mtazamaji, basi nitakuwa na kuaga kwa niaba kikosi kizima kilichojitolea ama kitakambi hapa tangu siku ya Jumatatu kuweza kufanikisha matangazo haya, na kuaga nikikwambia tupatane kesho mida ni ya saa 3. Mtazamaji, sina la ziada. Mimi ni Kamchemenza na kutakia usiku mwema inshallah.
The legends and familiar chants will grace KBC once again. Don't miss the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022, where 28 exclusive matches will air on KBC Channel 1 and 64 matches will be live on KBC radio stations. Join and engage with us on our social media handles. #WorldCupIkoKBC. Don't miss the moment.